It's really exciting to be able to talk about the audiobook for How Mr. Grinchly Found Christmas. This was such a fun book to write. I loved visiting the Huckleberry Falls world again, and it was something I've planned for a while. Obviously, Mr. Grinchly was mentioned slightly towards the end of A Christmas Waltz for Linda. And I knew then that I wanted to have him be the love match for her. Excuse me, if you recall, the series is inspired by Christmas songs. And so, well, the first one, Mary and the Gentleman, goes back to one of my favorite Christmas songs, God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen, and A Christmas Waltz for Linda, of course, is Christmas Waltz. I struggled a little bit trying to figure out the best title for Mr. Grinchly. I even put it to some readers and friends to see of suggestions of ways that I could play up, because Mr. Grinchly also has another famous Christmas character as his first name, Ebenezer. And so was it going to be to play up the Grinchly name, or was it going to play the Ebenezer Scrooge idea? But I thought, especially with the introduction of an unknown daughter into the story, it just fit having the cartoon concept of Mr. Grinchly. And so I'm especially grateful that my narrator is over COVID and can now do these again. And so I hope that you enjoy this story. There is a warning, a trigger warning. It does touch rather heavily on infertility. So if that's an issue for you, beware. But otherwise, I hope you'll enjoy it. Thank you.
How Mr. Grinchly Found Christmas by Donna K. Weaver. Narrated by Vicki Pierce. Chapter 1. Eb Grinchly stilled his body, forcing himself not to rip his hair out by the roots, or jump up from his chair and run around the office raging. The ridiculous mental image calmed him. Wouldn't that be a sight? After being promoted to Director of Public Relations nearly a year ago, he couldn't lose his cool, though he never had. Not in public, anyway. He'd worked hard to prove how well he could handle any situation with coolness and logic. But was his boss trying to break him? In all the years Edelweiss Ski Resort had hosted the Santa Claus run, they'd never used the same person 2 years in a row as Old Nick. As one of Wyoming's premier holiday events, it took complicated juggling of guests and sponsors to fit the ego of each year's Santa, and time researching the person, so Eb got all of it right. These last-minute changes might just kill him. He was good at what he did, thorough with an intuitive sense of what to include in the advertising. It took a lot of time and effort. When the first Santa for this year had moved to Hawaii, there was still enough time for Eb to do a quality job with the substitute. Now, with over 3/4 of the year gone, the resort owner had called to make yet another change, to the same actor they'd had last year. Eb closed his eyes and took a cleansing breath. At least he was friends with the actor's assistant and had worked with her before. Sandra was capable and efficient and beautiful. He shook his head. Her attractiveness had absolutely no bearing here. Against the odds, the last-minute switch had worked out. Now that had been an 11th-hour change and hadn't allowed him to do any research. The actor, newly nominated for an Oscar he later won, had generated enough word of mouth on his own. Fortunately, the event had been a great success, with Eb doing very little. His shoulder muscles loosened. He could deal with this change, too. Whatever else happened, he didn't want to turn into his father, who'd let his job consume him to the point of a nearly fatal heart attack. Still, once upon a time, Eb would have been thrilled at the opportunity to take on a challenge like this, and a part of him still did. But another part liked the rut his life had turned into, and he resented being forced to step outside of those comfortable grooves. A voice filled his mind, sounding much like his younger self, asking if this life he'd forged would always be as vanilla as it was now. Would he never again have flavor in his life? The ring of his office phone startled Eb so much that he nearly knocked it from his desk in his scramble to answer it. "Ebenezer Grinchly," he said, moderating his voice to his usual business tone, hoping it wasn't someone new who would make a snarky comment about the family name. "Sorry to bother you, sir," his assistant Inez said, a caution in her voice which signaled he wouldn't like what she was about to say. "There's someone here to see you." "It's not Miss Faragher, is it?" He woke his computer. "I have her down for 4. "No, she's not here yet, sir. This is someone else. I tried to tell her your afternoon was full and even came down to the front desk to talk to her in person." Through the phone, Inez took a deep breath. Sir, you really need to come down here." In all the years she'd worked for him, his assistant had never sounded so uncomfortable. Alarmed, Eb jumped from his chair. What else could go wrong today? He put on his suit jacket. After a quick check in the mirror to make sure everything was in place and he looked professional, he strode purposefully from his office. The doors opened to the main lobby of the resort's business wing. Inez stood at the main counter with the receptionist, but he saw no one else in the room. "I thought someone was here to see me," he said with a frown. The older woman stepped aside and showed what her plump figure had hidden, a young child of about 4 years old. Eb could only guess the age because he'd become acquainted with a man who had a young daughter. Not far away lay a large suitcase and a backpack, but no parents. "If this child is lost, why haven't you called security yet?" Eb found his gaze pulled to the girl's wide, fearful eyes. Something in them went beyond the expected vulnerability of someone so young, being lost and surrounded by strangers. It seemed to be directed at him. He swallowed against the unexpected lump in his throat and said, "I imagine her parents must be frantic, wondering what happened to her." He sent an accusing glance at both the women, but neither of them spoke. Instead, Inez handed him an envelope. Out of habit, Eb took it from her. If he'd taken the time to consider her hesitancy, he might not have. The vaguely familiar writing added to his unease. It didn't have a stamp, so whoever had delivered it had done so in person. Why hadn't the deliverer stayed? He lifted his gaze and met Inez's. She nodded at the envelope and indicated with her finger he should open it. The disquiet grew to dread and made him tense. Stiffly, aware of the eyes watching him, Eb ripped it open. A fragrance laden with unpleasant memories wafted from it, and his body went cold, his stomach queasy. Why would Paige have dropped this off, but not waited to speak with him? Irritation did battle with his wariness and won. As he removed a folded paper from the envelope, another document fell to the floor. He ignored it and opened the letter, while Inez retrieved the other page.
"Eb, darling, I thought I could do this single-parent thing, and I've tried, but it's getting in the way of my career. All those years ago, you wanted to be a dad so much, and you've always been such a dear, so you can have her. Paige."
All the pains he kept buried inside pushed against the mental grave he'd buried them in. Shaking, Eb closed his eyes and put a hand on the front counter to steady himself. "Are you all right, Mr. Grinchly?" Inez asked, her voice tentative and worried. No, he wasn't all right. He was far from all right. But he refused to admit it aloud. He had an image to maintain. Eb opened his eyes, and his gaze fell on the child. Was this her? Those old feelings gave a shove against his wall again, but he firmly forced them down. He must assess the situation logically. "I'm fine," he said, merely surprised. Intending to question the child, he opened his mouth. The difference in their heights struck him. She was so tiny. Eb's 6 feet must make him seem like a giant to her. He squatted down so their eyes were level, though he didn't move any closer. "Is your mother Paige Britton?" At Eb's question, the little girl nodded, and the women gasped. "I thought she looked familiar," Inez muttered. He cringed mentally, thinking about how hard he'd worked to keep his past from public knowledge. As much as he enjoyed his job and the camaraderie of the staff, Eb had no illusion the work environment wasn't also a petri dish for gossip. And now all the resort employees would know. He looked up at the women. "For the benefit of the child, I expect neither of you to mention this to anyone." Eb could be fierce when he needed to, something he'd had to learn after Paige dumped him. "And I will know who to look to should word get back to me about this. Am I understood?" The women nodded, though Inez wore an indignant expression at the suggestion she wasn't discreet. He shifted his gaze back to the child, worried the sternness in his voice might have upset her. From the trembling of the little girl's bottom lip, he had no doubt she would lose it soon. He'd have to get answers quickly. "Did your mother tell you why she brought you here?"
To live with my daddy.
Her small face scrunched up, her voice turning into a wail. "Are you my daddy?" Eb hesitated only a moment, his heart going out to this poor, unwanted waif. "I believe I may be." With those words, she threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. Chapter 2. Watching the fall leaves at their peak, Sandra Faragher sighed happily as she drove into the ski resort parking lot. After growing up in Southern California, she absolutely loved living in a place with 4 seasons, even if it meant she'd had to buy a winter wardrobe. Cold weather clothing had turned out to be surprisingly cute. She would never understand Walt Kincaid. When her boss had confessed to her last fall that he'd been raised in Huckleberry Falls, he could have knocked her over with a feather. He'd moved away and not come back for 35 years. On purpose. And how he'd changed in the last 12 months. Sandra stepped from her car, still smiling. It'd been like he'd worn a costume all the years he'd lived in California, as though he'd been acting a part. And now the real man could finally show himself. In the process, he'd helped Sandra get out of her own rut. And today she would pay it forward. She was determined to convince Eb Grinchly to ride the ski lift with her to see the fall colors. The poor man was even more stuck in a rut than she'd been last year. When she proposed the trip to him this afternoon, he would no doubt think her crazy. But so what? Friends watched out for friends. Eb was a hard one to get close to, even as friends. Since they often attended the same events, they'd started hanging out with each other at them. After 10 months, he still acted formal and closed off, though he'd slowly begun to relax. A little. Someday she hoped he would come to trust her enough to explain what he was so afraid of. With that positive thought, she stepped into the resort's administrative reception area. As soon as she entered the room, the tension made her pause. Eb kneeled on the floor by the front counter with a sobbing child clinging to him. The poor guy was obviously out of his comfort zone, but Inez and the receptionist only gaped at him. So Sandra hurried over.
"Oh, who's this little sweetie?"
She held out her arms to the child, hoping to give Eb a chance to stand. To her surprise, the girl reached up for Sandra to take her.
"My goodness, how big you are. You must be, 7 years old?"
"No, 8, she teased. The child had stopped crying and giggled while Eb rose and brushed off his slacks.
"I'm 4.
The little girl held up her right hand and showed the correct number of fingers.
"What a fun age to be.
I'm Sandra. What's your name?"
Rue?"
"I like your name. One of my favorite players is named Rue. Do you know how to play soccer?" The child looked at Sandra blankly, and she laughed. What an adorable little girl. Bouncing her on a hip, Sandra glanced at Eb. "I know I'm early for my appointment, but I was hoping to convince you to have our meeting outside. We can see the fall colors, too, and discuss the Santa run while we're on the lift." Indecision crossed his face, and he looked at the child. His expression lifted, and he met Sandra's gaze. "I'm afraid we must reschedule our appointment. It appears I have a visitor." Sandra had no idea what was going on here, but she could tell now the child was not just a stray kid, and the way the little girl kept patting Eb's shoulder meant she had some kind of a connection to him. They'd been attending the same events for nearly a year, and he'd never mentioned having a child. But why the suitcase and backpack on the floor then? Sandra leaned closer and said softly, "Are you okay, Eb?" The man's normally controlled expression cracked, and emotions slipped out. No. They gushed out. So many feels, she was afraid he might cry. Her heart ached for him, knowing how important it was for him to always appear calm and businesslike. "What can I do to help?" she whispered. With those simple words, the insecurity in his expression changed to relief, and his mask snapped back into place. Rue reached for him, and he took her. Eb kept his voice low. "I could use some advice." "Then let's take this outside. It's a beautiful autumn day out there." "Brilliant suggestion. Thank you so much," Eb said to his assistant. "Inez, would you mind grabbing my overcoat?" He turned to the receptionist. "And please keep Rue's things behind your counter."
"Sure thing, Mr. Grinchly."
The woman said the words demurely, but her eyes sparked with curiosity. Inez quickly returned and handed him both his coat and an envelope. By the time the three of them were walking out of the building, Rue had dozed off, her head resting on Eb's shoulder. Sandra shot a final, longing glance at the ski lift. "It's not too busy this afternoon, so we'll have privacy if we walk the grounds." "There's a nice bench down this path." Eb pointed that direction. They walked in silence, and Sandra figured he needed the time to collect his thoughts. However it was that Rue had come to be there, it appeared she'd just arrived, and poor Eb was still reeling. Fortunately, no one else strolled nearby, and they had the lovely little area to themselves. As he eased onto the seat, Sandra scanned their surroundings. The dappled sunlight kept it from being too chilly, and the bubbling stream nearby made it a tranquil spot. It seemed to work its magic on him because he relaxed even more. She tried not to be too obvious as she watched him. The tender way he brushed a curl from the child's face showed Sandra she'd misjudged the man. It made for a sweet scene, and Sandra pulled out her phone. "Do you mind if I take a picture? You two are adorable. I can send it to you." "Thank you." Sandra snapped the photo and attached it to a text to him. After returning her phone to her purse, she took a seat beside him. "I don't know where to start," Eb finally said. Those simple words held so much pain that guilt filled Sandra. During the 10 months she'd known Eb Grinchly, especially at the beginning of their friendship, she'd thought him a closed-off, unfeeling man. Too often, his cool manner had reminded her of Seuss's Christmas cartoon character, the Grinch, which hadn't been fair. Start at the beginning. She made her words soft and encouraging. It's usually the best place. The stiffness in his body eased, but more out of defeat than relief. "I met Paige Britton." "The actress?" "Yes." He said the word with bitterness. "It was nearly 5 years ago. She'd come here on vacation with some Hollywood friends. It was the break between Christmas and New Year, and I was taking time off from work to get in some skiing. We kept crossing paths, and Paige invited me to join them for lunch one day. Before I knew it, I was a member of their group." Sandra could see it. Eb was handsome in a soft-spoken, nerdy way, but she expected he'd been shy and not terribly experienced with women. "And just like that, you were one of the cool kids." It was intoxicating. He gave her a weak smile. "When a friend of Paige's paid some attention to me, Paige decided she liked me." "And you fell for her?" "Like a brick." Eb shook his head. "Everything happened so fast, and I just got swept up in it. I'd never been in love before, and I let myself believe she loved me too." They got bored with Little Huckleberry Falls and wanted to do the New Year in Vegas. One of their friends had a plane, and Paige convinced me to fly there with them. Sandra had worked for Walt Kincaid for 11 years, and he'd never been into the Hollywood party scene, but she'd seen enough from the fringes to know what it must have been like. "Did you two get married there?" "I was so drunk I don't even remember the ceremony." Eb growled in disgust. "Please know that I rarely imbibed, even then, and haven't since. I couldn't believe it when I woke up the next morning. Paige told me we were married, and I denied it." He shook his head. She was not pleased. But there were photos and my signature on the wedding certificate to prove it happened. "Why not get an annulment?" Sandra asked. Eb glanced off into the distance. "I suggested it, and she burst into tears. She said she'd thought I was an honest guy, but I was just like the rest of them." Sandra had observed Paige Britton at a few events, but hadn't spoken with the woman. She'd looked like all the other beautiful actress wannabes, parading around and schmoozing with the Hollywood power brokers, all hungry for their big break. Sandra had been grateful Walt held himself aloof from the ones who'd tried to cling to him. "So, of course, you comforted Paige and assured her you loved her and wanted to stay with her." Eb nodded glumly. "We returned to Huckleberry Falls, and she moved into my condo. We were only together another week before she had to fly out for a film. She was gone for 3 months, and when she returned, she told me we were going to be parents. I was thrilled. I'm an only child, and I've always wanted a large family." Paige got a couple of smaller roles over the next few months. When her pregnancy grew too obvious for traditional roles, she stayed home for a few months. Then she got a role in a miniseries as a pregnant woman. She was different when she came back, aloof. She acted like a stranger. Eb was silent for a few minutes. looking weary. When he finally spoke, his voice was low, sad. I should have been suspicious when she refused to let me set up a nursery, or invited a friend to be her doula. After the baby was born, I got to hold her once. Paige promised I could do it again the next day. Eb's voice tightened, his eyes growing moist, his gaze on Sandra. When I got to the hospital in the morning, I found she'd checked out and taken the baby. Sandra sucked in a breath at the pain in his eyes, and she'd thought him unfeeling. Couldn't you do anything? She'd left a note. Eb gave a soft grunt. Like she did this time. She said I wasn't the father, so I wouldn't be listed on the birth certificate. 2 days later, she had me served with divorce papers. He rested his head against the child's. I haven't seen Rue since the day she was born. Sandra pinched the bridge of her nose. She'd never considered herself a violent person, but if she could have gotten her hands on Paige Britton, Sandra would certainly have smacked the idiot woman silly. So she just left Rue at your office today? Please tell me she gave you a medical power of attorney. What? Whenever Walt and Linda watched their grandkids, they have a medical power of attorney. It gives them permission to allow medical treatment if needed. Maybe it's in the envelope Inez gave me. It's in my coat pocket. Do you mind if I look? When Eb shook his head, Sandra removed the contents. It's the letter she left me. He nodded at the stationery. Maybe this is it. Sandra pulled a folded document from the envelope, but the paper was heavy. When she opened it, she found it was a birth certificate and held it up so he could see it. His face flushed. It does have my name on it as the father. I feel like such an idiot. Rue was born less than 9 months after our marriage, but she was small, barely 5 pounds. I assumed Rue had come early. I should never have believed Paige. Well, you two were married when she was born, so I think you have parental rights regardless of her DNA. Sandra met his gaze. What are you going to do now? The muscles in Eb's jaw worked. I'm going to keep my daughter. Good for you. Sandra checked the envelope for anything else, but found nothing besides the letter. She returned the documents to the envelope. You probably don't want me pushing my way into this, but I have a suggestion, if you're interested. Please, he said after only a moment's hesitation. I need a friend right now. Emotion flooded her again. Had he pulled back from everyone after Paige's betrayal? Thank you for trusting me, Sandra said when she could speak. You'll obviously have to get some stuff for Rue, but I think you should invest in a paternity test as additional proof of your parental rights. She watched Eb's expression as her words sank in. I know I'm still in shock and not thinking clearly, but it's my name on her birth certificate. I'll bet the hospital automatically put you on there since you two were married then. Like I said, it would give you rights because it's assumed you're the father. Sandra decided to be blunt. It's obvious you were looking forward to being one, and it wounded you when Paige stole that from you. I don't trust her not to hurt you again by showing up and claiming another man is the father. Ebbs's face blanched, and Sandra could tell she'd hit the mark. He held the child closer. I'm really sorry. This sweet little girl deserves a stable home. You could be her biological father, but you should be prepared to prove it. It'll give you a stronger legal claim for custody. Sandra pulled out her phone. Besides, it could be important someday for her to know her father's medical history. Makes sense. Do you live in a house or a condo? Sandra asked, already typing out a list on her phone. A condo. It has 2 bedrooms, but one is a home office. His brows knit in alarm. There's no bed in it. It's okay. Sandra patted his arm. It's a start. You'll have to give up your office or get a bigger place. Can you afford it? Yes, I make a good salary and I have few expenses. Eb appeared less dazed and more determined. I'll do whatever I have to, so I can make a home for her. That's the attitude. Sandra gave him the most approving smile she could, and then flipped through her phone. It's late to go shopping today. Your couch doesn't happen to be a sleeper sofa, does it? It's a futon. You don't think Paige left enough clothes in the suitcase? Look at how new Rue's coat is. I'll bet her mother just bought it for her. Somehow I doubt she spent much on a new wardrobe for a child she was about to get rid of. I'll bet your daughter will need winter clothes. Of course. Like I said, I'm off my game. Don't worry. We'll figure this out. Sandra flushed at her presumption. What was she thinking to take on a problem which wasn't her own? Yet, as she watched the stirring child and the adoring expression on Ebbs's face, she knew, more than anything in the world, she'd love to be a parent. It must be why she felt so protective of him and his rights. She could only imagine the crushing blow he'd received when Paige had told him the baby wasn't his. What a piece of work she was to pull something like that on him. But now he had a chance with his daughter again, and Sandra would do everything she could to help him. Rue woke then, her eyes opening slowly. She rubbed them and then looked around in confusion. "Jeannie!" Rue began to cry. "It's me, your daddy." Eb patted her back. "Remember? Your mommy dropped you at my office." The words stopped the little girl's crying, and she stared at him for a second, her sleepiness gone. "Daddy?" With trembling lips, she threw her arms around his neck. "Who's Jeannie?" he asked. "My nanny. I miss her." Rue buried her face in his neck again. Eb met Sandra's gaze over the child's head, his jaw set, eyes narrowed. Not once that day had Rue said anything about missing her mother. Yet she was crying over her nanny. What kind of parent had Paige been? Sandra's phone rang and she jumped to her feet as she answered it. "Hang on a second, Walt." To Eb she said, "Excuse me for a sec." She moved from the bench, but kept the pair in view. He glanced up and met her gaze, making her pulse kick up a notch, her face heating. Never would she have expected Eb Grinchly to suddenly go from nerdy loner to nerdy hot dad in the matter of an hour. Chapter 3. Even with the sound of Sandra's low voice in the distance and Rue's soft cuddling of his neck, Eb still couldn't get his head around everything that had happened to him. He slid a finger into the palm of the small hand, amazed as his daughter curled her fingers around it, just like she had as a newborn. His daughter. His daughter. And Paige had lied to him about it, stolen these 4 years he could have spent with Rue. What had he ever done to deserve such treatment? All he'd wanted was whatever would make Paige happy. If she dared to show her face again. At the adrenaline rush which made his body shake, Eb took a deep breath. He had to accept his part in this whole thing, first for getting involved with the woman in the first place, but then for not going after Rue when Paige had taken her. What a fool he'd been to let his hurt keep him from his child. But he wouldn't let her mother get away with it again. Not without a fight. Sandra shifted, drawing his attention. What would he have done today if she hadn't come early to their appointment? She'd breezed in, assessed his need for help, and immediately put Rue at ease. Eb had meant it when he told her he needed a friend. The relief which had come in with Sandra had driven home how isolated he'd let himself become. After his marriage to Paige, things had turned awkward with his friends. With her gone so much, his buddies would invite Eb to go out with them, but they'd done single guy things which hadn't felt right for him as a married man. Except she'd rarely been in Huckleberry Falls, so he hadn't fit in at the few couples outings some friends had invited him to. After Paige had taken the baby, he'd pulled back from everyone. Until last December, when he'd met Sandra through work, and she'd taken him under her wing. It had taken him a while to see it for what it was, an overture of friendship. Eb could only hope she wouldn't find herself overwhelmed. Sorry about the interruption. Sandra hurried back to Eb and Rue. Walt has a ton of guest appearances next week, and we needed to finalize a couple of things.
Will you go with him?
I always do. It's the crazy season for his wife's business, so she can't come with us. It'll be the first time he's gone anywhere without Linda since they got married. Sandra sighed. He's going to be a major grump, but I'll worry about it next week. It's not quite time for dinner, but I'm hungry. Are you?
Yes.
Rue lifted her head from Eb's shoulder. Do you like peanut butter and... She broke off. Sorry, but did her mother leave any notes about food allergies?
I like peanut butter.
Rue's voice softened to barely a whisper as she added, Mommy gives it to me with crackers when she wants me to be quiet. Eb's eyes narrowed as he asked the child, Are there any foods that make your tummy hurt or your skin itchy? She shook her head. Well, then, I happen to know there's a little sandwich shop with peanut butter and jelly on the menu. It's near the glass blowers.
How do you blow glass?
Rue asked, her face adorably scrunched in confusion. With pipes. It's how they make art out of melted glass. They recycle the wine bottles from the restaurant that way. Eb grinned, a light of enthusiasm in his eyes, which Sandra had never seen before. We'll have to stop there after we get our food to see if they'll do a demonstration. It's really quite amazing. He said to Sandra, I hope you'll join us. I'd love to. Sandra let them lead the way, unable to shake her surprise at how different Eb was with Rue. All these months, Sandra had thought she was working with one kind of person, and then he was turning out to be something else. Was the change only because of Rue's arrival? It would certainly be enough to bring out hidden parts of anyone's personality. Or, and she mentally squirmed at the thought, had she misjudged him from the beginning? Even the word judge made her uncomfortable. In the beginning, he reminded Sandra of herself, and she'd assumed he'd put himself into a rut just like she had. How arrogant of her to think he needed her help. It was humbling. And yet, he did need her help, and she was glad to be there for him. Eb Grinchly was much deeper than she'd realized, and Sandra found herself intrigued. Did she suddenly find him attractive because he had a daughter? Her hand went automatically to her abdomen, but she clenched her fist and dropped it to her side. She wasn't envious. But he was her friend, and she'd do what she could to help. And if he didn't want it, she'd back off. But the poor man was definitely out of his league, and the sweet little girl, chattering enthusiastically as they approached the row of shops, deserved a parent who wouldn't toss her away when she became inconvenient. Eb held the door open for Sandra and waited for her to enter the sandwich shop. She nodded her thanks and made a face at Rue as she stepped past them, already pulling out her wallet.
I hope you'll let me pay,
he said.
though I'd love to take you out to dinner sometime.
Oh, I've got this. Only then did his choice of words sink in. He'd like to take her out to dinner?
Put it on my bill, he said quietly to the worker.
She must have known who he was because she nodded and wouldn't look at Sandra. Fine, and thank you. I'll have the yogurt parfait. Sandra moved over to the bakery section of the little store and paid for some cookies. She gave him a smug smile as she joined him at his table. Eb shook his head, but he grinned at the minor battle of wills. Had she ever seen him smile before? Like, really smile? And dang, but it lit up his face in a way no other expression had. Plus, it was doing things to her heart rate, reinforcing his hotness. How long had he been hiding this part of him? Since Paige left? Are you going to share your cookies? Rue asked, giving a wistful glance at the package in Sandra's hand. I plan to, Miss Rue, but only for people who eat dinner first.
Yay! Jeannie always says I eat good, so I get a cookie.
Me too. Sandra took the chair on the child's other side.
They talked little as they ate,
but Rue's merry chatter didn't make it necessary. Eb appeared lost in his thoughts, but he listened enough to his daughter to answer any comments needing a response. Sandra tried to remember if she'd noticed this from him in their past interactions. It would be an excellent skill for his job. Like her, he likely needed to juggle a lot of mental details, and from her experience with him, he was good at it. When they'd finished eating, they went to the glass-blowing shop, and the place immediately captivated Rue. The older man asked her questions as he blew and spun and shaped a Christmas ornament. Eb and Sandra both had to hold the child's hands to keep her from getting too close.
I wish I could have it,
she said wistfully to herself as the man put the finished globe into what he called a curing oven.
Would you like one?
Can't I?
She looked doubtful.
Yes, you may.
He said it so emphatically, Sandra glanced at him. What was going through his mind to bring sudden moisture to his eyes and set his jaw working? I'm sorry, little lady, the man said. This won't be ready for a couple of days. However, I have something over here you might like. He opened a cupboard door and removed a delicate, colorful hummingbird hanging from an acrylic string. Rue cupped her hands to accept the tiny decoration. She looked up and asked Eb,
Can I really have it?
Sandra could tell he would deny the child nothing, but the doubt in Rue's voice bothered her. Children were told no all the time, but there'd been something in the child's tone which hinted at more. Had her mother had a history of making promises she then didn't keep? Or was Sandra imagining the worst unfairly? It looks fragile, she said. Do you have a box with cotton? We sure do. The man glanced at his younger assistant, who retrieved one from another cupboard. How much do I owe you? Eb asked, reaching for his wallet. While he paid, Sandra lifted Rue so she could watch the helper cocoon the hummingbird in the box. The child accepted it and carefully held it to her chest. Sandra put her on the ground again. I hope her memories of this day with me will be good ones, Eb whispered, leaning closer to Sandra. You're a good man, Eb Grinchly. Before she could say more, her phone pinged with its appointment alarm. She pulled it from her pocket. Oh, with everything that's happening this afternoon, I forgot I'm babysitting for the Wyndhams tonight. Would you two like to come? It'd give Rue a chance to meet some kids near her age, and we can assess her clothing needs and do some research about child beds.
Would they think it's presumptuous for you to bring us along? They'll be fine with it. Don't worry. If you're sure. Ebb's dubious words didn't fit his relieved expression. Biting back a smile, Sandra typed a quick text to Mary to let her know. "Have you met them yet?" she asked as they headed back to Ebb's SUV. "I've only met Carlisle Wyndham a few times in passing when he's come to see Mrs. Blaze." Ebb opened the back door and pulled down a section which turned out to be a built-in booster seat. He grinned. "I only know about this because Inez borrowed my car one day to pick up her grandson. Who knew I'd ever need it myself?" "Nice." Sandra approached the child. "Miss Rue, how about I hold your hummingbird box for you while your father buckles you in your booster chair?" Sandra asked. The little girl reluctantly handed it over. "Why do you call me Miss Rue?" "Because you look like a Miss Rue to me. Don't you like it?" "I like it. A lot." She grinned. "But what does a miss look like?" "Lean back, please." When Rue did, Ebb tested the snugness of her belt. He straightened, and she stretched out her eager hands for the box. Before he could close the door, Sandra squeezed in to take his place. "Let me tell you a quick story about when I started in school. On the first day, I discovered one of my classmates was named Michelle. I couldn't understand why we got to call her Miss Shell." She stressed the two syllables. "Why, I was only Sandra. Being called Michelle seemed special to me. When I met you, I thought you looked like a miss, so Miss Rue fits you." "You think I'm special?" The uncertainty in the child's face twisted Sandra's heart, and she glanced at Ebb to find him wiping his eyes again. This man's sensitivity was going to do her in. "Just look at your daddy, Miss Rue, and you'll see how special you are to him." Before either of them could say anything more, Inez called from the entrance of the administration building. She hurried to them, pulling the large-wheeled suitcase and child's backpack Sandra had noticed when she arrived that day. "Thank you for bringing these out to the car." Ebb had popped the back and hurried over to take them from her. "Well, you have a good weekend, sir." The older woman glanced at his car. "Let me know if you need me to clear your schedule next week." The poor man looked more than a little harried for a second before he had his "I'm in control" face back in place. Sandra was coming to recognize it for the mask it was. "I will," he said, "and thank you again." Inez shot Sandra a grateful look before heading back toward the office building. "My car's one row up," Sandra pointed to it. "You can follow me to the Wyndham home." "I really appreciate your help today." Ebb touched her arm. "I apologize for monopolizing your afternoon and now your evening. Perhaps we'll have time to go over the Santa Run issues we were supposed to discuss at our meeting." "It's still a few weeks away, so don't worry about it." Sandra had to fight the impulse to cover her arm where it still tingled from his touch. She said to the little girl instead, "I'll see you in a few minutes, Miss Rue." The child gave her a glowing smile at the name, and Sandra hurried to her car. As she was buckling her seatbelt, a text came in from Mary. "Bring them. Nigel always enjoys new people to talk to." Sandra sent a quick reply. "And little children to watch squabble. But Rue is new to town and could use some friends. She's 4. Mary's reply was quick. "Grace will be thrilled." Last year, when Walt had shared Ebenezer Grinchly's unusual name with the Wyndhams, Sandra had been curious if his names were a family tradition. If it'd been her, she wasn't sure she'd have kept the first name, not combined with that surname. Kids could be cruel, and the similarity to 2 Christmas bad guys was just too mean. What parents would choose it on purpose? There must be some emotional connection attached to them, some private meaning. Whatever it was, the man intrigued her, even more now that Rue had dropped into his life. What he'd told Sandra explained a little about his isolation and standoffishness, but she wanted to know more. She loved a mystery. "It looks like a regular house," Eb said as he stepped out of his SUV. "Yes, it is, though large. There are 6 bedrooms and 3 guest cottages. Carlyle uses them for business." "And is his grandfather really an earl?" "Yes, he is, and he owns a castle in England." Sandra had visited it with Walt and Linda during a filming earlier in the year. The front door burst open, and Alex and Grace ran to throw their arms around Sandra. Eb was lifting Rue from the car, and the Carlyle children stopped to stare. Rue ducked her face into Eb's shoulder. Grace stepped forward and said with her charming English accent,
"Hello, I'm Grace, and this is my brother Alex." "We're planning our scarecrows for this year," Alex said. "You want to help us?"
Without hesitation, Rue wiggled from her father's arms and followed the children back into the house. "See what I mean?" Sandra said to Eb. "They're nice kids and friendly. I doubt you've thought about daycare, but I can recommend the center where the Wyndham children attend. After tonight, Rue will have some friends there already." "Good idea, and you're right." He pressed his fingers to his temples. "I hadn't even considered daycare. A year ago, I wouldn't have either. So I completely understand." Sandra pointed to the Wyndhams, who stood waiting near the door. "Mary and Carlyle, this is Eb Grinchly." "Welcome," Carlyle said in his cultured English accent as he stepped forward with an extended hand. "It's a pleasure to see you again." Chapter 4. "It's my pleasure." Eb shook his hand. "I've heard good things about your beacon work." With a pleased smile, Mr. Wyndham stepped aside and Eb entered the cozy, rustic home. It wasn't what he'd have expected in a house belonging to an earl's grandson, but delightful nonetheless. What struck Eb the most was the vista of the Grand Tetons through the large windows. The setting sun had turned the mountains into a glorious array of reds, oranges, and yellows. "Isn't the view to die for?" Sandra asked, coming to stand beside him. She pointed to 3 cottages in the distance, close enough to be an easy walking distance to the house, but with enough space for privacy. "So those are the infamous cottages." Eb nodded in appreciation. "I hope not infamous," a pretty dark-haired woman said, arching a brow in amusement. "Sorry, poor word choice. My boss has just mentioned them a lot since she's looking at adding some to the resort." "Ah, so this explains why Gretchen asked me for the plans for the 3rd cottage. This is my wife, Mary," Carlyle added. "And you've already met our children." "It's kind of you to let us intrude." Eb shook her hand. "No intrusion at all. Alex and Grace were excited when they heard they'd have company this evening." Mary turned to Sandra. "You have our numbers, and I've listed the information with the event location on the fridge. I've told them they can only stay up until 9. "Don't worry about anything. I've watched them enough that I have their number now, and they know it." Sandra glanced across the room, though Eb couldn't tell at what. "Besides, Nigel is here tonight, and the Earl of Discipline doesn't let them get away with much." "I heard that," the deep male voice with an English accent called from the other side of the fireplace. Mary grinned and grabbed her purse from the counter. "Have fun. The pizza for dinner should arrive at 6. "It's already paid for, and I included a tip, so you needn't worry about anything," Carlyle added. "Thank you again." With Walt and Linda away for the weekend, I have plenty of time. Sandra followed them to the door. You two enjoy your evening together. Oh, we mean to. Carlyle grinned, offered his wife his arm, and they left the house. Sandra closed the door and turned to face Eb. Let's introduce you to Nigel, and then I think we better check to see what the children are up to. They are attempting to assemble a puzzle, the deep voice said. I wish to meet your young man. Bring him to me. Sandra rolled her eyes and lowered her voice so only Eb could hear. I love Nigel. The man is a hoot, but he's also obnoxiously romantic. I cannot tell you how many times he's tried to set me up. Just ignore his comments because I'm sure he's going to make some. He's over here. Bemused at being called Sandra's young man and the sense of satisfaction the words gave him, Eb followed her around the large fireplace, which turned out to provide separation between two rooms. The three children sat at a square coffee table filled with richly colored pieces of gold, blue, and red. He recognized the images from the Harry Potter movies and seemed complicated for such young children. Eb loved puzzles and was curious if his daughter would as well. Rue didn't appear to have much experience with them, and he wondered what kinds of toys her mother had provided the child with. When his daughter found one piece right away, she squealed. His heart swelled with happiness for her. Eb glanced up and found he was being watched by both Sandra and an elderly gentleman who sat in a recliner, a throw over his lap. The older man had an amazing, carefully trimmed beard and a regal bearing about him. Eb had met many wealthy and famous people at the resort, but he couldn't recall having seen someone who exuded so much confidence in who he was. Your lordship, Eb bowed. I like him already, Sandra, the Earl said. Now, introduce him to me. Nigel, this is Eb Grinchly. He does public relations stuff for the ski resort. Eb, this is Nigel Wyndham, 19th Earl of Birkenmore in the UK. She grinned at the old man. If I didn't do it right, too bad. You're in America. Cheeky girl. The Earl chuckled and waved a hand at the second recliner facing their side of the fireplace. Sandra slid into a seat at the breakfast bar behind the chair. Eb shot her a worried glance, but sat as instructed. He checked to make sure Rue was still getting along with the other children before giving his attention to the older man. It's a pleasure to meet you, my lord, he said. Just call me Nigel. As Sandra has stated, we are in America and have no need to stand on ceremony. He leaned his head back in the chair, but kept his gaze on Eb. Tell me about your name. As in, am I related to a green literary figure? Eb asked dryly, unable to keep the irritability from his voice. He'd had an unexpected day, and he was tired. Ah, the cartoon the children enjoy watching. No, I was curious if you were familiar with the works of Rudyard Kipling. Eb blinked, not sure where the Earl was going with this. Oh, I had to study the poem in college, Sandra said. It's about some cattle thief, isn't it? Yes, my dear. Kipling used the word grinching to describe a sound. Nigel turned his attention to Eb. I've never met a person with your surname, and I'm curious if you know where it originated. My father's family came to the U.S. in the late 1800s from France. Our only guess is whoever took down the name at Ellis Island misunderstood and just misspelled it. My fraternal grandmother was interested in genealogy and found what she believed was the original entry for a Grinchly. Unfortunately, the information taker had atrocious penmanship. My grandmother couldn't identify which of the many single male passengers on board it had belonged to. Fascinating, the Earl said, which means anyone with your surname is a descendant of that first man. Sandra grinned. Few people can say where their surname began. My grandfather thought so and took great pride in it, until the Seuss book came out. Ow! Sandra pinched her face in a sympathetic grimace. Exactly. There's nothing like having a name so similar to your own become a beloved Christmas story and part of the mainstream vocabulary. Eb had learned to ignore the repetitive taunting in school. Even adults persisted in making obnoxious comments about it. He hated meeting people for the first time. The doorbell rang. It must be the pizza, Sandra said, rising. Food! Alex cried, and all three of the children raced toward the door.
Don't you dare open it, you little stinkers,
Sandra cried, dashing after them. You don't know who it is yet.
But you said it's the pizza.
Grace came to a stop. It's a guess. Besides, you three need to wash your hands before you eat. Sandra glanced over her shoulder at Eb. Can you help them? The bathroom is down the hallway, came the Earl's voice.
I can show you. Come, Rue.
Grace took his daughter's hand, and the two little girls skipped away. Of course, Alex said with disgust. When he didn't move from the entryway, Eb coughed. The boy sent him a resentful look. Alex, Sandra warned. Sorry. He turned and ran in the same direction the girls had gone, so Eb followed. They were entertaining themselves, making bubbles with the soap.
You guys,
Alex moaned.
I'm hungry.
I'm not, Ruth said.
I ate a peanut butter sandwich.
Ladies, please rinse your hands. Eb took the hand towels from their hooks and handed one to each of the girls. There, Alex, the sink is yours.
Finally. Don't be grumpy.
With a giggle, Grace poked the boy in the ribs. Before he could do more than give an involuntary laugh and wriggle out of her reach, she grabbed Rue's hand and the two ran back down the hallway. Girls, Alex grumbled as he rinsed his hands. Sandra said you liked your sister.
I do, but she acts dumb around other girls.
Wearing a disgusted expression, the boy wiped his hands on one of the towels, now in a pile on the floor, and dashed from the room. Eb scanned the wet counter and a pile of damp laundry and thought about his immaculate condo. He was in way over his head. Sandra set the pizza on the large breakfast bar, and the Earl came to join her. So, tell me about Ebenezer. I assume Eb is short for it, is it not? He has the look of a man unsure of his life. At the moment, it's a great description. She handed the old man a small stack of paper plates, which had come with the food. Can you set these? He did as she asked, carefully placing a plate where the children normally sat for a casual meal. When she didn't say more, Nigel glanced at her, one brow raised in query. Sorry, but it's up to Eb how much he'll share about his situation. All I can say is it's new, like today new. Grace and Rue came running into the room. The older girl immediately climbed onto a chair at the breakfast bar, but Rue paused, looking unsure. Here, you can sit next to Grace. Sandra extended her hands, but waited to see what Rue did. She glanced at Sandra, then at Grace, who gave an encouraging nod. Rue scurried to the seat and climbed up. Alex came running over and took the chair on Grace's other side, with Eb following behind the boy. Perhaps you would like to join us at the dining table, Nigel said, having already placed 2 pieces of pizza on his own paper plate. Sandra had to fight back a grin. Carlyle had commented on more than one occasion how much more casual his grandfather had become since staying with his family in America. She almost wished she could have seen him back then.
He still had moments where he turned rigidly formal, but even in those times, Carlyle assured her his attitude was much more relaxed than it used to be. Grace agreed, saying she had never liked to spend time in her great-grandfather's castle because of it. One thing Nigel didn't do was treat pizza as a finger food. He still insisted on using a knife and fork with it. So, by the time she and Eb joined him in the dining room, the Earl was cutting off a bite-sized piece from his slice. They talked about random things, and Nigel asked questions about what Eb did for the resort. The children made short work of their food, and Grace asked if they could be excused. "Let me wipe your hands first." Sandra went with them to the kitchen. "Are you having fun?" she asked Rue as she cleaned the child's hand.
Oh, yes.
The little girl gave her cheek a moist kiss before running to join the other two. The power of the feels Sandra had been experiencing with Eb and his daughter today was confusing. Hurrying back into the dining room, she slid into her seat as the old man said, "Tell me about your daughter." Eb immediately shot her an accusing look. "I never said a word." Sandra refused to take the blame for the man's intuitiveness. "It's your story, and don't feel you have an obligation to share more than you're comfortable with. It's not your responsibility to entertain the Earl." Giving the old man a teasing wink, she took a bite of her small piece of pizza. "True enough, my dear." Nigel took a sip of his evening wine, the only glass his doctor would allow him. He still watched Eb expectantly. The poor guy shifted uncomfortably. Sandra reached over and rested a hand on his knee, which was bouncing. It stilled immediately, his ears turning pink. Her face warmed in response. "Really, Eb?" Sandra straightened, pulling back her hand. "You owe none of us anything." "And yet it can be good for the soul to share one's burdens." Nigel tilted his head and watched them through his bushy eyebrows. Before she could argue with him, Eb spoke, giving a short, emotionless summary of how he'd suddenly found himself to be a father. During the tale, Nigel blinked, his jaw going slack for a second before he gathered himself, now full of righteous indignation. "Outrageous! What is your intention? Will you seek legal recourse against her?" "No." Sandra watched Eb, trying to understand. "No?" Nigel choked. "No. I have an opportunity to get to know the daughter I'd been told wasn't mine." The words came out more forcefully, even with vehemence. His eyes blazed for a second, and the usually mellow man suddenly looked like a fiery defender. "And I will protect this opportunity with everything in me." Go, Eb. Sandra's admiration for the man made another leap, a desire to be the one receiving such a powerful response, making butterflies erupt in her stomach. It'd been years since she'd experienced anything similar, and reminded her of the tingles earlier. Warning flags went up. She could not be attracted to Eb Grinchly. He was only a friend. Sandra refused to consider anything more, because she could never have more again. And yet the more she argued with herself, the more the butterflies danced. No, Sandra had to think of something else. "Are you planning to at least see an attorney about the letter she left you?" she asked. "It might carry some weight in court. I wonder how long it takes before you could claim abandonment if she were to show up wanting to take Rue back." "Excellent suggestion." Nigel glanced over his shoulder toward the children's laughter before turning back. "She seems to have made an excellent adjustment so far." "I can thank Sandra for that." He looked at her as he said it, like really looked at her. Dang, if he'd done this on Sandra's singles cruise last year, he'd have been a hit with the ladies. It made her stomach go all fluttery again. I was just helping a friend. When the glow in Ebbs's eyes faded and he dropped his gaze to his plate, Sandra wished she'd said it differently. She wasn't sure what was going on between them. It should be nothing. Neither of them was looking for a relationship. He had plenty to handle with Rue. Besides, her ability to be what the father in him wanted had been stolen from her long ago. Still, whatever it was brought a tingly kind of anticipation, something which made Sandra wish she could pursue it. But no. Her phone rang and she fumbled for it. "I have a huge favor to ask, and I'll understand if you can't do it," Mary said. "We've been invited to go with a potential investor to another ski resort, but it means an overnight stay. We wouldn't be back until late Saturday, but as you know, Mom and Walt are due back then anyway." "I wasn't doing anything but my laundry, and I can do it on Sunday." Sandra glanced at Eb, her brows raised. "And shopping for a bed for Rue. Any problem if we take the kids with us?" He nodded. At the same time, Mary said through the phone, "It should be no problem. If Rue doesn't have a bed, would she like to have a sleepover with Grace? She has bunk beds in her room and would be thrilled to have a guest, I'm sure." Sandra repeated the offer to Eb, and he gave a grateful nod. "Have fun," she said. "Thank you again." Mary disconnected. Eb looked like he wanted to say something, but was unsure. "My grandson's home has more than one guest room," Nigel said, seeming to understand. "So there is room for you. I imagine you would feel better being close to your daughter on this first night that she is with you." "Yes," he said. "Thank you so much." "Perfect." Sandra rose. "Let's tell the kids." Chapter 5. Eb woke the next morning a little bleary-eyed, having had a difficult time falling asleep. Part of it had been because of the happy giggles from Grace's bedroom upstairs. The guest room assigned to him was underneath it, and their childish whispers had come through the vents. They'd given him a sense of euphoria. But they'd also made him wonder what kind of life Paige had provided for Rue. Was she naturally so bright and happy, or had her mother fostered it in her? Or, and he thought this more likely, the nanny his daughter missed so much had something to do with it. There was so much about Rue's life he didn't know. The smell of cooking pancakes finally drew Eb from his bed. He took a quick shower in the ensuite bathroom and changed back into the clothes he'd worn the day before. Eb grimaced at the crumpled appearance in his reflection. He would suggest he stop at his condo to change. "Daddy!" Rue cried as he came up the stairs. She dashed to him and wrapped his arms around his legs. It was a good thing he had a hand on the railing, or they might have toppled back down. But her joyous welcome filled him with warm gratitude, and he lifted her for a hug. Her little arms squeezed his neck, and his heart seemed to swell with love for this little girl. Paige had robbed him of this for 4 years. Anger threatened to spoil the moment, and he pushed back the emotion. He wanted to savor every second with her. From his own sad experience, he knew too well how erratic Paige could be. Sandra was right. He had to do everything in his power to protect his rights as Rue's father. When his daughter straightened, she cupped his cheeks, her expression serious now.
"Can Jeannie come see me?"
It wouldn't be a bad idea, since she could answer his questions, probably better than Paige could. But had she required a non-disclosure agreement from the nanny? Eb had purposefully stayed clear of any mention of his ex. Had she gotten well known enough to need something like an NDA? "Jeannie would be welcome to visit you. Do you know where she is?" When Rue shook her head, he asked, "Do you remember what her last name is?" His daughter's chin trembled.
Roo!
Grace called from the kitchen. Like only a child could do, Rue's eyes brightened. She planted a kiss on his cheek before wriggling to get down. He followed her into the kitchen. Without hesitation, she clambered into the seat next to Grace, who took 2 pancakes from a platter and put them on Rue's dish. She'd already forgotten him and her nanny, chatting away to her new friend, who was now pouring syrup over the food. Eb glanced up and found both Sandra and the Earl watching him. "How many pancakes would you like?" she asked. "I've made scrambled eggs, and Nigel is heating the bacon. It's the pre-cooked stuff, so he can handle it." The Earl harumphed, but his mustache twitched like he was trying not to smile. "I apologize for not coming sooner to help. I've never had a member of the English peerage make my breakfast before." Eb grinned at the old man, who did chuckle then. "One must learn to appreciate the serendipity which life grants us on occasion," the Earl said with a twinkle in his eye. "True." Eb accepted the plate Sandra handed him. Since the adults ate at the breakfast bar with the children, they kept the conversation casual. Eb would have to wait for when the kids weren't there. "Make sure you wash your hands," Sandra said as the 3 youngsters slid from their chairs. "Your mom doesn't want syrup all over the house." "The bathroom will need to be cleaned again when they're done," Eb observed, remembering the evening before. Every single time. Sandra started gathering the dishes. "Until I started babysitting these 2, I didn't understand children tend to wear their food and make messes every waking moment." "So you're an only child, too?" Eb asked, collecting the silverware. "Yep. My parents were told they had a better chance of getting hit by lightning than to get pregnant. So you can imagine their surprise when I came along. Are you getting used to your changed circumstances yet?" Sandra asked as she rinsed dishes and placed them on the counter in front of him to load into the dishwasher. "Reacquainted, you mean?" His tone held a bitter edge, but it was gone when he added, "It's finally sinking in. And I think you're right. On Monday, I'll see about a paternity test. Are you acquainted with any attorneys who can help me with the custody issue?" "Not personally, but I'm sure Mary can make a recommendation. She was born and raised here, and her mom knows about everyone in town. We should be able to do some online research when we get back from shopping." "I appreciate your help with this." Eb scanned the kitchen. "Is that everything?" "Yep. We should get going." Sandra hung the hand towel on a hook and left the room, calling, "Come on, kids. We're going shopping for Rue's bed. Everyone use the bathroom before we leave." "I get it first," Alex cried, dashing away. "Girls," Sandra cautioned when they ran after him, "you 2 can use the basement bathroom." They scurried down the stairs. "You really didn't have experience with children before Walt married into this family?" Eb asked. "You do it well." "I've learned by watching Mary. Before then, all I'd done was a little babysitting until I got old enough to get a job at 16. The children came running back, and Sandra pointed to their coats hanging on hooks near the front door. While Eb hurried over to help Rue button hers, the Earl frowned at Sandra. "Wait just one moment, young lady. You are leaving me?" "You can come with us. Just grab your coat." She turned and ushered the children out the door.
"Impudent girl,"
Nigel growled. He rose from his chair and took his cane, wearing a scowl that couldn't hide the amusement in his eyes. Eb hesitated, wondering if he should help the elderly man. The Earl shook his head and waved Eb on, making his way to the closet by the children's coat hooks. "I shouldn't get so much fun out of teasing him," Sandra said to Eb when he joined her beside the large SUV. "He might be better now, but he spent most of his 85 years pampered like he's something special. It's good for him to be treated like a regular guy." Nigel will deny it, but he likes it.
I agree. He was trying not to smile back there.
See? Sandra moved from Grace to check on Alex's seatbelt. Eb glanced at his daughter, who was climbing into the middle seat of the vehicle. My daughter.
Should I take Rue in my car? He asked.
The little girl snapped her head back to look at him, and both Grace and Alex cried, "No!" "Why?" Sandra asked. "There's plenty of room in the Wyndham's car, and it'll be more fun for the kids to ride together. You can either ride with us, in the back, since it's too hard for Nigel to get in there, or you could follow us with your car."
I believe the latter would be wise. I'd like to stop at my condo first anyway to change my clothes.
Eb gave her the address. "Oh, I know where it's at. Walt and Linda live in the same complex."
I wondered. I thought I'd seen him driving away. She will need a booster chair.
"They have a spare," Sandra said, pointing to a third one.
All right, then. He settled Rue into it and asked, "Do you need something?"
Can I have a purple room?
She put on an adorable, pleading face.
Purple and pink are my favorite colors.
Yes, you may. And I know someone who paints murals. I can call him. You should think about what picture you'd like on your wall.
Thank you, Daddy.
She wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a juicy kiss on his cheek. Her spontaneous signs of affection were quickly becoming one of his favorite things. Blinking against the stinging in his eyes, Eb hurried to his SUV. If his emotions, which he'd kept in check for years now, kept threatening to overwhelm him like this, he was going to embarrass himself. As Eb followed the Wyndham vehicle into town, he considered his condo, decorated with modern decor and almost devoid of color. Purple and pink. Well, his color scheme was about to change. Drastically. Heaven help him. Would he be able to get her to contain her things in her room? Recalling the wide area the children had spread their toys last evening, which had required a great deal of adult encouragement to gather and put away, he thought not. But then he remembered her childish kiss of gratitude. He wanted Rue to feel comfortable in his home, their home. The thought swelled his heart until it must have grown 3 sizes. Eb changed and then met them at a clothing store. After visiting 2 of them, Nigel declared he'd had enough shopping and requested Sandra to drop him off in front of La Torta, a gourmet candy shop. Once he'd stepped from the car, the Earl bent over and gave each of the children a firm look.
Do not forget your manners.
Yes, Grandpapa.
Grace said the words by rote, but she wore a mischievous look in her eyes. Alex just nodded.
I believe I will have my beard trimmed.
The Earl straightened his jacket and stepped away from the car. "What's going on with him?" Sandra asked Eb as he took the front passenger seat.
What do you mean?
"Mary's part owner of the salon across the street, and she tells him all the time she's happy to do his hair at home."
It's because he likes one of the old ladies there.
Alex pointed to the other end of the short street. "Can we go to Ducky's? I don't want to go to another store."
May we please?
Grace pleaded.
Please?
Alex added.
Please?
Rue echoed.
Ducky's?
It's the daycare center I mentioned before. It's a great place. Alex and Grace go there after school. They could introduce Rue to some of the kids, and none of them will be bored to death while you buy furniture. Eb shifted in his seat to face his little girl.
Would you like to meet some other children?
Yes.
Rue clapped her hands. "All right, then. Don't unbuckle yet," Sandra warned. "The parking's in the back, so be patient." The owner, Millie Bartholomew, chatted with Eb about registering Rue while Sandra signed in the Wyndham children. Alex and Grace immediately took Rue's hands and towed her to a door which opened to the fenced-in outdoor play area.
Bye, Papa,
Rue called, mimicking Grace. Once again, a look of almost painful happiness flashed across Ebbs's face. He glanced at Sandra, his cheeks flushed.
I'll never get used to hearing that.
His voice had gone rough, and he cleared his throat.
Now, we have her winter clothes. Where do you suggest I purchase a child's bed?
I guess it depends on what kind of room. I should show you some pictures of little girl rooms online. Initially, I'd suggest you go basic, so if you decide to have something built, what you buy now will fit in. And after getting to know her a little better, so you can find out what she likes. Sandra couldn't help grinning. Besides pink and purple.
Ebb gave a soft groan, but said nothing as they returned to the car.
I don't want to dampen your mood, Sandra said once she'd finished buckling her seatbelt. But you might consider renting a room full of furniture. He stilled for a second and then gave a resigned nod.
I realize Paige could return and demand Rue back. While we've been driving between stores, I did a quick search online. It appears in both Wyoming and California, it can take a year to declare that a parent has abandoned a child, which gives me even more incentive to get a paternity test. I will fight for my daughter.
One thing I can say about Rue is she seems very adaptable, which makes me wonder if change was the norm for her. Sandra backed out of the parking space.
She's also very loving, which I hope means her mother showed her love.
Sandra wasn't sure how to respond, considering the woman had dumped the little girl off at the office of a man Paige hadn't seen in 4 years. Sandra could attribute Rue's disposition to several things, only one being a loving mother. Growing up, one of Sandra's neighbors had adopted a baby. They'd had the little boy for 6 weeks when the birth mother decided she couldn't go through with it and took him back. They'd fallen in love with a child they thought would be theirs. Sandra and her mother had helped them dismantle the nursery. It had reminded Sandra of when they'd packed up her late grandmother's possessions. It was like the child died. Sandra hoped something like that wasn't in store for Ebb. Chapter 6.
You guys need help?
At the sound of Derek Johnson's voice, Sandra glanced over her shoulder and smiled with relief. The young man worked as Walt's part-time gopher, doing odd jobs. He'd confessed to her once that he liked the variety of never knowing what he'd be doing on any particular day. And the Earl sat in the boys' truck.
Do you think we could fit this in the back of your pickup? She asked.
Sure thing. Derek hopped out and took her place, helping Ebb maneuver the cumbersome mattress into the truck bed. It'll take a little time for your daddy to find a builder for the frame you want, so you'll need to be patient, Sandra warned Rue.
Mommy promised to get me a princess room. She never did.
The little girl turned her shining eyes on Ebb, but there was a hint of uncertainty in her voice. It seemed all he'd have to do was follow through with his promises, and he'd win his daughter's admiration for sure. It was kind of sad.
Maybe I can sleep over when it's finished,
Grace said hopefully.
Oh, yes, please.
Rue turned to Sandra like she had the authority to give permission. Your daddy will know when your room's ready for company. Looks like we're done here. She pointed to the truck and then said to Derek, "Thanks for doing this." Ebb gave the young man the building number, and he blinked in surprise. "It's the same building Walt lives in. He's on the 4th floor," Sandra said.
"I'm on the 3rd.
"Nice." Derek grinned.
Great playground there. I work part-time for Walt, so I'm familiar with the place. You guys can follow me and Nigel."
He hopped into his vehicle. I wonder what the Earl's friends in England would think about him riding in a beat-up old pickup truck, Eb said, his expression bemused as he watched them drive away. "I'd like to see it, but I think he's trying to win marks by getting friendly with Trish Johnson's grandson." "Ah, the old lady, as Alex called her, who visits the same salon as Nigel?" Eb opened Sandra's door for her. "Yep, they're adorable to watch, though they're both pretending to just be friends right now." She slipped inside. Once they were on their way, Eb scanned his phone. "I've ordered dinner for us all. It should arrive in half an hour, along with a cookie basket."
"A cookie basket?" Alex sat up in his seat, fully alert now. "Yay!" Grace and Rue cried. The 4 buildings of the condo complex formed a square with a central pool and park area for the residents. Eb handed Sandra his key and went to help Derek with the mattress. "I'll get Nigel and the kids settled inside," she called after him. Eb's home had a faint smell of takeout food. He must not cook much. Nigel went past the kitchen and claimed a large recliner in the living room. He settled in it with a sigh. Alex picked up the TV remote and flopped onto the couch.
"Is this my new house?"
Rue asked, glancing around, looking unsure.
"Yes, it is." Sandra already liked Linda's floor plan better. It didn't have guests walking into the kitchen first thing. But the room was pristine, probably from lack of use, so it hadn't been an issue for him. From outside the door, she heard voices and hurried to open it. Sandra stepped back so they could angle the box springs inside. "Which room?"
"The far door."
"Let's go, girls." Sandra took their hands and they hurried into the room. "This has been your father's office," Sandra said, when Rue came to a stop and stared around. All it held was a modern desk. She took an empty box from the walk-in closet and carefully moved items from the desk into it.
"Good thinking,"
Eb called as he and Derek laid the mattress against the wall.
"I'll need to move it into my bedroom."
It only took 15 minutes and 2 more trips to the vehicles to shift the desk and set up Rue's bed. By the time they'd made it up with pink sheets and the purple quilt, the food had arrived. Sandra was exhausted, so she sympathized with the children's droopy eyes.
"Young Derek,"
Nigel said when the kids had been given permission to choose a cookie,
"perhaps I could persuade you to drive me right home."
"We all need to go." Sandra stood. "These 2 are ready for baths and beds anyway, and Eb and Rue need a chance to get settled together."
"Must we?"
Grace asked.
"No,"
Rue whined. "Yes, Miss Rue. Grace's parents will be home soon. You don't want to get your new friends in trouble, do you?" Rue scrunched up her face, her bottom lip sticking out, arms crossed tightly in defiance. "I think if someone wants to have a sleepover, she'd better not throw a tantrum now," Sandra warned, though it wasn't her place to do so. She glanced at Eb, who looked as tired as his daughter did.
"She's right," he said. "Say goodbye to your friends."
Grace held out her arms, and Rue gave her a hug. Eb's gaze met Sandra's, the warmth in his smile making her glad she'd come early to their appointment at the resort the day before. "You good?" she asked.
"Never better."
Eb glanced at the others.
"Please, take more cookies."
Everyone did, even Nigel, and they filed out of the apartment. Sandra lingered for a second, and Eb approached her.
"I can't thank you enough for your help this weekend."
He lifted his hand toward her cheek. When her eyes widened in surprise, he stepped back, dropping it.
"Good night."
"Night." Sandra turned. Had he been about to touch her face?
Like, caress it? The energy that had sprung between them had set her pulse thrumming. Alex and Grace had already grabbed their coats and were opening the condo door. Glancing back, Sandra saw Rue had slid her hand into Eb's. Quietly, her eyes burning at the touching scene, Sandra stepped into the hallway. When she'd gone to his office yesterday, she had not considered him anything more than a friend. Now, where had the sudden chemistry come from? It didn't matter. The poor man had enough on his hands with the unexpected appearance of his daughter. Sandra didn't need to complicate his life, or hers. In the meantime, she had plenty of research to do on his behalf. After reading a bedtime story to Rue from a book which Sandra had purchased, Eb finally made it to his own bedroom. He stared wearily at the mess. It'd take some shifting before the desk would fit. After considering it for a few seconds, he finally collapsed on his bed. He simply didn't have the energy. Eb browsed sometime in the night. Listening, he heard no noise and wondered what had wakened him. Then he noticed he still wore his day clothes. Why had he gone to bed fully dressed? Rue! He jumped to his feet and hurried to his office. Rue's bedroom now. Smiling to himself, he peeked in. A pale shaft of moonlight shone on the foot of the purple bed. His sweet little girl lay curled up around the single stuffed animal she'd brought with her. Surprisingly, it was a Scottish cow she called Fergie. It mooed when she squeezed a front hoof. Eb straightened the blanket, grateful for the gift Paige had dropped in his lap. A gift he wouldn't allow her to take back. Would he ever get over how stupid he'd been in letting her manipulate him? She'd probably thought him a fool, and he had been. Then. He returned to his bedroom, unable to sleep. Eb took a shower and then rearranged his bedroom to accommodate the desk. With his computer set up again, he conducted a few online searches and studied up on what he'd needed to do to get official custody. The first thing on his list was to hire a good attorney. At 4, he finally went to bed again and slept for a couple of hours before rising. When he stepped into the living room, he found Rue standing at the sliding glass door trying to open it. "It's cold out there." Eb hurried over to pick her up. "Did you sleep okay?"
Uh-huh.
She buried her face in his neck, squeezing him with her little arms. Was there anything as precious as a child's hug? "What did you want to see on the balcony?" he asked. Rue lifted her head.
The pool. Grace said her Grammy and Grampy live here, and there's a pool.
Eb grinned at the image of Academy Award-winning actor Walt Kincaid being called Grampy by Grace and Alex. Perhaps he had a resigned attitude about it, like when the children had called Nigel Grandpa Jelly.
Are you laughing?
Rue asked. "Just thinking of something funny I heard once. The pool in this complex is closed until next summer, when it's warmer. But the county has a recreation center here in town. I swim laps there, and they have a wonderful indoor pool."
Oh, yay!
She kissed his cheek.
Will you take me today?
His first thought was to suggest she might swim while he did laps, but reason kicked in. His old schedule wouldn't fit his new reality, and a 4-year-old child would require supervision, and Eb was fine with it. "We can check the schedule to see if they're open today." He strode toward the kitchen, trying to remember what he had, since he rarely did anything but takeout. "What would you like for breakfast?"
Pancakes like at Grace and Alex's house?
Eb put her on one of the breakfast bar chairs and started opening his cupboards.
Jeannie always lets me have cereal.
He glanced back at Rue and found her wearing a sad expression again. How odd that whenever she said anything about missing someone, it was the nanny and not Paige. Or maybe not. In the note, she'd said motherhood was impeding her career. Had she been gone so much that Rue was now used to her absence? I know you miss Jeannie. Did she find a different job?
She got married and moved away. Then Mommy said I could visit you.
Eb didn't miss Rue's use of the word visit. What had Paige told her?
Why don't you have food?
Rue asked. Before he could answer, his doorbell rang. Who could it be? People needed a key card to enter the building, and he'd only met his neighbors in passing. When Rue slid from the chair and ran to the door, he swept her up. You mustn't open the door to strangers. When Eb looked through the peephole, a shock of surprise zapped through him. Walt Kincaid stood with a box in his hands next to a pretty woman with long white hair who held a dish. With a quick side glance at his messy house, he opened the door. We're so sorry to drop in unannounced, the woman said, slipping past him into the condo but giving Rue a grandmotherly smile. Sandra mentioned you had a new family member and might need sustenance this morning. I'm Walt, and this is my wife Linda, he said. It's a pleasure to meet you finally. Oh, you sweet thing. You must be Rue. You're all Grace talked about last night. Linda held out her hands, and Rue practically threw herself into the woman's arms. It was then Eb saw the resemblance to Mary.
You're Grammy!
Rue gave the woman a tight squeeze. I am. It can take a little getting used to, Walt murmured, watching the two. We just brought a few things to tide you over. Eb looked in the box, not knowing what to say. It held a box of cereal, a container of milk, peanut butter and jelly, bread, and a frozen lasagna. I can't accept this, he said. We'll just go to the store.
But you said you'd take me swimming.
Rue's face scrunched up like she was about to cry. What a perfect way to spend the day with your daughter and get to know each other. Linda squeezed Rue and set her down. We'll leave you to your breakfast now, but I'm sure we'll be seeing each other often. She slid her arm through Walt's and pulled him out the door.
Bye, Grammy,
Rue cried, running after them.
Bye, Grampy.
Walt glanced back at the name. Something flashed across his face, which Eb understood completely. The couple stepped into the elevator and gave a quick wave as they left. What a decent thing to do. It really was a gift. Eb took Rue's hand. We'd best get breakfast and see if the recreation center is open today because, if it is, it looks like we're going swimming. Rue squealed and dragged him back inside the condo. Chapter 7. That's everything, boss, Sandra said, giving her tablet a final glance to make sure she had missed nothing. It's going to be a busy couple of weeks. Yes, it is. Peering out the window, Walt pulled a face. I hate traveling when Linda can't come with me. Sandra felt for him. After having gone separate ways for 35 years, they had only reunited a year ago and married in January. Technically, they were still in the honeymoon phase of their marriage. Ready for takeoff, the pilot announced through the speaker. The sole flight attendant checked their belts and then strapped herself in. Sandra could get a lot of work done in flight. There was always so much for her to keep track of when Walt did a bunch of talk show visits. Their trips were an odd assortment of super busyness and twiddling her thumbs, waiting for responses from the many problems which always came up. Still, she loved her job. Her thoughts drifted to Eb and Rue, and she wondered how they were doing. Sandra had kept busy with laundry and packing yesterday. She'd purposefully not contacted him, thinking he needed the time to get acquainted with his daughter before regular life intruded. But she couldn't help feeling a little guilty. Here she was,
being all presumptuous again that he needed her. Because a man new to parenthood needed advice from a childless woman. Sandra gave herself a mental shake. She wasn't as clueless as he'd been. So her helping him had nothing to do with the final look he'd given her. How would he handle their first week? This time of year was busy for Eb, too. Would it create problems for him if he needed to take time off to help Rue adjust? Sandra was pretty sure he wouldn't hesitate to do it. Could he work remotely if necessary? Sandra reminded herself it wasn't any of her business. She had her own job to worry about. With that mental reminder, she dealt with an email. Then her mind went back to Eb. It was a good thing Grace was only in kindergarten. She would spend more time at the daycare, which would help Rue adjust more easily. Maybe Sandra could bring the girls something back from New York, like one of those fancy porcelain dolls a friend from high school had collected.
"Are you thinking about Eb and his daughter?"
Walt asked. Sandra gave him a side eye. He knew her too well. "Yes, I want to bring Rue and Grace a present from New York." She woke her tablet. "I'll need to find something for Alex, too."
"I'm sure they'll all like whatever you get. I'm surprised you didn't ask me if Linda and I visited them yesterday."
Sandra turned to him fully then. "Did you? How were they doing?"
"They looked like they'd both just wakened."
Walt chuckled.
"All the cupboard doors were open, with nothing inside. Your suggestion to take breakfast over was brilliant. Having spent so much of my life as a single man, I can only sympathize. I can't even imagine what I'd have done to find myself responsible for a young child."
"Yeah, I got the same impression." Sandra wanted to ask more, but it would make Walt curious, thinking she was more interested than she ought to be, which she was.
"Did you let him know you were going out of town?"
he asked. She thought back and said more casually than she felt, "I mentioned it to him in passing." Walt raised a brow, his eyes bright with interest. Now, happily married, he'd taken to making suggestions about people she might like to date. He'd always acted fatherly toward her, something she'd appreciated. But until he'd married Linda, he'd never tried playing matchmaker for Sandra.
"Grace couldn't talk about anything else yesterday. She's observant for someone so young. Maybe it comes from having spent so much time in a stodgy English castle. But she said the three of you would make a cute family."
"Boss."
"I know. Mind my own business."
Walt reclined his chair.
"But Eb looked like a man who could use some help with this, and that little girl deserves the best she can get. I can't imagine what her mother was thinking to toss her off like she did."
Sandra pinched her lips to keep from sharing with him the lie Paige had told Eb. It wasn't her secret to share. Walt had been watching Sandra.
"I can tell by your expression there's more to this story. I'm glad he has a friend like you. And how you're finally stepping out from work to have a friend, too. I've learned the hard way how important staunch friends are."
Her tablet woke with another email. She opened it and gave it a quick scan. "There's been a slight change in one of your interviews." When they finished going over his schedule again, Sandra copied Eb's email and passed it into her private one. "Eb, Walt told me you and Rue were planning to go swimming yesterday. I hope it was fun. If you wouldn't mind sharing, I'd love some pictures. Here's my cell number. I'd also like to bring Rue back a doll from New York. What kind do you think she'd like?" Sandra included her number and clicked send. She'd barely wondered if he'd reply to her email when her phone pinged with a text with a photo. It was a selfie of Eb and Rue, their hair wet, faces alight with grins. Sandra took a picture of Walt snoozing in his chair and sent it to Eb with 2 words. I'm jealous. When the snapshot of Walt Kincaid, gently snoring in a reclining chair on what must be his private jet, came through on Ebbs's phone, he chuckled. Despite the fun day with Rue, Ebb had felt Sandra's silence on Sunday, like an additional weight on his shoulders. Of course, she wouldn't have called him or offered to spend the day with them. She'd mentioned needing to get ready for a busy 2 weeks of interviews around the country. But Ebb had missed her steadying presence and quick smile, the way she seemed to know when to say something or keep silent. And Rue had asked where Sandra was several times. 2 weeks had seemed like a very long time, until he'd received the email with her phone number. Over his office intercom, Inez's voice said,
Mrs. Blaze to see you, sir.
"Send her right in." But his office door was already opening, and Gretchen swept in. Known to the staff as Mrs. Blaze, the owner of Edelweiss Ski Resort, the world knew her as Gretchen Huntington, award-winning actress. Ebb didn't always know which one he was dealing with. "Good morning," he said, rising. "What can I do for you today?" "Show me a picture of your secret daughter, for one." Ebb froze. Who had told her? "Oh, please. Do you really think I don't know when significant changes happen to my executive staff? Don't look so serious. HR mentioned you'd added someone to your insurance, and I got the deets." Gretchen pointed to the phone in his hand. "Show me." When he woke his phone, she leaned in. And, of course, the picture of sleeping Walt came on the screen. She burst out laughing. "Sandra must have taken it. I feel better knowing you are friends with her. I've tried to steal her from Walt for months, but she can't be bought." Gretchen shot Ebb a sidelong glance. "Your daughter?" He opened the phone's gallery and showed her the same photo he'd sent to Sandra. For so many years, he'd closed himself off to everyone, and he couldn't fight the feeling this was an invasion of his privacy. "Oh, Ebb, she's adorable." Gretchen took the phone from him and started flipping through the pictures he'd taken. When she finished, she lifted her head and met his gaze. "I'm so happy for you." She returned his phone to him and took the chair across from his desk. He sank into his seat, not sure what to say, and still unable to fight the resentment of his private business being known by people he hadn't chosen to share it with. Ebb had thought HR would keep it private, but as the owner and his direct supervisor, he guessed Gretchen had a right to know. "And I can see I've upset you." She leaned forward. "If it makes you feel any better, I know little more than I've mentioned. I didn't even look to see what her name is." "Rue." Just saying it lifted his mood, and Ebb understood why doting parents took such pleasure in talking about their children. "Is this going to impact your ability to do your job?" When he stiffened, Gretchen held up her hands. "I will do my job," he said stiffly. "Oh, Ebb, that's not what I'm saying. We understand life happens. I've got young kids, too. I know how much time and energy they take. Since we let Philip go, you've been carrying a lot of the marketing manager's responsibilities, plus your public relations work." She leaned back. "I also know you minored in marketing. We've been adding more events over the last few years, and you've just handled everything we've thrown at you. But I've been worried about you. I remember the enthusiastic guy who came to work here 10 years ago." "You think I've lost my enthusiasm?" Had he done something wrong? "I think you've closed yourself off. It started about 4 years ago." Her brows arched in surprise. "How old is Rue?" Ebb winced. 4. "Were you married to her mother?" "Yes, we were married." "I need to ask if your wife," ex-wife. Gretchen gave a single nod.
Is there a chance your ex-wife might return for your daughter?
Well, she turned her back on me without a word. Eb put his elbows on his desk and rubbed his temples. Whether she'll do the same to Rue, I can't even guess. If she does, would you let her? Eb met Gretchen's gaze, allowing more emotion to show than he ever had in her presence before, and repeated what he'd said to everyone. Not without a fight. I'm glad to hear it. You look happier today than you have for too long. Now, about your position here. Her shift in topic happened so fast, he thought he'd misunderstood her. My position? Is it in question? I'm doing this all wrong. We've finished the interviews for the marketing director, but the person we'd like to hire is strong in public relations, too. What I'd like to do is move you over to marketing director. Gretchen's face pinched, a look of wary anticipation on her face, like she expected some kind of explosion. So you're not letting me go? Her head jerked back. Good grief, no! Eb took a relieved breath, and Gretchen continued. But the most enthusiasm I've seen from you for the last couple of years has been when you're handling marketing things. So I'm giving you the choice. If you want it, we'll offer your job to our top interviewee. It's a simple choice. I'll take it. And thank you. Great. You'll be busy the first bit, but we both already know you can handle it. Gretchen stood and put a hand on his desk. From the looks of the picture, your daughter's good for you. I know some good custody lawyers. Let me know if you'd like their names. I would. He jumped to his feet. And thank you for your support. And I'll try really hard not to switch Santas on you again. Like you control that? Keep that in mind if I can't. With a grin, she turned and left his office. Still a little stunned, Eb went back to his desk. He couldn't believe she'd given him the marketing job. But had Rue's arrival already changed him so much it was obvious? He hadn't thought about how much his isolation over the last 4 years had shown itself. He opened the picture of him and Rue again. It made Eb happy in ways he couldn't remember being. On Friday, he'd thought he was in a rut. But Gretchen was right. He'd dug himself into more of a trench. And then he'd covered the hole and shut everyone else out. Eb had let Paige not only steal his daughter, but 4 years of his life. Well, it was time for him to take it back. Eb checked the time. He'd need to hurry if he wanted to pick up Rue a little early. As it turned out, he had a few fires to put out before he could get to the daycare center. The lobby had several parents picking up their children. He had called the owner, Millie, a couple of times. 6 times, to see how Rue was doing. The woman had assured him his daughter was naturally outgoing and had fit right in. He'd just signed her out at the computer when he heard Rue's sweet voice. "Daddy! Daddy!" The joyous sound made his throat tighten. He hadn't noticed Carlisle Wyndham on the other side of the room, but he had opened the half door which separated the children's indoor play area from the lobby. Rue, Grace, and Alex practically fell over each other to run to Eb. They surrounded his legs with their arms and nearly brought him down. "Take care, children." Carlisle grabbed Eb's arm to steady him. "I can see you're a hit with the youngsters." "I never knew it could be so hazardous," Eb said with a chuckle. He bent over and gave the 3 a group hug before picking up Rue. "Did you have fun today?" he asked.
Oh, yes, especially once Grace and Alex got here. Did you know they decorate scarecrows for Grammy's store? Please, can I help too?
"When is it?" All 3 children turned to Carlisle, who sent Eb a sly look. "Friday. We would love to have you join us. It's a bit of an anniversary for Mary and myself." You two met at a scarecrow decorating party? Eb found himself curious. We met here, actually, but then Alex insisted Grace should come, and she begged me, so... But be sure to wear old clothing and not business attire, as I did. Carlyle chuckled. I never did get the straw completely out of my dress coat. Mary said I must invite you and Rue to join us this year. Please! Rue squeezed her hands together in supplication. We wouldn't miss it, Eb said. Yay! And his daughter kissed his cheek.
Chapter 8.
Sandra, there's something I need to talk to you about.
At the hesitancy in Walt's voice, she looked up from the suite desk where she'd set her laptop. He still stood by the closed hotel suite door and hadn't removed the furry cap with side flaps he'd donned to keep from being recognized by fans or paparazzi. Is there something wrong? She asked, straightening. Not really. I think it's important to bring up, but Linda says I should mind my own business. He must be trying to play the mother hen again with Sandra. She turned back to the desk. Boss, it's usually a good idea to listen to your wife. She's a smart woman. Duh. He pulled off his hat. But this is important to me. It had to be about the condo he wanted to buy. Since her roommate had moved from their apartment, Sandra had mentioned it might be time for her to buy her own place. Walt had latched on the idea that she should get a condo on his floor. In California, he'd owned a large home, and she'd been one of several live-in staff. He'd gotten used to having her nearby. Since moving into Linda's condo after their marriage, he'd fretted about the inconvenience of Sandra living across town. His wife had offered to give up her home office for his and Sandra's use, but it would have meant Linda would need to spend more time at her business, which already took a lot of her time, especially around the holidays, when she was the busiest. What they really needed was a larger place, but he wanted somewhere with acreage, so they'd agreed to wait until he sold his home in Malibu. I bought a condo, Walt said. I told you I don't want to live down the hall from you and Linda. Sandra shook her head. You two have earned your privacy. It's not on my floor. It's on the one below. She shifted to glare at him, but he turned his back to her and was taking off his overcoat. When he faced Sandra and found her watching him, Walt shrugged. It's got a second bedroom you can use as an office. The condo is near the stairs, so it'll help me get in my steps. And what will your neighbors think of you going back and forth between my condo and yours? He winced. Linda asked the same thing, but I think it'll be fine. Everyone knows you're like a daughter to me, and it's obvious to anyone with eyes that Linda's my girl. They were adorable. But it was one thing having an official office wing in his Malibu house and designating a room for the same purpose in her home. What if Sandra started dating someone? Eb's face flushed through her mind, but she pushed it aside. Besides, it'd be temporary, Walt went on. I've talked with a local realtor, and she told me that many people wait to put their homes up for sale until after Christmas. She said the owner of the spread next to Carlisle's has been talking about selling. You're thinking of buying out there? Sure. I wanted a family of my own for my whole life. Now that I have one, I want to be closer to them. Sandra completely understood. He'd waited for his happily ever after longer than she'd been alive, but she didn't know if he'd considered the disconnect between it and his reasoning for buying the condo. Linda's daughter didn't live all that far out of town. However, it was still farther away from the condo than Sandra's current apartment. Walt, I know, but the property I'm interested in has a guest house. It'd be better even than the Malibu property. You'd be close, but still have your privacy.
It'd be a win-win, and there would be enough room to build you a bigger place when you're ready to—" He gave her a sheepish grin. "Settle down."
Sandra's eyes stung and she glanced away. Build you a bigger place. Like he would if she were his daughter. Colliding emotions made her eyes burn. It really was the sweetest thing ever. She understood what he wasn't saying. He considered her family. But he also expected her to get married and have her own kids. If only it were possible. "I'm curious what Linda thinks of your plan." Sandra plugged in her laptop, still not looking at him.
"She likes the idea of being close to her daughter and grandkids."
Walt came over to sit in a recliner near the desk.
"The place is a little grand for her tastes, but it's not nearly as fancy as some properties in the area. It's made of logs and has a bear theme."
Chuckling, he brought up the footrest and leaned back, his hands behind his head.
"I'd never have commissioned the artwork myself, but I really like it. Since it's part of the house, I'll take it."
He had Sandra's interest now. "Is it listed online? I thought you said the owner was only thinking of selling." Walt pulled out his phone and handed it to her.
"He's a fan and likes the idea of me buying the place."
Sandra opened it to the photos. "Are you kidding me?" The first picture was of the front door, which had a bear surrounded by a thicket carved into the heavy wood. She flipped through the images. Like the Wyndham home, it was spacious, but the rustic cabin construction and decor gave the rooms a warm and cozy feel. Sandra couldn't help smiling at the indoor pool, especially since it included 2 statues of bears incorporated into the layout. He'd commented more than once how much he missed the pool in his Malibu house. "All right, I admit it's perfect for you." She tried to hand him back the phone, but he wouldn't take it.
"You didn't see the guest house."
Sandra scrolled a little further and came to the pictures. Also made of logs, it had large windows, and the next photo showed the view from them. Pines surrounded 3 sides of the parcel, but the 4th opened to a meadow with a spectacular view of the Teton Mountains. "Oh, wow! What a view!" It really was a dream property.
"How much is it going to ding you?" "It's got 3 times the acres of my Malibu house for about the same price."
Walt looked positively smug.
"You won't mind living there, will you?" "This is the part Linda says I'm being presumptuous about. I'm not your father, so I can't insist you live close. But you always have."
"Because the traffic in L.A. is terrible."
"Well, it can get pretty ugly here during tourist season. See why it would be so much better to have you living on site?"
Walt accepted the phone back. "And Linda's okay with having me so close?" He looked at her like she was an idiot. Over the years, when she would observe him at cast activities, which included family members, Sandra hadn't missed how hungry he'd been for what others had so easily. A stab of jealousy pricked her, making her feel small. She loved her parents, and she knew they loved her. They just didn't understand her. Not that her father had tried, but her mother had one vision of the world, and it was a narrow one of being a wife and a mother. Sandra had once tried to fit into it and been thrown to the curb. Rubbing her chest at the ache above her heart, she wondered what to say in response to Walt's kind offer. She glanced at him and found him still watching her expectantly. "Fine. I'll move into the condo, and if you buy this property, I'll live in the guest cabin." She gave an overly dramatic sigh. "It's a tough thing to do, but I'll take one for the team."
"That's my girl. I'll let Linda know to schedule the moving company."
"What?"
"You already said you'd begun packing your things. I hired a company to finish it for you and move your stuff to the condo, assuming you agreed, which you now have."
He grinned, way too satisfied with himself. Sandra grunted in disgust. "Leave me alone so I can get some work done. You should get a nap. It's going to be a late night." "I'm not an old man," Walt mumbled. "I never said you were." But he was already softly snoring. She snapped a picture of him and texted it to Linda. It didn't take long for her response. "That man can sleep anywhere." Sandra hesitated, but then replied, "He told me about the condo and his dream property. And I'm sure he told you he wants you to live in the cottage." When she sent nothing else, Sandra took a breath. In the last year, she'd come to love Walt's new family, too. "Are you sure you're okay with it?" The answer took longer to come. "My dear, I think it's a brilliant idea. I just don't want you bullied into a living situation you're not comfortable with. It shocked Walt when I suggested you might have other plans for your future." Work for someone besides Walt? The idea kind of shocked Sandra, too. But this job wouldn't last forever. Walt was nearly a quarter of a century older than she was. He'd want to retire eventually. She had enough friends in Hollywood's personal assistant groups to know many bosses were nightmares to work for. How could she take a job with someone else after Walt had treated her like family? "Thank you for your support, Linda. It means a lot to me." Walt's wife replied with a gif of one cartoon Disney character hugging another. The sound of the ping of Ebbs's phone pulled him from his task. Glad he'd put a special notification sound for Sandra's number. Otherwise, he might have ignored it, and a message from her always provided a welcome interruption. "These interviews are exhausting, even for me, and I don't have to do them." It included a snapshot of Walt snoozing. When the first picture had arrived a few days ago, it had struck Ebb how much she must trust him. The paparazzi would love to get a hold of the photos she'd sent. He imagined the headlines would suggest the reason a famous actor napped so much was because of some terrible illness. As always, Ebb deleted the picture and replied to her message. "Sadly, not everything we do for our jobs is fun." Ebb's phone rang. It was Sandra. "I only have a few minutes, and texting long messages takes forever." "This is the perfect time for a break." He leaned back in his home desk chair. "Rue is so tired from the scarecrow decorating activity yesterday that she's taking a nap." Thank you for live streaming it. It kept Walt entertained while he was in the green room. He made me promise not to schedule anything next year. He wants to be in town. Which was my bad. I didn't appreciate how important it was to him to be a part of his grandkids' memory. Miss Rue looked like she enjoyed herself. So much. Ebb had enjoyed himself, too, something he hadn't expected. "I can't believe I've lived here all these years and never taken advantage of the holiday activities." "Seriously, what's wrong with you? Living in a Christmas town like Huckleberry Falls and playing Scrooge?" "Oh, sorry. I did not mean it to be a hit on your name." "Don't worry. It really is a terrible combination, but I have thick skin." Though not as thick as he let on. He wondered what she'd think if he told her he often thought of legally changing his name. "I need to talk to Her Highness about a present I'm planning to bring her." Ebb paused, unsure. He didn't want Sandra to feel like she had an obligation to spend money on his daughter. Though, if he were honest with himself, the idea of her connection with Rue gave him a rush. "I'd wake her now, but she hasn't been down long and she's a grump when she first gets up. She's usually done with her bath by 7. What do you have in mind, if I can ask?" "Have you ever heard of those American dolls? They're made of porcelain, and the craftsmanship is beautiful. I'm planning to get one for each of the girls." "Aren't they expensive?" "Is it a problem?" Sandra's voice had chilled. Ebb took a deep breath. He imagined she made a good salary working for Walt, and she didn't appear to have a lot of expenses. I didn't mean to insult you. This is all new to me. You ought to see the stuff my parents have already sent. So they've forgiven you for not telling them about Paige being pregnant all those years ago? Oh, man. Eb rubbed his temples. It was quite the blow-up, but I'm still sticking with my decision not to have told them back then. I'd rather deal with the mess now than my mother's 4-year heartbreak. But she probably would have pushed you to claim your parental rights. True enough. But that's all in the past. They're excited to meet her in person, but they'll have to wait until after the holidays when I can get away.
They won't come for Christmas?
My mom has arthritis, and Dad has fibromyalgia and struggles with cold weather, which is why they retired to Florida about the time I took the job here.
Well, maybe they'll think about how nice and hot Arizona is. It's a lot closer to Huckleberry Falls.
Sandra's voice had taken on a teasing tone, so she must not be mad at him anymore. I'll make sure to drop the hint.
Eb wondered if they'd be willing to move again. They had established lives now and were involved with their church family. If they moved somewhere warm like Arizona, they'd have to start all over again. He hated the humidity of Florida and much preferred living somewhere with 4 seasons. Besides, as much as he loved his parents, they tended to try to run his life. Not that he always made great choices if he considered his marriage to Paige, but it would drive him crazy to live too close to his folks. And then there was Sandra. I have to run. I didn't mean to take up so much of your time, Sandra said, almost as though she'd known he was thinking of her. After Miss Rue's bath should work out, since we won't have left for Walt's interview yet.
Sounds good. She'll be excited.
Me too. See you. Sandra ended the call. Eb looked out his window, a buzz of anticipation making him smile. He'd get to speak to her twice today. Chapter 9. Eb and Rue entered the airport. He'd never been to the terminal for private jets before. The Wyndhams had invited them to be a part of the welcome home group for Walt and Sandra. It was a gracious gesture on their part, but Eb wasn't sure they belonged with them. It felt like something someone who was already a part of their family would do. Yes, Sandra's text messages, pictures, and evening chats had kept him from drowning with his new workload. She'd helped him get through the craziness of the past 2 weeks, and they'd talked every night since the phone call to Rue about the doll. That night alone, he and Sandra had talked for 3 hours. It was fortunate it'd been a Saturday night and he could sleep in the next day, so maybe he did count as a friend. I'm so glad you two could make it. Linda held out her arms to Rue for a hug. Eb released his daughter's hands, and she ran to the woman. The Wyndham children then pulled Rue over to where their parents waited. Both adults smiled at him, and Linda took Eb's arm. Walt said to make sure you and Rue were here. The 2 of you have made a big impression on Sandra. He said it's all she could talk about during the trip, Linda said as they strolled toward the others. With Halloween over, Alex and Grace are excited to show Rue the Christmas activities, especially the Festival of Trees. We always donate one.
Is that what the kids are working on?
Eb asked, watching as the Wyndham children chattered enthusiastically while they pointed at sections of a paper. Yes, this year Mary's letting them give input on the design as well as the decorating. And they're excited Walt will be a part of it, since they'd only met him a few times last year. Linda's cheeks turned pink. Eb decided whatever she was thinking of made her happy.
Sandra mentioned the festival to me. I'll be honest, I've never attended.
Well, I'm sure Sandra will change that. Walt forced her to take a vacation last year, and she missed it. Eb arched a brow at the information, and Linda didn't miss it. You don't know?
She was on a singles cruise, though she won't admit to meeting anyone on it. Linda kept watching Eb as though she was trying to get a response out of him. He'd gotten a distinct sense she wanted to play matchmaker, but what kind of pressure would it put on Sandra? Eb didn't want her to feel like she was being forced into a dating situation with him. Well, I imagine she needed a break from her workload. From my experience with her, she's very talented at what she does and works hard. Sandra is a gem, Carlyle said, nodding to Eb as they approached. I was disappointed to find she doesn't have a clone. Problems with your assistant? Eb asked. No, not at all. The man looked appalled at the suggestion. Some new projects have come my way because of the success of the Beacon, and her workload is getting more than she can handle alone. Sometimes it can be hard to convince people to relocate to a small city in Wyoming, Eb said. Good luck with your search. Linda's phone pinged with a text, and she released his arm to pull it from her pocket. Her expression turned gleeful. They've landed. The excitement now coming off her was almost palpable, and Carlyle put his arm around Mary's shoulders as they watched her mother with understanding smiles. It made Eb wistful as he thought back to the handful of times he'd come to this airport to pick up Paige. He'd never felt like this, or sensed anything like it from her, or, if he were honest, for her. Why hadn't they just gotten an annulment? Even if Paige had been emotionally fragile at the time, it'd been obvious they weren't well suited, and he'd never been more to her than a temporary diversion. Eb had assumed she had come off of a breakup with one of her boyfriends, or maybe one of Paige's friends had dared her to try having a normal life. The group had talked about it a lot during their holiday stay. Rue had returned to his side and slid her little hand in his. If he'd gotten an annulment, there might not have been Rue. Or he'd never have known about her. Even considering everything Paige had put him through, he'd do it again if it meant he could have his daughter. The small plane finally taxied into view. In public, Linda wasn't normally this effusive. She must have really missed Walt. From what Sandra had told him, the Kincaids had been apart as long as Eb had been alive. Barely out of high school, they'd experienced something he still hadn't. For a second, he wondered if there was something wrong with him, if he lacked the capacity to love deeply like the adults around him today. But then Rue was lifting her arms to be carried. No, he wasn't the one who had trouble connecting with people. Eb might have been spineless not to have gone after Paige to claim his rights to Rue, but it hadn't come from his inability to care, because his love for his daughter was a powerful thing. It was time for Eb to stop beating himself up over what happened with her mother. He hadn't been the one to walk out. It'd taken him until this morning to get in for the paternity test, so he should know for sure by next week. The lawyer he'd hired had also assured Eb that Sandra had been correct. Even if he wasn't Rue's biological father, he had parental rights because he'd been married to Paige at the time of her birth, though the attorney had told Eb to be prepared. Paige could claim it'd been him who'd done the abandoning. Rue let out a squeal, pulling him from his sour thoughts. The plane door had finally opened. Walt was the first one out, and he swept his wife into his arms.
Grampy!
Rue wriggled from his grasp. Hang on. Eb let her down, but held her hand, captivated by the scene before him. They've noticed the rest of us, Carlyle said from the side. Mary finally let the children run ahead as she and her husband joined her mother and stepfather. Rue tugged her hand loose and hurried after them. Eb stood in place, not sure if he should have stopped her. He didn't want to make her feel like she wasn't part of the welcome party, but he also didn't want her to intrude on a family moment. She's fine, Sandra said from behind him. Embarrassed he hadn't seen her leave the plane, he automatically embraced her. To his surprise, she hugged him back. like really hugged him. The chemistry, which had always flitted around the edges of their interactions over the past year, ramped up big time, like it finally burst free. The rightness of holding her made his arms stay around her. He didn't want to let her go. So what if people might be watching them? And she was hot. Wait, too hot. Was she feverish? A surge of protectiveness washed over him. Until Rue, he'd never really had anyone to take care of, but he sensed that Sandra needed him. Easing his hold on her, he whispered, "Are you sick?" "Sorry." Sandra straightened and dropped her hands, so he did too. "I'm just really tired. How fun that you two are here. Who told you when we'd get in?" "Linda invited us. I hope it's okay." Eb glanced over at the group, where the 3 children were dancing around Walt. "Rue hasn't talked about anything but the doll since your call, so be prepared." "Grace has been the same way." "And Alex?" "He's getting a robot." "Nice." Eb grinned. "Now I'm jealous." "Ah, so you're into robots, are you?" Before Sandra could say more, Walt called for them to join his group. Almost like it was automatic, Sandra headed in their direction. Eb supposed, working with the man for a decade, he had trained her well. Eb could only hope Walt treated her well, too. "The girls can't wait any longer," Walt was saying to Sandra by the time Eb reached them. "Me either," Alex insisted, his face scrunched in alarm that they'd forgotten him. "Hey," Mary chided, "no one has to bring you guys presents back from a trip. You need to be grateful."
I am.
With an exaggeratedly humble expression, the boy turned to Walt.
Thank you so much, Grampy.
"You stinker," Mary said, but the other adults laughed. A crew member came down the steps from the plane carrying 3 largish boxes. "Here they are." Walt hurried over to help. "I believe this one is for Alex." He handed the boy a wrapped package. "But don't open it yet." "And this is for Grace." He glanced at Sandra, who nodded.
I know,
The little girl said primly as she accepted the large box.
I mustn't open it yet.
Grace shot her brother a smug glance, and he rolled his eyes. Eb watched Rue, who stood quietly, her hands clasped to her chest, eyes wide as she gazed at the 3rd box expectantly. Walt took it from the attendant. "And I believe this one is for Sandra." All anticipation disappeared from Rue's little body. Sandra must have been watching his daughter because she was already taking the box and kneeling down before the child. "Why do you look sad, Miss Rue?"
Because Mama sometimes forgets,
she said, her words soft. "Well, I'll tell you a secret," Sandra said in a loud whisper. "I never forget. This is for you."
Thank you.
Rue tried to hug her, but the box got in the way. "I'm ready for dinner," Nigel grumbled, "but if you insist on opening the packages here, I'm tired of standing." Carlyle signaled for a young woman to come forward. He hadn't noticed her before, but she pushed one of the airport wheeled chairs over and helped the old man to sit. "Yes, you can open your presents." With Walt's words, the 3 children ripped off the wrapping, followed by squeals of delight. "Thank you for doing this," Eb said, giving Sandra a one-armed hug. "It's my pleasure," Sandra smiled, resting her head on his shoulder as she watched Rue's delight. Bemused, Eb simply enjoyed the moment, though he wished he knew what it meant. Did it mean she was coming to look at him as more than a friend? It felt natural to have her at his side, watching happy children. It filled his heart with gratitude his daughter had such a friend. And for the first time in too long, he could see a bright future for himself. Sandra hadn't meant to do more than touch Eb's shoulder in acknowledgement of his friendly hug. But she was so tired, and it felt good to be there beside him. And he smelled yummy.
Oh, thank you, Miss Sandra,
Rue said and buried her face between Eb and Sandra's legs. She looked up and moved to put a hand on the little girl's head, but she'd already picked up the box again and run over to Grace to show it to her. "Miss Sandra?" she asked, not wanting to turn her head to look at Eb, since he still had his arm around her waist. "Rue started calling you that when we went to the pool for the first time. She told me you were special, too." His chuckle made his chest rumble. Eb seemed like a different person than he'd been 2 weeks ago. "We're hoping you two will join us for dinner," Mary called as she steered the children toward the terminal. The thought of staying awake through dinner had Sandra shaking her head. "I would love to, but I'm about to fall asleep on my feet." "Did you overwork her again?" Linda accused her husband, who shrugged. Grace broke free from her mother.
Oh, Miss Sandra, you must come help us design our tree for the festival. It's going to have fairies. I love fairies. Please come,
Rue added. "The woman is tired. Leave her be," Nigel commanded, and both children ducked their heads. "Rue will see Grace when she and her father come for dinner. For now, they will see Sandra home." He waved his hand like a monarch proclaiming a ruling and expecting it to be obeyed. "We'll see you guys later then." Mary took her daughter's hand, and they turned toward the others. "Are you all right with us taking you home?" Eb asked. "Yes, I just hope I'm not coming down with something, because I really don't feel well." "You're hot." Eb winced at the word choice. "You are, but I mean you're hot to touch, so you must have a fever." The most Sandra could muster at the compliment was a wan smile. "I shouldn't be around Rue. I hope I don't give you guys whatever I've got." "She's already been exposed, and I have sanitary wipes in the car." Eb had finally removed his hand from her waist, leaving it cold and causing her body to shiver. He picked up her suitcase while offering Sandra his other arm. "Where do you live?" She groaned. "Walt had my things moved to a condo he's purchased while we were gone. I don't want to make you sick. I should call an Uber." "No, you won't call an Uber." He nudged her with his elbow again, and she slid her arm through his. They'd stepped out into the clear but cool day, soon to be evening. "I'm guessing from your expression the new place is in his complex. Which one?" "I'm really sorry." Sandra's voice was hurting badly now, her tonsils feeling like large rocks in her throat. "He bought the one across the hall from yours."
Oh, yay! You live by us now?
Rue asked, skipping as she walked, her father's hand the only thing keeping her close. "Thanks to your Grampy, yes."
I love Grampy.
"And you never thought to mention you were moving next door during our evening chats?" Eb asked Sandra, sounding amused. She could only shake her head. The increasing fuzziness and the pain in her throat made talking difficult. Please don't let it be COVID again. The variant she'd had early in the year had given her brain fog for weeks. "I noticed the movers, but when I asked the name of the new owner, they were closed-mouthed. Makes sense if it's Walt's condo." "Sandra, is it really you?" A familiar man's voice, one from her nightmares, said from the side. They turned toward it, and a wave of dizziness hit her. Domenico Merlo. How could he be there? And with a pretty blonde woman, obviously pregnant, holding his hand, and 2 little kids next to her. Memories rushed over Sandra like an incoming attack, threatening to knock her from her feet. The remembered pain had her hand going to her abdomen. Eb must have sensed her distress, because he put his hand around her waist again. "Hello, Dom." Sandra raised her hand but didn't offer it to him to shake. It was hard to keep the bitterness from her voice. "What are you doing here?" "I was here for a conference and brought my family along. Is this your husband?" "Yes," Sandra said automatically. Kudos to Eb for not even twitching at her declaration.
He's my daddy.
Rue patted his hand, her little voice proud. A crease appeared between Dom's brows, and his sharp gaze snapped to Sandra. "Well," she said, "we're on a tight schedule. I hope you have a pleasant flight home." She turned, grateful both Eb and Rue said nothing further as they headed toward the parking garage. He deserved an explanation for Sandra's claim that he was her husband, but she didn't have it in her. "Wait!" Mary called, hurrying to catch up to them when they'd nearly reached his car. "Grace wants to know if Rue can ride with us."
"Oh, Daddy, please."
"Yes, you may." Without another word, the little girl ran to Mary. She took her hand and hurried toward the family SUV, a few vehicles up where Carlisle was helping the other children inside. When they reached his car, Sandra said, "I really feel terrible." "Then let's get you home so you can rest." It wasn't until they stood outside her new condo that she realized she didn't have a key yet. Chapter 10. The way Sandra stood and stared at the door, her face feverish, put Eb into motion. "Come, sit in my place while we check with Walt about the key." Still towing her suitcase, he gently guided her to his door and opened it. As they entered, she stumbled a little. He let go of the luggage and swept her up in his arms. She was burning up. He gently placed her on his sofa. "Sandra, I need to use your phone to call Walt." But she'd already closed her eyes. When Eb shook her shoulder, she groaned and rolled over, turning her back to him. Her phone bulged in her hip pocket. If it were password protected, he wouldn't be able to access her boss's personal number. But if it only had a fingerprint to get through, he could do this. He extended his hand, but then pulled back. Talk about awkward. Eb didn't want to be accused of taking advantage of an incapacitated woman. Maybe he could get it to slide out of her pocket without him having to put his hand in the pocket. At least it wasn't as deep as the ones in his jeans. Taking a deep breath, he put pressure on the bottom of the bulge in her pocket. "What's going on?" Walt's voice cried from behind. "Is something wrong with Sandra?" Eb spun around and found the man and his wife frowning. "Thank heavens you're here. She said she doesn't have a key to her new condo, and I was trying to get her phone to call you. She practically collapsed." He stepped back as Linda hurried over. "Feel how hot she is." "Sandra?" She nudged her shoulder. Once again, Sandra groaned, but this time she put up her hand to wave them off. "Leave me alone." "She needs to see a doctor." Linda turned to face Walt. "The only place open is the urgent care across town," Eb said, trying to decide if they should take her to the emergency room. "Hang on. I know someone," Walt said, already pulling out his phone. "She didn't have her key," Eb said again to Linda. "She was really out of it, and then she collapsed. I don't have your number, and I knew you were going out to dinner with your daughter's family." "They're downstairs. We only came to drop off Walt's luggage. We picked up the key and brought it over." Linda shot her husband a worried glance. "I hope he won't come down with whatever she has." Walt ended his call and turned to face them. "Jay's home and will come over right away," he said to Eb. "He's one of our neighbors and is an ER doctor." "Should we move Sandra to her condo?" Eb asked. Linda shook her head. "Everything will be in boxes." "She was going to spend her weekend unpacking." Walt sent his assistant a worried glance. "I'll call the kids and tell them to go on without us." Linda opened her purse and pulled out her phone. At a knock on the door, Walt hurried to open it. "Thank you so much for doing this, Jay." He then went into a quick explanation. Eb stepped back further, watching as they worked to rouse Sandra enough for an examination. "Swollen glands," the doctor said. "Does it hurt to swallow?" "Like when I have strep," Sandra croaked. "It's only ever hurt like this with it." "Open your mouth wide." When she did, Dr. J said, "Oh, yes, I'll do a swab to be sure, but I'll write you a prescription for an antibiotic. Are there any you're allergic to?" "Just penicillin and its cousins," she croaked. He swabbed her throat and slid it into a tube before marking something on it. Dr. J stood and faced Walt. "We should probably culture you, since you've been around each other for several days. Just a precaution." "It hit her really fast," Linda said, sounding worried. "Could it be something else?" "I've had it bad like this before," Eb said. "About 1 in the afternoon, my tonsils started to hurt, and by 4 I was feeling bad enough I left the office to go to the doctor. At 6 I was standing in line at the pharmacy with my prescription, about ready to pass out." The doctor gave an affirming nod and indicated the Kincaids should follow him to the kitchen. Eb went to the couch. Sandra had lain back against the cushions again, and he took her hand. "I'm sure you'd feel better recuperating in your own place, but Linda says everything is still in boxes. This is a sleeper sofa. I can make it up for you." Maybe he should offer her his bed. "No, I don't want to expose you and Rue any more than I already have." She tried to sit up again. "Stay here for now. When you packed your things, did you mark your boxes?" "Of course." "Just what I expected, but I thought I should ask to be sure. Do you mind if we go into your apartment and make up your bed for you?" "Would you mind?" "Of course not. How did you label your bedding boxes?" She told him, and Eb felt better already now he had something to do. He joined the others at the door where the doctor was leaving. "How do you want to handle this?" Eb asked Walt and Linda. "If you want, I can run to the pharmacy for her prescription, or you can do it and I'll make up her bed. She told me where she stored her bedding." "Let me and Walt set up her apartment." Linda glanced at her husband, who nodded. Eb told them where to find what they'd need and accepted the prescription from Walt. When he reached for his wallet, Eb shook his head. "I've got this." He grabbed his coat again and left his condo, grateful it was only strep. Not that it wasn't serious. His aunt had been a nurse and drilled into Eb about strep technically being a mild form of scarlet fever and could have some of the same complications. As he drove to the pharmacy, Eb's thoughts went back to their greeting at the airport. It'd been so nice to hold her. But who had the guy been? From how rigid Sandra had gone when the man had called her name, she'd had a bad experience with him. But he'd seemed genuinely pleased to see her. His expression when she'd introduced Eb as her husband, though, had seemed a little jealous. Would Sandra be amenable to dating Eb? Was he putting more into a friendly hug than she'd meant to convey? Or, and this seemed more likely, had she only snuggled into him because she was so sick she'd needed him to help to stay upright, all while he'd been thinking they were having a moment? How lowering. Sandra was out of it for the next few days. Mostly she slept and woke only when the painkillers had worn off. It seemed Eb was the one who checked on her the most often, though both Linda and Walt came by. When she finally woke without a fever, the body aches gone. It was the middle of the night. Sandra wondered what day it was. She reached for her phone on her nightstand, but it wasn't there. Feeling yucky with stale sweat, Sandra rose from her bed and stripped the sheets from it. Then she paused, remembering she was in the new condo. Had the movers hooked up her washer and dryer? As she tried to remember the layout of Eb's condo, Sandra's brain worked like she had cobwebs in it. She thought hers had the same floor plan, only in reverse. Hoping she was right, but not sure what to expect, she stepped from the master bedroom. Someone had been kind enough to leave the light over the stove on, and the dim illumination showed her the room held no boxes. What had they done with her stuff? She went to the kitchen and opened a cupboard. Someone had put away her kitchen things. Maybe Linda? Sandra then checked the second bedroom. It was full of boxes. From the labels, it looked like most of the general items, plus her books. Across from the second bedroom, she opened the door to what should be the small utility room. When she saw both the washer and dryer plugged in and hoses connected to the washer, she said a silent prayer for good friends. She returned to the bedroom, gathered the bedding, and carried it to the washer. She pulled off her pajamas, added them with the sheets, and set them to wash. By then, Sandra was exhausted. She dragged herself across the kitchen again and into her bedroom. Staring at her bare mattress, she wanted to cry. Finally, she gathered the quilt from the floor around her and curled up on the bed. When Sandra woke the next time, the first rays of morning sunlight were sneaking past the window shade. She took a few seconds to assess her condition. Her stomach growled. She was definitely hungry. Considering how little energy she'd had earlier, she'd need to eat something right away. Carefully untangling herself from the quilt, Sandra debated going into the kitchen in her birthday suit. She couldn't remember if the living room had drapes or if they'd been closed. The thought of the show she might have put on for anyone looking out their window last night made her groan. A quick check of the walk-in closet showed none of her clothes had been hung up, but her robe hung on the solo hanger. After wrapping it around her, she headed to get something to eat. As soon as she opened her bedroom door, a small voice screamed. A man gave an oof, and something crashed to the floor. Sandra peeked her head out the door to find Eb and Rue sheepishly staring at her. He pointed to his daughter. "Don't you move. I don't want you to step on any broken glass." Eb turned to Sandra. "Welcome back amongst the living. I was just about to make you some breakfast." "What day is it?" she asked. "Tuesday." He'd already begun picking up pieces of glass. She'd lost 3 days. "I can tell by your expression you're thinking about work," Eb said as he pulled a broom from a tall, skinny cupboard and started sweeping the floor. "Walt said to tell you he's been handling everything." It did not make her feel better. The man wasn't incompetent, but he had a unique way of handling his schedule. Whenever he got involved, it meant a mess for her to clean up.
"Are you feeling better now, Miss Sandra?"
Rue asked, her little legs kicking from her tall chair at the breakfast bar. "I'm feeling much better, Miss Rue." She wanted to get the little girl a hug, but she didn't know if she could still spread the strap. Sandra took a step back into her room. "Dr. J said you're not contagious after 24 hours on the antibiotics, so you should be safe to be around." Eb dumped the glass in a trash can. "I think I'd better vacuum your floor before anybody walks on it barefoot." He sent a pointed glance at Sandra's bare feet. "I'd recommend you put your slippers on." "I don't have any."
"Oh, you gotta have slippers."
Rue lifted her feet and wiggled them.
"Daddy bought me some with unicorns. Do you like unicorns?"
"You sweet girl. I love unicorns, and I'll bet they look perfect on you." Rue grinned.
"They do."
"I recommend you stay in your room." A soft knock on the door stopped whatever else he was going to say. The sound of a key in the lock was followed by the door opening. Linda peeked in, her gaze falling on Sandra. There were definitely some shortcomings with the condo's layout, something she hadn't picked up on when she'd first seen Ebbs's unit. "You're up!" Linda cried. "Careful, I broke a glass," Ebb warned. "Oh, dear." Linda removed a ripe banana from a basket of fruit she was carrying and hurried over to hand it to Sandra. "Eat this to give you some energy so you can shower, and we'll get this cleaned up so it's safe to come out." A lump formed in Sandra's throat, and she blinked at the unexpected thoughtfulness. She was used to being the one looking after the needs of people. "Thank you." She accepted the banana and closed her bedroom door. "She looks like skin and bones," Eb muttered.
Miss Sandra doesn't look like a skeleton,
Rue argued, and he laughed. "She's just lost some weight from being sick. Once she starts eating normally, she'll be back to her usual self." Linda set the basket next to the little girl. "Now, where did we put the vacuum?" "Probably the second bedroom closet." Eb frowned. "At least, I used to put mine there before Rue. Now it's in the coat closet."
Daddy lets me vacuum,
Rue declared. "You're a good helper." Linda kissed the top of her head and headed to the other bedroom, grumbling. "I do not like the storage in these smaller units. I wonder if we could remodel this one. Only someone who doesn't cook would design a kitchen like this." "Or a bachelor who only does takeout," Eb added with a chuckle. "Truth."
You cook, Daddy.
"I do now, and I'm grateful for online cooking videos, that's for sure." He put the oatmeal in the microwave and set it to cook, but wondered if he should scramble some eggs, too. When Linda returned, carrying a smallish vacuum, he asked her, "Maybe for lunch. If you try to feed her too much all at once, you might make her sick." "Good point." By the time Sandra appeared wearing an oversized sweatsuit, her dark hair still damp from her shower, they had the place safe again. "I'm so glad to see you up and about again," Linda said, putting on her coat. "I wish I could stay, but work calls." She gave Sandra a quick hug and hurried out the door. Eb held up his daughter's jacket, and she slid an arm into a sleeve. "Sandra, your fridge is stocked, and your oatmeal should be cool enough to eat now. Rue, don't forget your backpack." "Thank you." Sandra stood near the breakfast bar, looking dwarfed by the too large clothing. "You have my number. Call me for anything." Without thinking about it, he leaned in and kissed her. And she kissed him back. Chapter 11. Sandra's warm lips shaped to Eb's. The floral fragrance of her shampoo weaved through his senses, making it his new favorite scent. He brought his hands around her waist, and she responded by sliding hers around his neck. All hesitation about wanting more than friendship with her flew away. Eb pulled her closer, and Sandra's body molded into him as though they'd been created as a matched set, meant to be together like this. Yes, she did have feelings for him. This was what he'd been longing for all his adult life. His heart urged him to go on kissing her forever.
Daddy?
Eb's eyes popped open to find Sandra staring at him. The look on her face stole his joy as though he'd taken part in an ice bucket challenge. She was horrified he'd kissed her. His stomach knotted, and he thought he might be ill. They dropped their arms, and he stepped away from her. "I should get to work." Eb couldn't bring himself to look at Sandra, afraid to find her expression had turned to revulsion. He took Rue's hand and went to the door, saying over his shoulder, "Remember to call if you need anything." As he hurried his daughter to the car, she chatted away like she did every morning. At least his little display hadn't bothered her.
Daddy, are you listening?
Eb looked at her peeved little face through the rearview mirror and felt even more like a failure. This time as a father. He hoped she'd still been talking about the holiday. "It sounds like the Wyndhams have a lot of fun things planned for Thanksgiving."
But can we go there?
I don't remember receiving an invitation. Mary had mentioned in passing that this would be Nigel's first one, and they were doing all the things to make it memorable for him. But she'd said nothing about including Rue and Eb.
Of course we are. Grace said so. We have to go. Grammy said we'll starve to death if you cook our dinner.
Despite the insult, Eb laughed. Linda wasn't wrong there, but he wasn't a complete incompetent in the kitchen anymore. Neither was he stupid. He'd already put in an order for a fully cooked meal from a local diner. Grace's parents haven't invited us, and unless they do, we'll make our own family memories at home. I'm sorry. When he pulled into the daycare center's parking lot, Rue still pouted, and she wouldn't speak to him on the walk into the building. It was the first time she'd given him the cold shoulder, and definitely reminded him of her mother. They'd barely walked to the door when Rue turned and faced him.
Are you and Miss Sandra going to get married?
Eb shot a quick glance around the crowded room, grateful no one was there who'd be likely to pass this on to her. He pulled his daughter to the side and squatted in front of her. Sandra and I are just friends.
But you kissed her, like Grammy and Grampy do, and Grace's mom and dad do.
Her expression turned thoughtful, and then the hopeful look clouded.
Do you kiss a lot of ladies? Mommy kisses lots of men, but she doesn't get married to any of them. I'm glad because then they'd be my daddy. And I only want you to be my daddy.
Blinking against the sting in his eyes, Eb pulled his daughter in for a hug. It was the first time in days Rue had mentioned her mother. He hated to think of how many men Paige had brought into her house. It drove home that he would need to be careful. Rue had already attached to Sandra, and he didn't want her hurt if things didn't work out between them. Sometimes friends kiss, he said. Sometimes friendship can grow to more, but right now it's all we are, and it's all we might ever be.
But I like Miss Sandra.
Eb did too, but he merely shrugged. Rue gave a dramatic sigh, one he'd seen Grace use. The door opened behind him. Rue squealed in delight and ran to greet the newcomers. Eb rose and turned to find Carlyle and the two children. It's a teacher preparation day or some such, so the children will be at Ducky's all day, he said, which pleases Rue, I see. And vice versa. It's a pleasure to see you again. I've got to rush or I'll be late for a meeting. Have a good day. You too. Eb signed Rue in and then checked to make sure she'd gone through the door with Grace. He hurried out to the car. The memory of Sandra in his arms kept forcing itself to the front of his mind, and Eb tried to distract himself by going over a mental list of things he needed to accomplish today. Later, in his office, after giving approval to some last-minute changes for the Santa Run promotional literature, Eb leaned back in his chair. As it had many times that day, his mind drifted to Sandra. He'd thought about kissing her a lot over the last few weeks, even before Rue had come, but especially since. Then why the look of horror? Or had it been that bad? Dismay, maybe? Had he read her right? After all, she'd kissed him back, and not some brief peck either. Sandra had totally been into it, just like he had. What had she been thinking with her expression? It made little sense to him. They'd attended many of the same events, often in the same group. She'd never flirted with any of the men, but had a straightforward manner with all the guests. Whenever some guy would come on to her, as they inevitably did, she'd shut it down by going all businesslike. Eb had never seen her play at being a tease with any of them. So it had to mean something for Sandra to have returned his kiss with such enthusiasm. Eb groaned. Was she seeing someone but had never mentioned it? No, because she'd returned the kiss, which made him feel even worse. His thrill when she'd kissed him back had driven home how much he'd come to care for her. He needed to think of something else. Rue. He pulled out his phone to check his email. The paternity test results should have come in yesterday, but hadn't. A check of their website had warned some results could take longer, which only added to his frustration. Shouting erupted from the hallway. What was going on? He rose from his chair and stepped into the reception area. Inez, who'd come with him when he'd made the move to the director of marketing, wasn't in there. Eb hurried into the long hallway. Normally this area of the department was a quiet one, but something was going on in one of the conference rooms at the end. The shouting had grown louder, and he pulled his phone from his pocket. "Security to marketing, ASAP," he said as soon as someone answered. From the conference room, a scream was followed by a loud crack, like a backfiring car. Eb's adrenaline spiked, and he broke into a run. The door burst open, and a man ran out, a crazed look on his face. He turned toward Eb, hesitated only a moment before lifting his arm. He held a gun. Eb's instincts took over. At the sound of a blast, he dove for the man's feet. He flew back and landed hard on the hallway floor, his head hitting a door jamb. It only stunned him for a second. The guy rolled over and tried to crawl away, but Eb scrambled up his back. He tightly wrapped his arms around the man's chest, using his left hand to clutch the guy's wrist and pull it close to his chest. He bucked like a bronco, but Eb had wrestled in high school. His body knew what to do. He shifted a little to the man's right and slipped his hand under the assailant's right arm and up behind his head into a half Nelson. Eb could only hope it would keep the revolver out of the attacker's reach. "Freeze!" a deep voice growled. The guy gave one more heave of his body in an attempt to throw Eb, but his time in the gym was paying off. "His weapon secured, Mr. Grinchly," the deep voice said, which Eb now recognized as belonging to Martin Blackhawk, head of Edelweiss Security. Eb released him and rolled clear. Other security staff seized the man, while Martin continued to aim a Glock at him. "Is everyone all right? I heard gunfire." Eb still lay on the floor, his body shaking so much he didn't know if he could get back to his feet on his own. "So did my dispatch. We have a paramedic in there now." Martin kept his eyes on the assailant. "You okay?" Eb tried to sit up, but a stab of pain in his left arm made him groan. "Mr. Grinchly," Inez cried as she rushed over, "you're bleeding." Chapter 12. After her condo door closed behind Eb and Rue, Sandra stood rooted to the floor. She was still tired and didn't have the gray matter to deal with this, or the emotions. Actually, she had too many emotions to sort out, and she didn't have the energy. She went back into her bedroom and crawled under the quilt again. Almost immediately she fell asleep. But a hot dad haunted her dreams by pursuing her. When she finally woke, not rested at all, she had to untangle herself from the bedding so she could use the restroom. Sandra stared at her face in the mirror, her hair a tangled mess, dark circles under her eyes. She looked terrible. And yet Eb had kissed her, passionately. Her knees went weak just thinking about it. No, it was probably from hunger. There was no way he had the power to make her knees shake. Except he totally did. And then Eb had haunted her dreams. Her adorable hot dad friend. He was a kind man and a loving father whose ex-wife had rejected and lied to him. And now Sandra had hurt him too. It'd been a long time since she'd dropped her guard enough to show her emotions like that. She could tell he'd misunderstood the look on her face. The disappointment had been in herself. But good grief, after all these years, his kiss had brought out feelings she thought were dead, feelings she couldn't allow herself to have. As wonderful as the kiss had been, as much as it had revived her heart, she should never have given in. It had sent the wrong message. Sandra went out of the kitchen and found the breakfast he'd made. What a sweet guy to watch out for her. A good friend who obviously wanted to be more. And if her circumstances had been different, she'd have wanted it to. She sighed. Who was she kidding? She totally wanted it. Wanted him. But she couldn't let it happen. It wasn't fair to Eb. As punishment, she ate the cold oatmeal and didn't even add sweetener to it. Normally, she prided herself on having a good poker face. She'd had to develop the skill in Hollywood while handling so many people with inflated egos. Evidently, she'd lost the talent following sickness and a kiss powerful enough to raise the dead. And now she lived right across the hall from him and his darling daughter. Ugh. Sandra had to stop thinking about Eb. She went back to her shower to get her hair wet again. Dressed, she made her bed and then found her laptop. Since her internet didn't work, she used her phone to get into her email. It wasn't nearly as full as she'd expected, meaning Walt had been going through it. If he had questions about anything, he'd let her know. She just hoped he hadn't committed himself to anything without writing it down. When Sandra got too tired to think straight, she considered taking a nap, but worried she might not sleep at night. She found someone had connected her television to the complex's cable, so she started flipping through the channels to distract her from thoughts of Eb. Her phone pinged, and she put the remote down to check it. Walt had sent her a cryptic text.
Turn on the local news.
The channel she'd stopped on was a local one. A newscaster had interrupted a soap opera with breaking news about a local shooting. It had her sitting up and fumbling for the volume. Huckleberry Falls had little crime, and most of it came from people doing stupid stuff when they were drunk or high. Sandra had missed the first part of the announcement. It sounded like one of those workplace shootings. Her stomach tightened. She didn't know if Carlisle would have been at the resort today. He only went there for meetings. Why would Walt want her to see this if it wasn't someone she knew? The camera operator turned from the reporter to scan the Edelweiss administration building. Sandra thought she might hurl the oatmeal she'd eaten. Who had been shot? Please don't let it be Eb. Emergency personnel were coming out of the building now, carrying a stretcher. Sandra clutched her stomach, her body cold. Then she glimpsed burgundy-colored hair on the injured person. Long hair. Flopping back on the chair, Sandra let out the breath she'd been holding and wiped her wet eyes. It wasn't Eb. She sent Walt a text. "Is Eb all right?" His response came back quickly.
All we know is he was shot, but it's not serious.
Shot? For a second, Sandra couldn't make her brain focus. Someone had shot Eb, but Walt had said it wasn't serious. Are they taking him to the hospital?
Yes, but just to be stitched.
Stitched. For a second, she felt a little dizzy, but Walt had said they wouldn't keep him. He could be hurt bad enough to be in bed for a while, but still not require hospitalization. I want to help. Can I call him?
I already did. Any chance you can pick up Rue? He doesn't want to worry her.
Sandra didn't know how to feel. Eb had talked to Walt instead of her. Was it because of the look she'd let slip this morning? Her phone played Walt's ring.
I know what you're thinking,
her boss said without preface when she answered.
Remember, I called him. He didn't want to worry you either.
Do you know where he was shot?
No, he couldn't stay on the phone long enough to give details.
Sandra felt a little better, but now she had all kinds of questions. I know you probably don't have answers, but we need to know if he'll be able to drive himself home or if someone should go get him." "I think they'll make him go to the hospital to be examined, but I'll call Gretchen to make sure."
Walt hesitated.
"You sure you're well enough to get Rue? I can ask Mary or Carlisle."
"I can do it." Sandra hoped it was the truth. Chapter 13.
"Was anyone else hurt?"
Eb asked the paramedic as she prepared a shot of painkiller. "I can't say much more than this, but yes." The middle-aged woman injected him. Eb sighed with relief at the lessening of pain.
"Can I go home?"
The paramedic glanced over from where she was packing her kit. "It might only be a graze, but it's deep enough the ER will need to stitch it up for you. But don't go until the police release you." She stood and gave him an approving smile. "You did good today."
"Except for the dodging bullets part."
"But you kept the man from shooting anyone else in the building." She turned and left the room. Eb couldn't believe he'd been able to joke about it with her. His body still trembled, like he'd gone too long without something to eat. An image flashed through his mind of the man running toward Eb, his pistol arm rising. What if he'd killed Eb? What would happen to his daughter? He hadn't added her to his life insurance and made a will to protect her yet. And how should he explain his injury to Rue? Eb had watched enough shows about shootings to know they counseled parents to keep their kids away from the news. But it wouldn't work when the child's dad came home with a gunshot wound to his arm. Maybe Sandra could do some research for him. He didn't want to traumatize his daughter if he could avoid it. Thank goodness Sandra lived so close now. She probably had no idea how much she'd helped him. And how had he repaid her? With an unwanted kiss. He still cringed mentally at her expression. And now he'd asked for her help to pick up his daughter from the daycare center. Rue again. Somehow they had to protect her from this. Eb took a deep breath. His thoughts were all over the place. He should have asked if Walt or Linda could collect Rue rather than impose on Sandra. Eb wished he'd had more time to talk with the man before they'd taken his phone. "You sure he's all right?" Gretchen asked from the hallway.
"Yes, ma'am,"
Martin said.
"You can talk to him once the police finish taking his statement."
"But I have responsibility for my employees, and this happened on my property." Her indignation made Eb smile. She'd earned the title of one of Huckleberry Falls's best employers for good reason. "I'm the owner."
"And they are the police."
Martin sounded firm, but amused.
"I'm really sorry, Mrs. Blaze, but they trump you."
"Fine. You're right, of course, but I don't like it. Should we get one of those metal detectors like they have at the courthouse?"
The department heads were already discussing it at our security briefings. You all will have to decide if a single incident justifies the expense.
"Officer," she called, "when do you think you'll finish with Mr. Grinchly?"
"I'm finished with the people who saw the shooting. I'm ready to take his statement now."
"Perfect. Inez, you keep an eye on this conference room while I talk to the others." "Yes, ma'am." Eb was about to call out to his assistant when a police officer stepped into the room.
"I heard gunfire from the conference room."
Eb wryly indicated his wounded arm.
"I didn't even realize he'd shot me. I just knew I had to stop him. Have you ever been shot?"
"No, sir, fortunately.
But I've talked to officers who have. It's not uncommon for adrenaline to block out some things."
The officer asked a few more questions and then handed Eb a business card.
"If you remember anything else, call me."
"I will." Eb pocketed the card as the officer opened the door and asked,
"Am I free to go now?"
"No, you are not." Inez stood anxiously in the hallway. Besides them wanting you to go to the emergency room for a full examination, Mrs. Blaze wants to talk to you, so you stay right here while I get her." She pinned Eb with such a fierce look that he raised his good hand in surrender. The painkiller had worked, but he was so tired. All he wanted to do was crawl into his bed and go to sleep. He needed his phone. "He's ready, Mrs. Blaze," Inez said from the hallway. Gretchen swept into the conference room a second later, her face full of worry. Her gaze immediately went to the bandage on his arm and then down to the blood stain beneath it. "I've never been so shocked in my life when I heard about this." She held her hands to her cheeks, her complexion pale. "Does it hurt very much?" "The paramedic gave me some good drugs, so I'm doing fine now. She said I should see a doctor about stitches." Eb glanced at his arm. "She said it's only a graze, and it didn't appear to have done much damage to the muscles." He hoped the assessment was right. "All this, and you haven't even had lunch yet." Gretchen looked about to cry. "I'm sick about this." "I'm just glad it wasn't at a school with children." Her eyes went wide. "Thanks for putting things in perspective," she said dryly, but she looked better. "Is there any word on the woman?" Gretchen nodded. "Elise." Eb had only interacted with her a few times and knew little about her except she had young children. Had it been their father who'd shot her? "They were talking about surgery," Gretchen said, "but I have heard nothing else. We need to get you to the doctor." "I'll be driving him, if you don't mind," Inez said from the doorway. Eb rubbed his temple. This was bound to be on the news. His family would hear about it. And what about Paige? He didn't want her to show up, accusing him of being unable to care for Rue. "I need my phone. I have to call my parents." He stood, but he'd moved too quickly and a wave of dizziness made him sway. "Whoa there!" Gretchen grabbed his uninjured arm and held on to it until he was steady. "What happened to your phone, sir?" Inez asked, stepping into the room. "The paramedic took it after Walt Kincaid called me." "Let me see what I can find out about it." She hurried from the room. "Can I borrow your phone?" Eb asked Gretchen. "Of course. But do you know their number by heart?" He opened his mouth to say yes, but then snapped it shut. "They moved to Florida a few years back, and it's on speed dial." Gretchen gave a grim chuckle. "We rely on our machines too much. It's bad for our memories." Inez hurried into the office carrying the phone. "The paramedic said I can drive you to the ER. Make sure he gets there before you take him home," his boss said to his assistant. "You bet I will, ma'am. I'm headed there too, but first I need to talk to my attorney," Gretchen muttered as she left the room. Eb could ask the ER doctor for recommendations on how to broach his injury to Rue. Sandra was hanging up her clothes when her phone rang with Eb's ring. She grabbed it. "Eb?" "Yes, it's me. Inez brought me to the ER, and I'm waiting to be seen. I wanted to let you know I'm okay and to thank you for picking up Rue for me. But say nothing to her about me getting shot." "Oh, man, it's all over the news, Eb." Sandra had a powerful urge to hold Rue and protect her from thoughtless people. "I hope no one at the daycare center has said anything." "At least the kids are off from school. Do you mind giving Millie a call about it? Hey, the doctor's here, so I have to go." Eb had sounded a little woozy, like people do when they've been medicated. Which, of course, he had. The man had shot Eb. Her stomach tightened at the thought, and Sandra took a second to calm down. He was all right. Once her mood lightened, she dialed the daycare center. "I'm glad to hear Eb wasn't hurt too badly. It's a good thing he's added you to the authorized pickup list." Millie lowered her voice. "If you can, I'd recommend you come to get Rue right away. We never know what children overhear." "I'll be there in 15 minutes. Grace and Alex will want to know why she's leaving early," Millie warned. Best to have an answer for them. Sandra made a quick stop at the grocery store, deciding there might be more conversations about the shooting there than at the daycare center. And she was right. It was all anyone was talking about. When she stood in the checkout line, one woman was even showing video footage. It appeared a resort employee had turned on their phone's video recorder. Sandra couldn't help herself. She peered over the shopper's shoulder. It showed an office corridor and a man bursting out a door. After glancing at the person doing the recording, he turned the other direction, which was when Sandra recognized Eb running toward the man. He lifted his arm at the same time Eb flew at him. The sound of the gun firing made Sandra gasp and must have startled the person holding the phone. Things got blurry for a couple of seconds, but then came into focus again, on Eb wrangling with the man on the floor. Sandra straightened, unable to watch anymore. When she tried to punch in her PIN to pay for her purchase, she shook so badly she had to do it 3 times. "Sorry," she mumbled to the clerk. "That video was upsetting." "Right?" the clerk said with enthusiasm. "It's scary to think something like that can happen right here in Huckleberry Falls." Sandra could only hope it would never happen again. She took her package and hurried back to the car. Millie must have been looking for her because she waved Sandra over to the front desk. "I had one of my teachers set up a small group for the younger children. Alex resisted because he's in 1st grade, but she finally convinced him to come along. There's only a half a dozen of them, so Rue shouldn't have heard anything yet that you wouldn't want her to." "Thank you so much," Sandra said, logging into the computer to check out the little girl. "This must be hard for you and your staff, because I imagine kids have lots of questions. Sadly, we've had training for this."
Miss Sandra!
Rue ran up to the half door.
How come you're picking me up?
"Because you and I are going to frost sugar cookie turkeys for Thanksgiving." The little girl tried to clap her hands in excitement, but Millie was there with her coat. The woman shot a quick glance at the front door. "Let's get you home, and you can tell me what you'd like to do with them." Rue chattered happily as Sandra buckled the booster chair. She wished there was a way to keep her from finding out about today. "You can check these out," Sandra said after buckling Rue into her booster chair and handing her the package with the cookies. "See there? It has little tubes for decorating. I think I've got some powdered sugar if we need more." "Can I eat the little colored balls?" the little girl asked after examining the contents. "You sure can." Sandra pulled from the parking lot.
"Oh, look,"
Rue said when they'd driven about a block from the condo.
"That poor lady has a flat tire. Are you going to help her?"
Sandra shouldn't. She'd had nothing to eat since the oatmeal, and she was feeling lightheaded, but she stopped anyway. "Do you have a phone so you can call for help?" she asked. The woman smiled. "My husband's on the way. He's the one who took the jack out of my car and didn't put it back. But thank you." She waved at Rue and then strode toward a Jeep which had pulled up behind her.
"Did you know my daddy always stops when people have broken cars?"
Rue asked. "No, I didn't. It's nice of him." Sandra didn't think Rue was old enough to understand the dangers involved for a lone woman stopping to help stranded drivers, but it was nice to know Eb would do it. Fortunately, they didn't see anyone else as they made their way to her condo. They washed their hands and spread everything on the breakfast counter. Sandra couldn't believe it had only been a few hours ago. She'd received the most passionate kiss of her life in almost this same spot. But she didn't want to think of that. "I wonder where my aprons are." She checked a few spaces and gave up. Instead, she wrapped an extra-large dish towel over Rue's clothes. Winking at the little girl, Sandra tucked another one in her sweatshirt, like a bib. Just as she'd hoped, Rue giggled. As they worked, the child talked about the fun things they'd done in the daycare. "Do you like it here with your dad?" Sandra asked when they were nearly out of frosting.
Oh, yes. I never want to go back.
There was so much in this simple statement. Eb had mentioned once that he'd like to get Rue into counseling. Sandra had read about ways to help children dealing with difficult things to feel safe and to express their emotions. "Are you hungry?" Sandra asked when they'd finished cleaning up. "How about a cheese stick? Your Grammy brought me some."
She buys the yummy ones.
Sandra got one for each of them. "What would you like to do now?"
Can we watch a cartoon?
Okay. They cuddled together on the couch, and it wasn't long before Sandra started nodding off. She had to shake her head to keep herself awake, so she snuggled the little girl closer and let sleep overtake them. Chapter 14. By the time Eb and Inez exited the elevator, he could barely stand. The doctor had assured him it was a combination of the medication and exhaustion, which was to be expected. He'd even provided some names of counselors to help cope with the emotional aftermath of the event. "Once we get you settled in your bed, sir," Inez said, holding his elbow like she was afraid he would collapse, "I'll run to get this prescription filled for you." "I need to see Rue first." "But she'll see the blood on your sleeve." Eb frowned, his fuzzy brain trying to think up a reason. All he knew was he had to see his daughter. "I won't take off my coat." When Inez shook her head, he said, "The doctor told me we should be truthful with her, just careful not to be specific. She can't help but notice I've been hurt." His assistant pinched her lips, but she didn't argue with him further. When they reached Sandra's door, he pressed his ear to it. Hearing nothing, he removed his key, grateful once again the attacker had grazed Eb's left arm and not his right. When his shaking caused his hand to miss the keyhole for the third time, Inez huffed and took it from him. She eased the door open and paused to listen. Maybe they're not here. But through the opening, Eb could make out a rounded form on the couch. He raised a finger to his lips and tiptoed into the apartment. Sandra lay with Rue snuggled into her shoulder. His throat tightened. How could Paige have walked away from their daughter without looking back? He assumed she hadn't had second thoughts because she'd made no attempt to contact him since abandoning the child. Inez tapped him on the shoulder and whispered, "This will give you a chance to get cleaned up." Eb had seen Rue, so he didn't argue. He could send a text explaining where he was. Nodding, he let his assistant help him back into the hallway. "Do you think your daughter would mind sleeping there?" Inez asked, already unlocking his door. "I'm afraid it might be asking too much." With her help, they got his coat off. He said, "Poor Sandra's been sick the last few days and is just out of bed herself." Someone knocked on his door, and Inez hurried to open it. He recognized Derek, the young man who'd assisted with Rue's bed. The boy wore a sheepish grin. "Walt said you might need some help, with," he looked at his feet, "guy things." "The man is brilliant," Inez cried, clapping her hands together like a prayer. "All this time I've been worried about leaving Mr. Grinchly here alone and was wondering if I needed to call my husband to help." "I'm not incapacitated," Eb said, irritated. "No, but you are drugged." Inez put her hands on her hips. "If you want to see your daughter tonight, you have to get cleaned up. And I wasn't looking forward to being your guard in the shower." Right. The burst of energy Eb had received from seeing Rue and Sandra had faded away, making his declaration that he wasn't incapacitated almost a lie. "Keep the TV and radio off," Inez said, pulling Derek into the apartment. "Get him cleaned up, and any sign of bloody clothes." She broke off and turned to stare at Eb's trousers. "Is there any blood on your slacks?" All three of them did a search.
making Eb shift uncomfortably at the scrutiny. I don't see any, but there's some on your tie, Eb. Derek pointed to it. I saw the video online, by the way. That was a mean half Nelson. Now I wish I'd taken wrestling.
Enough. I still have to get to the pharmacy. Inez pointed to Eb's bedroom door, and his neatly made bed seemed to call to him. Help him get showered so he can see his girls before he collapses. Be sure to bag up the clothes. I'll take those out to the trash when I get back with his meds. Inez strode from the apartment. I'll tell you, my life has gotten a whole lot more interesting since I started doing odd jobs for Walt. Derek tentatively took Ebbs's arm. You going to be able to stand in the shower? Yes, Ebb insisted, though he swayed. Well, I remember when I broke my leg a couple of years ago. I had to cover my cast. You got any plastic bags and tape we can wrap around this? In the kitchen. The trash bags are under the sink. How about you sit on the toilet seat while I fetch those? 15 minutes later, after an awkward shower, Derek stood by like a gymnastic spotter while Ebb made his way to the living room. Shouldn't you get into bed? I don't want to scare Rue by looking too sick. It's too late for that. You look terrible. So did Sandra this morning, and Rue said nothing. Okay, but I was just saying. Derek shrugged, but didn't look happy. Walt ordered pizza to be delivered. I need to text Sandra to let her know I'm ready for Rue to come home. Ebb sank to the couch. I think my phone is in my pocket, and thank you. The young man grinned and went to check. As he was returning with it, someone knocked on the door. He went to open it. The pharmacist said these could make you sleepy, so be careful, Inez said, hurrying inside. Do you want me to make arrangements to take Rue to the daycare for you in the morning? No, it won't be necessary, Sandra said from the doorway. Sandra hadn't been sure what to expect, so she'd kept Rue behind her. Ebb looked tired, but not any worse than Sandra had when she'd looked at her reflection this morning. There's your daddy. She continued to hold the little girl's hand as she surged forward. Remember, his arm has an owie, so you have to be careful. The child nodded, so Sandra released her and she slowly tiptoed toward him. What are you doing, Rue? Derek asked. She turned with a frown and put a finger on her lips. Shh! Don't scare Daddy's boo-boo. The young man made a choking sound, trying to cover his mouth, his eyes wide with mirth. Behave yourself, Sandra whispered to him. He nodded, but kept his hand where it was. Ebb had extended his unbandaged arm, and Rue sidled up to him, staring at the bandages. Does it hurt? The doctor had to use stitches. He made a face. For a man who had been an only child, he had an instinct with how to handle kids. Do you know anyone who's ever had stitches? Mommy, Rue said the name so low it made Sandra take a step closer to hear her. Did she get hurt while making one of her movies? Ebb asked. He hit her. Ebb stiffened, but he shot his daughter a quick glance and seemed to force himself to relax. When he spoke, his tone had a deeper timbre. Who is he? One of her mean boyfriends. Rue's face scrunched in disapproval. Did someone hit you? A person was trying to hurt someone at work, and I had to stop him. Like the police do? I got there a little before the police, but the important thing is they took the mean person to jail, so everyone's safe. It's what the police lady told Mommy. After, she told me some men are mean, but we don't put up with that. Rue giggled. Mommy said a bad word. So he's not your mother's boyfriend anymore? Ebb asked, his tone careful. Rue shot him a look like he was stupid,
and the mood in the room lightened. At least Paige had made one right choice. The intercom to the inside door went off. "Pizza delivery." Derek hurried over to it. "Coming down." He glanced back at Eb and said, "Walt and Linda's treat."
"Are you hungry?" Sandra asked, going into organizational mode and opening a cupboard where she knew he kept napkins and paper plates.
"I don't know if I can eat anything,"
Eb said. "I can cook you some eggs if you think the pizza will be too spicy for your stomach." With the paper products, she turned to find Rue resting against Eb's leg, a hand lightly patting his bandage. He had one eye nearly closed and an almost wince. When he glanced up at Sandra, she mouthed, "Does it hurt?" Eb shook his head, but still looked like he expected it at any moment. At a knock on the door, she opened it to let Derek in. "Looks like Walt, or probably Linda, planned for everything." He put the large box on the breakfast bar and began to pull things out of it. "There are 3 pizzas." The young man lifted the lid on one. "This one's a dessert pizza. There are cheese sticks, root beer, and..." He removed a covered tin. "Salad. You're set." "We're set," Sandra corrected, "unless you have somewhere you have to be." "Nope. What do you need me to do?" "Eb, do you want to try a small piece, or should I make you something else?" When the poor man didn't look like he could decide, she said, "I'll scramble an egg. Rue, quit petting his boo-boo and come eat some dinner." Derek, ever efficient, picked her up and put her in a chair with a booster seat in it, asking her what kind of food she wanted. Sandra made quick work of the egg and brought it to Eb. His head lolled back, and his slow breathing said he was sleeping. She hated to wake him, but he'd have a crick in his neck if he stayed in that position very long. When she sat beside him on the couch, he stirred, turning his head to look at her through bleary eyes. "I think your stomach will be happier if you have something in it, but only if you think you can keep it down." She stabbed the chunk of scrambled eggs with a fork and held it up, her brows raised expectantly. "I'm surprised they didn't give you an anti-nausea medicine, too." "There are 2 bottles here. Let me see what they say." Derek put down his pizza, wiped his hands, and lifted one of the bottles. "This one's a heavy-duty painkiller, so this other one... Yeah, this one's for nausea." "When did the doctor say you should start taking the pills?" she asked, still holding the fork. Eb replied with a yawn, and for a second she thought he was going to tilt over and curl up on the sofa. She used her free hand to give his shoulder a shake. "Open your mouth." He did as she told him, and she fed him. "Derek, can you bring one of the nausea pills and a glass of water?" "Sure thing."
"Daddy looks silly."
Rue watched him with affection. Sandra was grateful the child could see the humor in her father's condition. It was sad her mother's being beaten by a boyfriend might have helped to prepare the child for her father getting shot. The throbbing in Eb's arm finally woke him from another violent dream. He decided then he would take up his doctor's suggestion to seek some counseling. After using the facilities, he went to the kitchen in search of medication. He vaguely remembered Derek stashing them in the small cupboard above the stove with the over-the-counter drugs. Someone had also conveniently left on the stove light and cleaned up the kitchen. He went with ibuprofen instead of the heavier medication. Maybe he could alternate it every couple of hours with acetaminophen. He hoped the 2 would work because he didn't like the way the more powerful painkiller made him feel. When Eb turned to the breakfast bar to fill his glass in the sink there, his gaze fell on a lump on his couch. Sandra had taken such care to clean up the kitchen, he couldn't see her leaving a blanket unfolded. He swallowed his ibuprofen and put the dirty glass on the counter before making his way to the sofa. Her long dark hair spread out on one of the sofa cushions. The throw pulled over her shoulders. Why had she stayed?
Eb's little energy was draining, so he gently eased the pillow out from under Sandra's head and took its place. She barely stirred, reminding him she was still recovering, too. He lifted his feet to the low coffee table. With the pillow behind his head, he closed his eyes and fell back to sleep. Chapter 15. When Sandra awoke to the feel of a hand resting on her head, she thought at first she was dreaming, but it had been many years since she'd had a pleasant one with Dom. Not that she wanted any now. Opening her eyes, she peered at the shapes in the dim room. Was she still in the hotel? No, this must be her apartment. The pressure on her head turned into a twitch. Her heart jumped into her throat, and she slipped out from under it, almost falling as she hit the coffee table. Eb! She'd been lying on his legs. Now fully awake, she remembered putting Rue to bed and deciding someone needed to be there in case the child woke. Sandra couldn't believe she hadn't wakened when he'd come out in the middle of the night. What if it had been his daughter instead, and she'd slipped out of the apartment? It was a good thing there were no children in Sandra's future. She'd have made a terrible mother. But how sweet of Eb to have come out here to keep her company. That was all it'd been, right? Her lips tingled, remembering their kiss yesterday. Oh, heavens, she could have stayed there forever. But it made her want a relationship that could never be. He deserved more than she could ever give him. They were friends. They could only ever be friends. She crept back to the couch and covered him with the throw she'd used. Then she tiptoed to the door. There, she patted her pocket to make sure she had her own key. Forcing herself not to look back, she left. The Strip had put Sandra behind schedule, and she and Walt had another promotional trip beginning the day after tomorrow. This one would only be for a week, but when they were done, she'd stay behind in California to spend Thanksgiving with her parents. Glancing over her shoulder, her hand on the doorknob, Sandra's heart hurt. How could she have let herself fall in love with Eb Grinchly? Well, she refused to risk hurting him further. Either she would keep him firmly in the friend zone, or she'd lose him, and it would break her heart. Sandra swallowed the lump in her throat. It seemed like no matter what she did, Dom won. Eb woke in the morning with a stiff neck and an aching arm. He stared at the blank screen of the television across the living room, trying to sort out why he'd slept on the couch when he had a perfectly good bed. He rose and began to fold the throw, but paused and sniffed it. It smelled like Sandra, which woke up his senses. Eb had come for pain meds during the night and found her sleeping in his living room. He'd spent the night with her, or most of the night, asleep. But still, the thought made him grin. For 6 months he'd known he was falling for her. Yesterday he'd finally kissed her, and she'd returned it. And what a kiss! As the image of her expression afterward flashed through his mind, Eb's exhilaration dimmed. Thinking back on it, he realized there'd been a lot more in her eyes than horror, which was probably too strong a word, maybe appalled, and a little disgust, but now he wondered if she hadn't meant it for him. So why would she have been upset with herself about kissing him? But her response had been enthusiastic, enough to make him determined to pursue a relationship with her. He'd waited long enough. After putting the poorly folded throw where it belonged, Eb went for more medication. The over-the-counter meds had worked okay. His arm ached, but not enough to need the prescription stuff. Eb then went to Rue's door and listened. She'd proved to be a good sleeper, for which he'd been grateful on the weekends. His stomach growled, so he went in search of some leftover pizza.
With a piece in hand, he returned to his bedroom and woke his computer. Both his work and personal email accounts were bursting with new messages, mostly about the shooting, which sent him after his phone. As he moved things around, it drove home just how much he used his left arm. How bad would it have hurt if the bullet had gone deeper and done more than bruise the muscles? He found the phone in his coat pocket near the front door. It was dead, so he plugged it into the charger and started it. As soon as it connected to the cell tower, it blew up with messages. His parents. Eb hadn't called them. They were early risers and on the East Coast, so it was safe to phone them. "Ebenezer, are you okay?" his mother cried as soon as she answered. "Why didn't you call? I've been so worried and didn't sleep a wink last night. I was so—" "Sweetheart, let the boy answer." While his father's voice sounded calm, it carried an edge of worry, too. "If you put it on speaker, I can talk to both of you," Eb said. After some fumbling noises, his father said, "There you go. Okay, first, I'm fine. It was only a flesh wound, barely a scratch." It was almost the truth. The doctor who'd stitched it up had pretty much said so. Were 15 stitches a lot? "And I'm on antibiotics. But I'm not taking any prescription painkillers. The important thing is the lady who was shot will be fine, and the police have the guy who did it." "So true," his dad said. "Well done, son." "Your father showed me the video on the internet." The worry in Eb's mother's voice poked him right in the feels. She'd struggled with so many miscarriages that they'd almost given up. And then she'd gotten pregnant with Eb and managed to carry him to 30 weeks. They'd always called him their treasured gift. "I haven't watched it." And he wasn't sure he wanted to. Time to talk about something else. "Like I told you before, I can't get away from work until practically Christmas. I know you hate the cold, but do you think you could bear to come here and share the holidays with me and Rue?" His mother squealed, but his dad groaned. "I know, with fibromyalgia, you're extra sensitive to cold, but this will be my first Christmas with her, too. I'd love to have my family all together for this." "We'll be there," his mother declared, "but I promised the pastor to help with setting up the Christmas Eve nativity, so we can't get there until at least the 22nd. "Perfect. Bring dress clothes. The local Chamber of Commerce always hosts the Christmas ball, and it's on the 23rd. His father gave another groan, but Eb's mother asked, "Do you think I could get one of those dresses by that designer Linda on such short notice? I saw your boss wearing one of them for the Oscars this year." "We can't afford one," Eb's father argued. "I'll have you know, I've been saving up for a special dress for 20 years. Now's the time." Mom," Eb interrupted. "From what she told me, she's got an online shop now. Dad can help you with the measurements. Then you can pick it up when you get here and make sure it fits." "Wait, you know her?"
"Yes, she's a neighbor, and she and her husband brought food over the morning after I got Rue."
"My goodness, I had no idea you have such lofty connections. She's married to Walt Kincaid."
"Quit fanning yourself," his father growled. "I'm right here."
"I know that." He grunted like she'd elbowed him, which she likely had. "Walt Kincaid is my fantasy boyfriend. I know the difference."
"Well, once you make your flight plans, get me the details," Eb said. "I need to check if Rue's awake yet. I love you guys."
"We love you too, sweetheart. Don't be jumping any more gunmen, though." But his mother's words rang with pride. After checking to see if Rue was still asleep, Eb got dressed. His thoughts bounced between images of the shooting and the memory of kissing Sandra. Every time a dark thought tried to intrude, he would replace it with her. Thoughts of her calmed him. And she must have felt the same. Of that he was sure. For the first time since Paige had stolen Rue and abandoned Eb, he was alive with love. He would do everything in his power to make a future with Sandra. Someone who would never use him as a rebound after a breakup or a role where she could pretend she had a normal life. Sandra was the real thing.
Daddy?
Coming. He jumped from his desk, wincing when he moved his arm too quickly. It was already a little better than it had been yesterday. Eb stepped out of his bedroom to find Rue standing in front of the open refrigerator. "What would you like for breakfast this morning?" he asked, coming to stand behind her.
Pancakes!
Good thing Sandra had suggested he get some pancake mix. Why don't you grab an egg from the fridge? Can you get one without breaking it?
If you help me.
Eb held the door for her while she gently removed it from its carton. Let's put it over here so it doesn't roll off. He lifted her so she could place it on a saucer he pulled from the cupboard.
We have to hurry so we can make breakfast for Sandra,
Rue said. Eb wondered when she had to be at work. He knew she mostly did it remotely, since Walt didn't have an official office. It had been one reason why he'd wanted to buy the condo. Or so he'd said. Eb couldn't help thinking the man was on his side as far as any relationship with Sandra, which gave him more confidence to work through whatever had bothered her. I don't think we have to hurry since Sandra's been sick. Eb handed Rue the bowl and scooped out a cup of pancake mix. Just before you woke up, I talked to your grandparents. He studied her response as he helped her break the egg into the mix. They'd spoken on the phone a few times, but she was still shy with them. Paige had come from a dysfunctional home and had broken contact with her parents, so Rue's experience with grandparents had only been recent and came from Walt and Linda. They're going to come here for Christmas. Eb ladled the grill with dollar-sized pancakes, the kind Rue liked. They can't wait to meet you in person.
Are you sure?
The doubt in her voice broke his heart. I'm very sure. Your grandparents have a hard time in cold weather, but they want to see you so much they're coming here anyway. And you should have heard your grandmother. She was so excited, she squealed. What went on in a child's mind when they were so accepting of some things and hesitant about others? Had her mother complained about her parents and given Rue a negative impression of grandparents? She had readily accepted the Kincaids as grandparents to her friends, so why the difference? Eb tried to recall what Sandra had said about her own family. He knew she was an only child, just like him, and her parents were even older than his. He thought she had a good relationship with them. At least he hadn't heard her say anything negative. If things progressed between them as he hoped, would they be receptive to an adopted grandchild? Not all grandparents were the same. In high school, a friend of Eb's had come from a blended family. As the oldest of the 5 children, he and his sister had noticed when their new step-grandparents had given gifts to their natural grandchildren, but not the ones unrelated by blood. Eb didn't want that for Rue, but extended family just kind of happened.
Daddy, they're burning.
He grabbed the spatula and removed the little black circles from the griddle.
Let me this time,
she insisted. All right. He held the bowl of batter while she used a small measuring cup to make new pancakes. He chuckled when she put one a little too close to the other. Put another one right here, and you'll have a Mickey Mouse head. She did as he said and grinned up at him.
We can make one for Sandra. I like her. She gives the best hugs.
Yes, she does.
Chapter 16. Sandra reached for her phone, trying to think what the best approach should be. She and Eb had been friends for nearly a year. Somehow,
She had to get their relationship there again. Should she simply bring it up directly? Just take the bull by the horns? Or would it force them to say things best left unsaid? She put the phone down and rubbed her temples. If she brought it up, he'd want to know why. And she didn't want to talk about it. Didn't want to think about it. Not after seeing Dom again. It had done a job on her, especially when he'd so obviously gotten what he wanted. It had cracked open the poison of bitterness she'd bottled up and kept hidden. Sandra had thought she'd made peace with her reality. She'd created a fulfilling life for herself. Sure, she was alone, but lots of people lived a solitary life. Maybe it was why she'd been comfortable working for Walt in California. He'd been as alone as she was. Maybe seeing him happily married to Linda and suddenly becoming a stepfather and a grandfather had been the first crack in Sandra's defenses. And then there was Rue, and the change in Sandra's feelings for Eb. Many times over the year they'd known each other, she'd seen Eb's vulnerability, but never more than since Rue had come. It reminded her of those time-lapse films of blossoms opening to reveal a beautiful flower. He'd probably be disgusted with her comparing him to something like that. But it fit. Eb had opened up in ways she hadn't imagined he could. Not even when she'd worked for months to bring him out of his shell. Sandra had thought she'd known him. But lately he'd shown her depths he mustn't show to the public very often. The comments from co-workers on the online video made it clear. No one could believe the quiet guy in admin had it in him. Someone had even made a derogatory comment using the Grinch cartoon character. Then, commenters who'd posted after had attacked the troll. It was like Eb had morphed into the man who populated the romance novels she sometimes read. And no one had needed to make him change into that guy. He'd already been him. Eb simply had let no one see. Frequently, in the books she loved, one thing making the male love interest hot came from being good with animals or kids. And Eb had shown himself to be a great dad. Longing filled her. She wished she could be part of it. Sandra might fool others, but she couldn't lie to herself. If a timed camera recorded her blossom opening, it would also show the petals falling away, leaving the barren stem that she was. A knot formed in her throat. She was so tired of being alone, being the broken one. But someday he'd meet a woman worthy of him, who'd love Rue like her own child, and together they'd build the family he said he'd dreamed of since he'd been a kid. He should have plenty of opportunities to meet someone. After being in the news, single women would likely hit on him like crazy now. It would be hard to watch him care for someone else. Right now, Sandra wanted nothing more than to go to his condo and kiss him senseless. The thought made her sigh. For the first time since Dom had served her with divorce papers for something he had caused, she'd wanted a different future, one with Eb at her side. Sandra would have to settle for friendship. She wiped her eyes. It was better than saying goodbye to him. By the time Eb and Rue had cleaned up the kitchen and gotten themselves dressed for the day, he thought it was late enough Sandra would be awake. If not, they could leave the food in the refrigerator with a note.
"Can we see Sandra now?"
Rue asked, skipping from her bedroom. I think so. He opened his condo door to find Sandra heading to the elevator, dressed for outside and holding her laptop case. "Oh, you're up," she said, though her voice had an unusual tightness to it. "I hope you're feeling better today."
"Where are you going? We have your breakfast."
Rue's bottom lip trembled. "My sweet Miss Rue, I have so much work to do. I feel like a terrible friend leaving like this, but those 3 days I lost have really set me behind."
Her subtle emphasis on the word friend made Eb's stomach sink. Did she mean it as a message? The elevator pinged. As it opened and Sandra stepped inside, she leaned back. Walt and I fly out tomorrow. We'll be gone a week, but then I'll be at my folks' house for Thanksgiving. You two have a fun holiday. I imagine we'll see each other around now and then. And the elevator door closed. Eb and Rue stood in silence for a few seconds, staring down the hall. Sandra had said goodbye after placing him squarely in the friend zone. And not even a close friend if she only meant to see him now and then. Had he done this by kissing her? "Daddy?" His daughter's tremulous voice pulled him from his thoughts. "It's okay. We know she's a busy lady." Careful of his arm, he picked her up, all his enthusiasm for the day gone. Rue rested her head on his shoulder, so Eb took her back into the condo and sank into a chair. She pulled a picture book from the side table and flipped through it. Had it really been his thoughtless act of kissing Sandra which had driven her away? Or was she simply tired of having such a needy friend? Friend. It wasn't until she'd used the word in such a specific tone that he'd understood the depth of his feelings for her. How arrogant of him to have hoped for more. The crushing sense of loss reminded him of how he'd felt the day he'd stepped up to the nurse's station, flowers and a stuffed toy in hand, to be told Paige had left him. When would he ever be good enough for someone? Rue's hand wiped his cheek. "Daddy, why are you crying?" She kissed his bandage. "Does your boo-boo hurt?" His precious daughter had it right. He did have a boo-boo, but the new one was to his heart. Eb pulled her close and she wrapped her arms around his neck. One hand patted his back like she was trying to comfort him. Rue straightened. "Is Miss Sandra still going to take me to story time? She said she would." "I'm sure she will." "If you come too, you can kiss her again." "Well," Eb said, rubbing his neck, "I was really the one who kissed her." Rue shook her head. "She kissed you too. I seen a lot of kissing, so I know." He didn't bother to correct her grammar. "Did your mother take you on the set with her when she worked?" "No. She said I'd be in the way." "Was she kissing her boyfriend?" "Mommy has lots of boyfriends," Rue said, pulling a face and sliding from his lap. She picked up his phone and handed it to him. "Call Miss Sandra." "She said she's too busy." "That's what Mommy always said." Rue's whole body drooped. "Sweetheart, adults have responsibilities." Rue made a cutting motion and Eb broke off. "That's dumb. Mommy promised all the time, but then she said she was too busy." Her eyes filled. "Miss Sandra said she never breaks a promise. Did she lie too?" The disappointment on Rue's little face made her look older than her 4 years. She turned and ran to her bedroom. Eb thought nothing he said would comfort her, especially since he didn't know if they would see Sandra again except on a business level. All because he'd kissed her. He'd blown it again, just like he had 4 years ago when he should have pursued his parental rights and gone after his daughter. Which reminded Eb he hadn't heard yet from the paternity test company. What was with them? Before he could call them, his phone rang. What a sorry man he was to be disappointed at a phone's ring. He checked the caller. Walt. "What happened?" the actor asked. "A lot has happened lately, and I'm not sure which you're referring to." "You did something, Grinchly." "Who is it?" Rue came to stand by Eb. "It's Grampy." "Grampy!" She pulled Eb's phone hand down to her mouth.
Tell Daddy to make Miss Sandra be our friend again. We love her.
Rue, Eb gently pulled back his hand. We can't force her. His daughter flopped to the floor, wearing a pouty mouth, her arms folded. He put the phone back to his ear. Sorry about that. Is she right? Do you love her? It doesn't matter, Walt. She doesn't feel the same. Do you make a habit of this? The man's voice had a myriad of tones to it, from sympathy to frustration and even a little anger. It made the hair on the back of Eb's neck stand up. Habit of what? Not going after what you want. Look, I'm no alpha male who's all about controlling other people. But you can go alpha male when you need to protect people. Look, I've known Sandra a very long time. When she came to me, she was broken, and she's never completely healed from whatever destroyed her. Eb paced the living room, trying to fight down the sudden rush of adrenaline at the thought of someone having hurt her. Has she ever told you what it was? No, and believe me, I've tried to get her to open up. All she would tell me was that the past was in the past. Who are you talking to? Linda's voice asked in the distance. It's Eb. Sandra's talking about moving again. Oh, no. Oh, yes. Look, Eb, we need to have a war meeting. We've got more room over here. Would you mind coming over? I'm sure you have Rue today. We saw Sandra leave with her laptop. I thought she was coming to your place.
Take me to Grampy's house.
Rue tugged at Eb's arm.
I can tell her I love her, and then she won't leave.
Doubt flashed across her face, her chin quivering, and she whispered, Maybe not. I told Mommy I loved her, and I didn't want her to go, but she went anyway. Eb pulled her into his arms, paying no heed to the pain it caused. They were nothing but a mess, a family of thrown-away people. What had hurt Sandra so badly? For the first time, he felt a surge of hope. She was doing just what he had done, by pulling into himself so no one could hurt him again. Was that what had happened when he'd kissed her? Had she returned his feelings rather than been repulsed by him, like he'd thought? But now she was afraid. I'm sorry, Walt said. Linda thinks all we have to do is to soften Sandra up. Since she and I will travel together for the next week, I'll see if she'll talk. All I know is she's been in a serious car crash. It took her a long time to heal from it. Thank you. I appreciate any help I can get, but I don't know what to do from my end. Eb confessed. What you need to do is spend time with us when we get back. She'll be there too. But she said she'll be visiting her parents. She never stays there very long because it's uncomfortable. There's some kind of estrangement between them, but Sandra's never talked about it. Anytime I've broached it, she's changed the subject. I don't know how to be around her if she avoids me. Show up wherever she is. We can help you on that end, so don't worry. Your daughter and our grandkids are best friends, after all, and we're heading into the Christmas season. There's so much to do around this place, and we are taking Nigel everywhere. We always include Sandra in those outings. We can give you our itinerary. It won't even be unusual because, of course, Rue will want to attend the events with her friends. I like your way of thinking. I let the love of my life go without a fight, Eb. Don't be the idiot I was. Yes, sir. Eb pulled Rue a little tighter, wishing he could salute the man and his encouraging words.
Chapter 17. After Thanksgiving dinner at the Wyndham home, while the children entertained themselves downstairs, the adults played card games. They'd made Eb feel welcome and part of their group. While he appreciated it, it also made him uneasy. If he were unsuccessful with Sandra, things with her employer's family could turn awkward. What if his presence caused her not to attend? But it also didn't erase what was going on with the children. If anything, Rue and Grace had turned into best friends. Alex didn't complain anymore, but treated Rue like a sister too. Eb had resigned himself to finding a balance between pressing for something more with Sandra while not pushing her away. The others went to the kitchen to get pie, and Walt leaned closer.
"Have you heard anything from Sandra?"
It was almost like the man could read Eb's mind and knew he'd been thinking of her.
"Just a brief reply to the selfie I sent of Rue and me with a Thanksgiving greeting."
Eb had hoped a gesture of friendship like the one she'd sent the month before would have started a conversation. No such luck.
"Have you talked to her?" "Yes, and she sounds pretty glum. I don't know if she's told you, but she's not comfortable with her folks. She says she can't live up to their expectations. I went through the same thing with my father."
Walt shook his head, his expression disgusted.
"If Linda's right and there's a life after this one, that man and I will have some words when I die." "Is Sandra's home situation so bad?" "Well, bad is relative. I don't believe they've ever sabotaged anything she's wanted to do, but it's never good to make your children feel they can never be good enough for them."
Walt chuckled ruefully.
Says the man who never had any children.
"Hey, Eb, while we have everyone together," Mary said, carrying in a tray with a couple of pies, "I'd like to go over the Christmas activities we can attend together. Last year was Grace's first time, and Alex did a good job showing her his favorites. She wants to do the same thing for Rue this year. I hope it's all right."
Your kids have Rue excited to see everything. To be honest, I've kept myself busy with resort activities and have only ever attended the Santa run. I'm looking forward to whatever the children want to see.
Excellent. Linda had entered behind her daughter with paper plates and a bowl of whipped cream. "I think you should definitely take her on a sleigh ride." "I want to go." Rue ran in with the other children and immediately climbed on Eb's lap. "Will you take me?"
I'd love to.
He accepted a plate with pumpkin pie and a generous serving of whipped cream from Carlisle.
"And will you, of course, invite Sandra to come with you?"
Nigel added from his end of the table.
"Oh, yes, I love Miss Sandra."
Rue poked her finger into the whipped cream and put it in her mouth.
"Use your spoon, you silly girl."
Eb handed her one. He'd like to invite Sandra to come with him, but it might work better if Rue issued the invitation.
"I must say I'm impressed with the American holiday of Thanksgiving,"
Nigel said when he had finished chewing.
"I realize there's much debate about the accuracy of the story of how the first event came about, but I appreciate the wisdom of an annual event focusing on gratitude. And with that, I would like to thank all of you for welcoming me into your home and your hearts."
The old man's voice had gone tight, his eyes suspiciously shiny.
"Hear, hear,"
Eb said, and kissed the top of his daughter's head. Sandra hated crowds anyway, but especially the feverish shoppers who came out on Black Friday in search of stuff. Even though Christmas was not a religious holiday for many people, maybe most people anymore, it still struck her as ironic that a day set aside to celebrate the birth of the Prince of Peace should too often have a symbol of mass hysteria and overt commercialization. And her mother always insisted Sandra come along when she was in town. Mom had acquired one of those motorized chairs for seniors to give her more staying power, making her a menace to anyone near her. "You won't believe who got in touch with me,"
Mom shot Sandra a glance with the same assessing expression she'd worn since picking her up at the airport on Wednesday. Jennifer? Her mother pulled a face. She'd never approved of her niece's life choices.
Oh, don't get me going about what she's up to now. She and her boyfriend are building one of those tiny houses on wheels. They're going to travel around the country, if you can believe it. They have a YouTube channel showing how the construction is going. So many people watch their videos that YouTube is paying them money for it. Jennifer says it'll be enough to pay for their travels.
Her mother shook her head. Sandra followed her cousin's exploits online. It looked fun, and she appreciated how they showed the good and the bad of living in such a tight space. Not that she'd ever convince Mom or Dad. They'd spent their lives accumulating the big house, which they'd since sold to live in a retirement community. You aren't interested at all in who got in touch with me? Mom, I have no idea.
Dom Merlot.
Her shrewd eyes carried hurt, and her voice took on a tight sound like she was fighting a powerful emotion.
He said, "You have a husband and a child. How could you do this to us? You know how much we wanted a grandchild."
Sandra stopped, frozen in place for a second, until someone bumped into her and made a rude comment. She hurried after her mother and stepped ahead of the chair, forcing it to stop. "I'm not married, and I don't have a child." You would seriously listen to anything he said after what he did to me? A myriad of emotions spread across the wrinkled face, from disappointment to relief.
"Then you haven't gotten married in secret and had a baby?"
The terrible sense of loss, which had been her constant companion for 10 years, hit Sandra, bile burning in the back of her throat. She could only stare at her mother incredulously. Finally, in Huckleberry Falls, Sandra had gone nearly a year without nightmares, and she hadn't given the man a thought. Until she'd seen him at the airport with a sweet little family Dom had made sure she could never have. How dare he contact her mother and stir everything up again? The gall of the man. Closing her eyes, Sandra covered her mouth to keep from lashing out with all the anger threatening to consume her. 10 years! For 10 years she'd worked to put those nightmarish days behind her. Dom was in the past. It infuriated her that he still had the power to hurt her. Hadn't he taken enough from her? She had to keep him from stealing her peace of mind anymore.
"Oh, baby, I'm so sorry."
Her large mother hauled herself out of the chair and pulled Sandra into a fierce hug as the crush of people flowed around them.
"I'm stupid. I should never have listened to a word that man said. But you know how much I would love for it to be true."
Mom, you of all people know it can never be true. Sandra buried her face in her mother's neck and sobbed. She did not know how long they stood there before a deep voice coughed nearby. "Excuse me," a man said, sounding impatient. "Can we help you with something? You're blocking traffic." Sandra wiped her eyes and turned to find a mall security guard watching them with concern.
"Mom and I haven't seen each other in a while," she said. "Being here brings back childhood memories. I'm okay now."
"Are you sure?" he asked, thumbing his ear.
"Of course she is," Mom declared. "Now if you want to be useful, young man, help me back into my chair."
The guard did, and Sandra's mother didn't speak of it until they were back in the car a couple of hours later.
"I'm still trying to understand why he would call me to say he'd seen you in Wyoming and met your husband and daughter."
Mom shook her head.
"I know Dom Merlot is selfish and thoughtless, but I never thought he would lie to me."
Sandra tried to remember what she had said to him when they'd crossed paths at the airport. Even now the memories were fuzzy. Had she told him Eb was her husband?
Or had Dom asked? Mostly it had shocked her to see him there. I was pretty sick with strep when we saw each other in passing, and I can't really remember what I said. But he came away with the wrong impression. Sandra really didn't want to talk about it anymore. It made her think of Eb and Rue, and how much Sandra wished things could be different. Well, Mom let out a long sigh. He sounded thrilled for you. His wife called over him that your husband is a hottie. Dom didn't like it. Her mother turned a little too casually for it to really be casual. So, who was the hottie? Sandra turned away from her mom and started to cry. Eb finished approving the promotional spread for President's Day and then checked his personal email again. He'd ended up having to go in for another paternity test. Somehow the first one hadn't made it to the lab. He shouldn't have assumed it was because of the holidays. If he didn't hear soon, he'd develop an ulcer. The lab had said nothing yet, but there was something from an attorney's office he didn't recognize. His body went cold. Was it from Paige? Had she decided she wanted to be a mother after all? He had to know what rights he had as a father. His attorney had made it clear. Eb not having gone after Rue in the beginning had weakened his case as the legal father. Actual paternity would help, but how much would depend on the judge. With a shaking hand, Eb clicked open. He had to wade through a bunch of legalese, but finally got down to the meaning. It was a notice of intent to sue for custody, saying he'd be served in person as well. He leaned back in his chair. Paige had already had custody. Why dump her daughter off, make no contact in the following weeks, and then sue him? When she'd filed for divorce, he'd been too depressed to fight her on anything. His adrenaline surged, and Eb jumped from his chair to pace his office. It was wrong to play games with a child as the prize. His daughter, and she was his daughter, regardless of what the DNA said, deserved the stability of a loving family, to know she was wanted, to know she wouldn't be dropped off somewhere like a stray dog at the pound when she became inconvenient or got in the way. He was so agitated it took 3 tries to forward the email to his attorney. Eb needed to talk to someone who understood. His instinct was to call Sandra, but he didn't want her to think he was forcing himself on her. But after pacing his office for a few more minutes, he went to his phone and sent her a text. "Please tell me we can talk about Rue." Almost immediately, his phone rang. "What's wrong with Rue?" Sandra asked, her voice full of worry. As Eb sank into his office chair, he sent a silent prayer that, even if Sandra didn't want him, she cared for his daughter. "You won't believe what I got by email today." Eb launched into his story. Chapter 18. Sandra paced the small basement apartment, her phone on speaker. She hadn't been able to face going into the condo yet, so she'd rented this dark hole for the month of December. Because she was a coward. At least it was a test drive to see if she could live in 400 square feet. "Eb, I don't get your ex. This isn't something a rational person would do. Drop her child off for a few weeks with the claim she was done being a parent, and then come back at you with a lawsuit." "I agree, and I appreciate you calling me." Fear laced his tone, and it broke her heart. Eb's voice went down to almost a whisper. "I don't know who else to talk to." Sandra clenched a fist and pressed it to her mouth to stop the trembling. Just like her, Eb had shut himself off from his friends after his divorce. Now rich and famous people surrounded him who were happy to help, but the very asking must make Eb feel like he was taking advantage of their generosity. What a selfish brat she'd been to get the basement apartment. She was the one determined to keep him as a friend. It was time to act like one. Well, you have me. What did the paternity test show? Is Rue yours?
I don't know yet. I got busy with work and everything and didn't stay on them like I should have. They're telling me it got lost in the mail. We did another one, but I'm waiting for the results.
Seriously? Sandra took a deep breath. She couldn't let her anger at his situation overrule her brain. Accidents happened all the time, but it seemed unfair so much had come upon Eb in such a short time. The gift of his daughter should not have been followed by so many hard things. Well, you need to push them to move you to the top of their priority list. Remind them of how they dropped the ball if you have to. I assume you've already forwarded this to your attorney?
Of course.
Eb's voice had a note of frustration, which echoed what she was feeling.
I wish I understood why Paige is doing this.
Sandra blinked. Just a second. That's a great question. I've been so mad at her that I haven't been thinking. What is her end game? Does she need money? And she's hoping you'll offer to pay her off?
I do have a decent amount invested, but it's only because I was a single guy with no life. Even if it were easy to get to, which it's not since it's in long-term investments, it wouldn't last long for someone with expensive tastes like Paige, and definitely not in more expensive California.
Working for Walt has made me suspicious of people. I've learned to always put my phone on record if anyone approaches him, and we always record phone calls. Since you don't know what your ex is up to, I'd suggest you do the same. If she makes any kind of suggestion about trading her parental rights for money, you have her.
I can't imagine she'd do that.
Eb sighed.
But I'd never have thought she'd abandon Rue here either.
I'm guessing this will make you uncomfortable, but we need to enlist some help. Is it all right if I talk to Walt about this? Sandra's mind spun with ideas of how best to get the scoop on Paige's motivations.
I don't mind if Walt and Linda know.
Eb hesitated before adding,
Do you think it could be what's behind her motivations?
What do you mean?
Could she be trying to use my connections to further her career?
Sandra said, moving to the tiny dining table where she had her laptop. I only know her by reputation. From what I've heard, she's ambitious. It always surprises me what lengths people will go to get what they want, including using a child as leverage.
Well, I don't know if it's what she's going for, but it makes me wonder.
Especially after her comment on the note about being a single parent impeding her career. It doesn't reason that in a few short weeks she's changed her mind about being an actress.
Discovering she loves Rue too much to give her up might.
True enough. Sandra opened a browser on her laptop. I'll do a little research on her social media accounts. It might give a hint about what she's up to. It's surprising how clueless people can be about what they put online. And people in the film and music industry like to play on exposure. Do you think it might motivate her?
I wouldn't know. For obvious reasons, I've avoided any references to her in the media. On the rare occasions when she's mentioned in a magazine or a tabloid at the grocery store, I've purposely looked away. I never imagined I'd need to for my protection.
Sadly, if this goes to court, your name will get dragged into the public spotlight.
And Rue, it's so unfair to her.
Eb's tone had taken on an edge, which made Sandra think of the video of him tackling the shooter. How's your arm, by the way? I should have asked sooner.
Mostly it just itches like crazy now. The bruises have faded to just a little yellow.
Have people bothered you at work because of it?
I wouldn't say bothered. It's more the way they look at me, especially single women. As Sandra understood what he was saying, a twinge of jealousy stabbed her. Now her hot, nerdy hero dad had some ladies at work coming on to him. "How did Rue handle the questions at daycare?" she asked when she could speak again. "She hasn't had many, for which I'm grateful. The little kids were clueless, and Millie talked to the older ones. With staff nearby, they kept any from asking too many questions, and the few times someone did, Rue just told them her dad caught a bad guy like the police did." He chuckled, the discomfort in his voice easing. "At first, Rue would come to check on me. She said she wanted to make sure my boo-boo was okay. We saw a counselor Gretchen provided for everyone at work, and he said we're fortunate she didn't transfer the danger to herself. And she still could, but I know what signs to watch for." "I'm so glad." "She has been talking about you, saying you'll take her to story time at the library." "I hate to impose." "No, I'd love to take her. We're lucky this year. Walt's new film doesn't come out until February, so we have a lot of downtime in December." Sandra had to stop running away from seeing Eb. He was her friend, and she loved his daughter. And him. She pushed the useless thought away. The worst is over for us this year. Rue's a trooper to have been so patient. "I'm not sure I'd call it patient." Sandra laughed. "I can imagine, but I will take her. I never break a promise." "Thank you." "Is there any chance I'll have to field questions about the shooting? It's you who people recognize, not her, right?" "From what Millie has said, yes. I haven't really taken her anywhere but the daycare and the Wyndham's house. Maybe you shouldn't—" "I promised her," Sandra said, adding force to her voice. "And you don't break a promise." "Exactly. So don't worry about it." She compared her schedule with the library's page online. "They only hold story time on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and I have commitments tomorrow. I can do it next Tuesday." "Thank you. It'll mean a lot to her." Eb's voice held a longing which triggered her own. "It'll be fun. Talk to you later." Sandra disconnected. She could do this and just be his friend. She had to. Eb tied the bow, which held Rue's white faux fur hat on her head, and she skipped to join Grace. It was the second week they'd met the Wyndham family for Christmas activities. Patterned after the Swiss Adventsfenster, local businesses sponsored the Advent windows. A different one opened each evening through Christmas Eve. The little girls stood outside the growing crowd of people waiting for the unveiling, preening at all the comments. Grace and Rue had gotten it into their heads they wanted matching winter outfits for wearing to Huckleberry Fall's many outdoor Christmas activities. With Rue's matching muff and new red dress coat, and Grace in green, they set the perfect holiday picture. "Oh, look at those two," Sandra cried, brushing past Eb and hurrying to the girls, already pulling out her phone. "You darlings!" "Aren't their outfits fun?" Mary asked, greeting her with a hug. "This was all Grace's idea. I won't be the least bit surprised if she wants to be a dress designer like my mom." "Stand together so I can get a picture." Sandra waved for them to move closer. "No," Mary said, pointing at her husband. "Give your phone to Carlisle and let him take it so you can be in it with us. All Rue has talked about was getting her picture taken with you." Sandra turned to hand Carlisle her phone, glancing at Eb and then quickly shifting her gaze, her cheeks flushing. "Hey, Eb. Carlisle." For 2 weeks, Eb had walked on proverbial eggshells as he took his time to once again establish his position in the friend zone. He hated being there, but his gut told him if he didn't handle it right, she'd bolt, and he'd lose her altogether, which he didn't want to risk. But he also wanted more than friendship from her. What had happened in her life to shut her off?
Until he'd kissed her, he'd never have guessed she was as trapped in her own way as he'd been. Yet, even when he'd confessed his most tragic decisions, Sandra had never offered to share her own, not even to Walt, which said more than anything about her state of mind. Eb had watched the two together and spoken with Walt about her now, frequently. He was worried about her, too. Something had given her a deep emotional wound, one which had hurt her so badly she wouldn't let anyone near to help. It reminded Eb of when he'd been a boy and fallen from a tree, breaking his collarbone. Hearing his painful cries, his parents had rushed to find him holding his arm against his chest. Neither his parents nor the ER doctor could convince him to let them get close enough to see how much damage had been done. They'd finally had to sedate him. Somehow, he'd get her to trust him enough to let him see her boo-boo.
"You've done a fantastic job with Rue," Carlyle said. "Both Mary and Linda have told me they're impressed with your fathering. Being a dad seems to come naturally to you. Do you want to have more children?"
"Yes, several, though I'd prefer to provide two parents," Eb said with a chuckle. "I didn't expect to start with a 4-year-old. We're planning to tell the children later tonight about our family growing, too," Carlyle confided.
"A baby? Congratulations. I'm happy for you."
Eb clapped the man on the back.
"Grace will be ecstatic. I wonder how Alex will take it. If it results in a brother, he'll be fine with it."
"I believe it." Grinning, Eb shifted his attention back to the women. Sandra was staring at him, the same look on her face as after he'd kissed her. When she realized he was watching her, her eyes shuddered, her pink cheeks now pale. She looked away. Whatever could they have said to elicit such a response? Chapter 19. Over the next few outings, Sandra seemed quieter than usual, even with the children. Enough that the Wyndhams noticed. "Do you know if Sandra's received bad news or something?" Mary asked as Eb helped her carry cups of hot chocolate to the others. "Walt is really worried about her." He wished he knew what to tell her, though he was pretty sure it had something to do with him. Eb was the one with the problem of being crazy in love with a woman who only wanted to be friends. Shouldn't he be the one stressing out about it? He'd always accepted he wasn't any good on the dating scene, but he couldn't remember his interest in someone ever having this effect. Sure, Sandra remained distant with him, almost shy, if he had to put a name on it. Her entire demeanor had grown heavy, like she was carrying a burden which had grown so heavy it would soon crush her. If she couldn't talk with her parents about whatever bothered her, why couldn't she speak with Walt?
"I wish I knew, Mary,"
Eb finally said. "Well, whatever it is, seems to be eating her alive. She's pale and has lost weight. Even Grace asked me if Sandra's sick." She paused where they could see the others but not be heard and faced him. "Please, if you can get her to talk about it. She's pushing all of us away, but I know you two are close." They had been close. Eb slowly nodded, his mind already working. If Sandra was distancing herself from everyone, then maybe it wasn't him at all. Or not only him. He'd assumed the kiss had done it, but there was obviously more going on.
"I'll see what I can find out."
"Good. Her car was in the shop and she came with us. I'll come up with an excuse for you to drive her home. You're both going to the same place, after all."
"Right."
"So sorry, Sandra, but Nigel called and we must hurry. I'm sure Eb can give you a ride."
"But,"
Sandra began, but Mary was already hurrying her children away.
"Oh, yay!"
Rue had pulled her hand from her fur muff and slid it into Sandra's. "I can get an Uber,"
she said, knowing it sounded lame.
Don't you want to come with us?
Rue's insecurity about being rejected always broke Sandra's heart and made her want to smack Paige Britton. Even though children easily misunderstood things, there was enough to see in the little girl's responses to know her mother had often pushed the child away. The woman might have even done it thoughtlessly, probably when she'd been busy with other things. I always like spending time with you, Miss Rue. Sandra gave the child the biggest grin she'd been able to muster in a while.
Can we go to story time again, please?
I would love to. It's snowing, so we'd best get home. Eb took Rue's other hand, and they headed toward the parking area behind the daycare center. From the smiles of other frolickers, Sandra could tell they thought the three of them were a family. Those assumptions were the hardest for her to endure. To keep from crying, she focused on where to put her feet. Once in the car, at Rue's request, Eb turned on Christmas music, and the two of them sang as they drove to the condo. He shot Sandra a few worried glances. His concern twisted her heart even more. She knew the people who cared about her were worried, but she was too. It had been 10 years since her loss had consumed her so much. Spending time with Eb and Rue drove home what she wanted but couldn't have. Right now, she was coping, but she knew she couldn't live like this forever. Hopefully, with time, she could get past it. And if she couldn't, she would have to figure out what to do.
Will you read me a bedtime story?
Rue asked when they reached Sandra's door. She should say she couldn't, but the pleading in the little girl's eyes stole Sandra's resolve. She loved the child already and knew that to deny the innocent request would feed her insecurities. If your father doesn't mind me usurping his job, she gave him a weak smile. Not at all.
What's usurping?
Rue asked, tugging Sandra toward their condo door. Well, Miss Rue, Sandra said with a grin as her spirits lifted, it means taking someone's place.
Can't you both read to me?
Of course, Sandra said, releasing the little girl's hand so she could run into her home. Eb stood close by, holding the door, and Sandra finally met his gaze and held it. As always, he wore his heart in his eyes, and the love she saw filled her with longing. It was love for his daughter, of course, but why was there also wariness there? Almost as though a line pulled her toward him, Sandra paused. How she delighted in the smell of him, his masculine aftershave, tonight's smoke from the fire pit where he and Rue had warmed themselves, and a hint of mint from his hot chocolate. Of its own accord, her hand lifted toward his face. She wanted to run her fingers over the scruff of his 5 o'clock shadow, nuzzle his neck. To kiss those lips, Sandra jumped away from him and into the condo. If she hadn't promised to read a story to Rue, she'd have run away to her place. This was why it was dangerous to be around him. Only with sheer will did she get through helping Rue into her sleeper. I love your bed, Miss Rue, but I'm afraid there's not much room up there for me, too. The royal purple bed frame and railing had been constructed over a play area with a small set of stairs to the side. They looked like drawers, too, which probably explained the orderliness of the room. A pale pink gauze hung from the center of the playroom, making it impossible for Sandra to see much inside.
Oh, Daddy reads to me here.
Rue took Sandra's hand and led her through the fabric. Still bent over, she gave a small gasp. The gauze made a canopy over a thick quilt, folded to fit the space like another bed, and pillows surrounded the exterior. This is so fun, Sandra cried, giving rein to the little girl inside.
Lay down in the middle,
Rue commanded, pointing. Sandra took the place as told.
Daddy, you lay next to Miss Sandra.
Rue pointed to the place before settling on the other side.
While she leaned over to pull some books from a small stack on the side, Eb eased into the space beside Sandra. He mouthed, "Sorry," but she shook her head. No, she didn't need to be tempted by having him so close, especially considering how she'd nearly kissed him, but she'd be on her guard. There was no way she would disappoint Miss Rue.
"Read this one."
The little girl handed over a large, colorful picture book called Rayla and the Magic Wall by someone named Shimmer Dream. It turned out to be a portal fantasy. "I hadn't read that one before," Sandra said when she'd finished. "It was fun."
"Now it's Daddy's turn."
Rue handed him another book and lifted Sandra's arm to use her shoulder as a pillow.
"Roll over, Daddy, so I can see your face,"
she said to Sandra.
"He makes funny faces when he reads."
Eb's cheeks had gone red. "I doubt I could read like that if there's an adult around."
"Oh, you have to."
Sandra copied the tone Rue always used whenever she pleaded.
"Please?"
He snorted, but shifted in their direction. A big mistake, since it placed his head even closer to Sandra's. All those Eb smells which had pulled her in earlier wafted over her. They acted like a potion, waking her nerves and making her feel alive like she hadn't in years, maybe ever. When he came to the last pages of the book, his voice had softened to a whisper, his head now resting on her pillow, his forehead almost touching her temple. He lowered the book, but didn't speak. With Rue's soft, slow breaths near Sandra's left ear, and Eb on her right, she felt like she'd drifted into a dream. Then maybe she had, because this felt so right, like she'd finally found a home again. She closed her eyes to savor the moment. Comfortable warmth surrounded Sandra, and she cuddled the small form closer. Strong, warm arms encircled her from behind, like she was in a safe cocoon. Joy such as she couldn't remember feeling before flooded through her like she'd sipped a happiness potion. This was what she longed for. A small elbow hit Sandra in the ribs hard enough it startled her awake. In her arms, Rue stirred and then rolled away to cuddle with a stuffed toy. For a second, Sandra couldn't remember how she'd come to be there. Then the weight of an arm, a large and muscular arm encircling her waist, brought her fully awake. They must have fallen asleep when Ebbett finished the book. It was him snuggled against her back like he belonged there, and a part of her wanted to stay there forever. But she was trying not to hurt him by sending the wrong message. Sandra had to get out of there without waking him. If she had to face him after that incredible dream, to say nothing of the delicious warmth of him behind her, she might give in to the temptation to kiss him, and then she'd be lost. They'd be lost. She refused to steal his dream from him. Carefully, she eased his arm from her waist. She wasn't sure she could wriggle between the man and his daughter, but they ended up being pretty good sleepers. It took a couple of minutes with a few pauses when one of them stirred, but Sandra finally slid free of them. Once clear, she got to her knees and then her feet. She made it as far as the front door to get her coat when Eb came running down the hallway. Sandra crossed her arms and steeled herself against the temptation Eb Grinchly presented. "Sandra, wait, please." He put a hand lightly on her arm. "Thanks for the fun evening." She kept her back to him. "Look, Sandra, I don't know what all is bothering you, but I'm sorry for my part in it." Eb gently turned her to face him, but his words turned rushed. "I'm sorry if I overstepped by kissing you, and now you're uncomfortable being around us. But you have to know your friendship has meant a lot to me. Do you think you can ever forgive me and we can start again? I don't want to lose you." She stared into his dark eyes, so full of emotion it pulled her back into her dream for a second. Those eyes, this man, made her feel like she was truly part of a family again and not just an outsider. The yearning she'd been fighting for months threatened to overwhelm her, and her throat tightened, her eyes burning. If she really cared for him and wanted to protect his dream, she couldn't give in. "Oh, no," he said with a groan, which held an edge of desperation to it. "I can tell I've done it again. I can't get anything right." "No, Eb." Sandra's hand went to cup his cheek like she'd wanted to earlier, but this time in consolation. "This isn't about you. This is my problem. But if it's your problem, then it's my problem too, because I'm in love with you." Sandra closed her eyes. This was all her fault. She'd seen the signs, but her own feelings had stopped her from giving him up completely. Steeling herself, she opened her eyes. "I am so sorry, Eb. We do need to talk, but it's not a good story. There's no happily ever after." His wariness had returned, but he nodded toward the sofa. Fine. She might as well get this over with. Pressure constricted her heart, making it feel like it had shrunk 3 sizes. Because once Eb knew the truth, he'd walk away just like Dom had. Chapter 20. Eb stepped toward the sofa, but Sandra went to stand at the sliding glass door to the balcony, looking out on the lights from town. "I haven't had a chance to tell you," he said, coming to stand nearby. "While we were out tonight, I got an email. It's good news. After 3 tries, I've finally got the results of the paternity test. Rue is my biological daughter." "I'm happy for you." Sandra's shoulders had relaxed marginally, and she glanced at him with a sad smile, a faint flicker to her shuttered gaze. It was like she couldn't bear for him to see inside. What was she hiding? "You're scaring me a little tonight, Sandra." Before she could answer, Rue cried out from the bedroom. Eb had barely turned when she ran into the living room.
"Daddy! Werther! Oh, yay! Miss Sandra's still here."
Rue raced to her and threw her arms around her legs.
"Can Grace come with us to the library tomorrow?"
"If she's not in school, of course." The love in Sandra's expression as she brushed a strand of hair from his daughter's face fired up Eb's resolve. Somehow, he had to convince Sandra that she could come to care for him as much as she obviously loved his daughter. "Miss Rue," Sandra said, "I believe you're supposed to be in bed."
"I don't want to go to bed."
She crossed her arms and scrunched her face. "I know, sweetheart, but your daddy and I need to talk about some grown-up things."
"Are you going to kiss him again?"
Rue looked hopeful, but Eb winced. Sandra didn't look at him. "No, we will not be kissing. We're just friends."
"But I don't want you to be Daddy's friend. I want you to be my mommy."
Sandra pinched her lips. Eb just stood there like an idiot because he didn't know what to say. She was experiencing powerful emotions way out of proportion to Rue's statement. "You already have a mommy," Sandra said, her voice raw. Rue pulled a face. Before she could say more, Eb gathered his wits enough to step over and lift her into his arms. "It's time for bed. Say goodnight to Sandra." When Rue refused and buried her face in his shoulder, Eb strode toward her bedroom. "All right, but don't forget she doesn't have to take you to story time." Rue lifted her head.
"But she promised."
"But if you don't behave, she can't trust you in public."
"I'll be good, I promise."
It took a few minutes to get Rue settled. In her bed this time. He worried Sandra might have left, so it was with even more trepidation that he approached the living room. In the year he'd known her, he'd seen her in many situations, always handling them with grace and confidence. Once again, he wondered what had shattered her peace of mind. When Eb turned the corner and saw her still gazing out the windows, he let out a breath. But her body language didn't ease his mind.
"I'm sorry," he said, moving toward her until she spoke.
"What I'm going to tell you, even Walt doesn't know. I've tried to put it in my past, but..." She sighed and turned to face him. "I can't have children." Eb frowned.
"How do you know this? Have you tried before?"
She responded by lifting her sweater to expose part of her bare abdomen. An ugly scar ran across and down, disappearing into her jeans. It took all his self-control not to show the shock he felt. Simple surgery wouldn't have created such a jagged wound. It was almost like something had ripped into her. "Do you remember the day you met us at the airport?" she said, moving to the couch, but not looking at him. "And there was a man who knew me?"
"Yes, I remember. He had a family and looked happy to see you."
Sandra's brow lifted. "Did he? I didn't notice. Maybe my mother was right." Eb did not know what she meant.
"What was he to you?"
11 years ago, he was my husband." Sandra patted her stomach. "It was because of him this happened." So many emotions swirled through him, from sorrow for her pain to anger at whatever the man had done. For a few seconds, Eb had no words. Until recently, almost nothing ever happened to him to cause an adrenaline rush. But right now...
"What did he do?"
he asked, clenching his fists. Sandra closed her eyes. "Dom drove drunk. See, there are two of us who don't imbibe. I kept telling him he'd had too much, but he'd graduated from college with a great job offer. He wanted to celebrate. It was a big deal to him. His father hadn't been supportive, and Dom had done it all himself." Eb sat still, listening, an odd numbness filling his mind and body as her words washed over him. "I'd had too much to drink, too. Idiot that I was. But at least I'd known I shouldn't drive. Dom had great reflexes and insisted he wasn't impaired. It wasn't very far," he said. The bitterness in her words twisted Eb's gut.
"He crashed?"
She nodded, her eyes still closed, her cheeks wet. "We're lucky. He almost hit a car, but he somehow managed to swerve at the last moment. We crashed into the woods on the side of the road. My mom said it was a miracle. See, a tree branch impaled me. If it'd run through me at even a slightly different angle, it would have paralyzed or killed me. But it destroyed my uterus and one of my ovaries." Opening her eyes, Sandra met Eb's gaze. "So, yeah. Now you know." With a sudden burst of energy, she jumped to her feet and dashed to the closet where her coat hung. Startled at the change, he struggled to his feet.
"Sandra, wait."
She held up one hand, her jacket on the other. "Can you really tell me that while we were reading to Rue, you weren't thinking about what a sweet family we'd all make and how you'd like to have more children? With me?" Eb opened his mouth but then closed it again. Had he been that obvious? "More than once you've mentioned how you've always wanted a large family, and you're a wonderful father, Eb, but being with me would mean you couldn't have that. You deserve a woman who can make your dream family with you." He stood frozen in place, conflicting dreams struggling for dominance. Sandra turned and hurried out the door. His thoughts pulled him in so many directions, Eb couldn't move. But as the door clicked shut, he wondered if he'd just let another woman he loved walk away without a fight. Chapter 21. Sandra sat up in her bed the next morning, exhausted from an evening of crying, followed by nightmares of how she'd pleaded with Dom. They'd both wanted children. They could adopt, but he didn't want to raise someone else's kids. His children needed to have his DNA. Then her dreams had shifted to Eb and his expression when she told him. Had he wished back the words of love he'd expressed, or had disgust filled him at her brokenness? Sandra raised her knees and buried her face in them. 10 years ago, when she'd left her old life behind and gone to work for Walt, she'd thought the grieving for her loss was behind her. But now, she'd let herself fall in love with another man who wanted kids. Straightening, she steeled herself to be strong. There was no way she would allow this to destroy her again. Regardless of Walt's feelings on the issue, she didn't have to live across from Eb. If her boss insisted, then she would just quit. The thought brought a stab of pain to Sandra's chest, but it didn't soften her resolve. She had options. Over the years, plenty of celebrities had tried to hire her from Walt. All she'd have to do was put it out that she was looking for a change. She wouldn't worry about it. With a full schedule, she didn't have time to waste on something she had no control over. But as Sandra opened her laptop, the memory of Eb's expression flashed through her mind. She clenched her fists. Until she'd seen it for herself, she'd clung to a tiny hope he wouldn't be like Dom. How often she'd dreamed of telling Eb. In her fantasy, he would take her in his arms and tell her it didn't matter, that he loved her and wanted her, not her womb. But he hadn't done it. With a single look, he'd thrown her away, just like her ex had. Once she fulfilled her promise to help Eb with the adorable Miss Rue, Sandra wouldn't have to see her or Eb Grinchly again. And the thought hurt as bad as it had when the doctor had told her he'd had to do a hysterectomy. Sandra blew her nose and went to work. The first thing she had to do was look for clues about Paige's motivations for the lawsuit. Sandra, as a part of the broad network of assistants to the famous, had access to inside information. Even though assistants signed non-disclosure agreements about their employers, they still saw and heard interesting tidbits about other well-known people at social activities. And she could read between the lines. And once people she knew dropped tantalizing clues, Sandra would know where to search next. It turned out not to be hard to find out lots about the actress. Not long after Rue's arrival in Wyoming, Paige had begun a whirlwind romance with an up-and-coming California congressman who last month had been elected to the Senate. According to social media and the tabloids, those rags got it right once in a while, things were getting serious between the two. There was talk about marriage. It wouldn't look good to the public if they found out the senator-elect's girlfriend had abandoned her child. Sandra sent up a silent prayer of gratitude for Eb's proactiveness. Linda had mentioned he'd hired a private investigator in California to see what he could dig up, and there would be plenty of stories. Before the politician, Paige had a reputation as a party girl. While employees of celebrities might not be allowed to disclose things, people attending parties talked all the time about what they observed. Eb's attorney had gotten statements from the staff who were present the day she dumped Rue off. He hadn't asked Sandra for one, but she'd remembered the name of his lawyer and contacted the office herself. She would do anything she could to help Miss Rue stay with the parent who had always wanted her. The thought caused doubt to wriggle into Sandra's confidence in Eb's love for his daughter. He'd shown his dream of having children was more important than his claim of loving Sandra. If things got too hard or the little girl didn't live up to his expectations, would he do the same to her? Even as she had the thought, the hair on the back of her neck raised, and her pulse quickened in defense of him. No, the love in Eb's eyes as he watched his daughter was too powerful. He might not care enough for Sandra, but he dearly loved Rue. He would never throw her away. The little girl needed that security, and other adults in her life who didn't break promises.
which was why, despite the estrangement with her father and a sleepless night fretting about him again, Sandra would still take Rue to the library. One last time. Sandra's phone pinged with a text. Glad for something else to think about, she grabbed it and found a text from Mary. Rue told Grace you're taking her to story time at the library today. Any chance you'd be willing to wait until the afternoon session so we can tag along? Having her there would make it easier. Sandra had learned not to fall apart in front of others. Until lately, anyway. She checked the library's schedule to see if her appointment with the attorney this afternoon would be a conflict. The change made the timing tight, so Mary would definitely need to bring Rue. A part of Sandra was almost sorry, but she pushed the thought away. I have an appointment before then, so we'd be late unless you're okay getting Rue. Then I can meet you at the library. Since I have to get Grace anyway, it's perfect. See you there. Thanks. Thank you. Sandra finished setting things in motion to gather information from the Hollywood rumor mill and jumped into the shower. As she dressed afterwards, she considered her need for a new place. One close enough to make Walt happy, but far enough she wouldn't cross paths with Eb and Rue. Sandra swallowed. She wouldn't think about them. Towel drying her hair, she sat in front of her laptop again, thinking to search for a better rental than the closest basement apartment, if only she could find a place to meet her needs, as well as Walt's. Almost like he knew she was thinking about him. Her computer notification rang with an incoming video call. Speak of the devil, she said, leaning back in her chair, the towel wrapped around her head. You're still doing your hair? Walt peered into the camera. One advantage of working at home means I don't have to dress up to be at work. But I thought you were going to go to Eb's attorney's office today. Yes, but it's not until noon. This morning I've been working on your appointments for January and doing some stuff for Eb. Sandra narrowed her eyes. Why the cross-examination? I want things to go back to normal, so I want you to fix this thing between you and Eb. She blinked, not sure why she felt like he'd just blindsided her. It had already been an emotional few days, and she tried to sort through the ones Walt's words had brought on. He understood her better than anyone, and had taken on the role her father should have had in her life. One time, he'd even hired a private investigator to check out what her boyfriend was up to when she'd worried he was cheating on her. But Walt Kincaid was not her father, and he didn't know everything about her. You're overstepping, she warned. I might be, but you're being childish. He glowered at her through the camera. It's obvious you and Eb care for each other, and I don't understand why you're giving him the cold shoulder. Is it because you're afraid of being a mother? One of my greatest regrets in life is how I never got to experience being a parent. It's why being a grandfather to Linda's grandkids means so much to me. And Rue is crazy about you. Sandra's eyes stung, and she rubbed her chest over her heart against the ache there. Really? Really? Her hands shook as the frustration and heartache of the last few weeks finally overwhelmed her. For 10 years, she'd managed not to think too much about the accident and what she'd lost, and it seemed like everyone was throwing it in her face. And now Walt Kincaid had the nerve to say she didn't want to be a mother? It was beyond too much. She clenched her jaw and forced out the words. I quit. What? Walt jerked back like she'd hit him, his eyes round. Why? Because you have no right to pry into my private life. She moved her hand to the laptop's touchpad to end the call. No, Linda cried, leaning over Walt's shoulder. Please don't. I'm coming over and bringing lunch. Mary told me you're going to story time after your appointment with the attorney. Sandra curled her shaking hands into fists, fighting for control of her emotions. Please. Linda's eyes held more than pleading. They held compassion. She knew something was going on, and she would undoubtedly want to know what it was. Sandra closed her eyes. Why wouldn't everyone just leave her alone? It was huge that she'd forced herself to tell Eb. Now Linda would insist on knowing too. Could Sandra bear the pity? The question made her cringe, as it had so many times over the years. She almost declined, but she'd calmed enough for her reasoning ability to return. Walt didn't mean to be intrusive any more than her mother had at Thanksgiving. They cared for her just like Linda did. If Sandra didn't finally get past this, she'd have to walk away from the best job and dearest friends she'd ever had. "Fine," she growled. "And you won't quit?" At Walt's question, his wife shushed him. "I haven't decided yet," Sandra finally said. But she let herself smile a little, even if it looked more like a grimace in the camera. "I'll come early, so we have plenty of time." Linda ended the call. Sandra was sure the woman had done it so fast to prevent her from changing her mind. Linda was a smart woman. The text from Mary telling Eb she and Sandra were taking the girls to the library had surprised him. From the way she'd left yesterday, he hadn't been sure she would. The anguish in Sandra's eyes had wrenched his gut. All he'd wanted was to take her in his arms and hold her. But then understanding had hit him, stealing his ability to speak. Eb had hated being an only child. Growing up, he'd run with a group of boys, all of whom had been part of large families. Even though his friends had fought a lot with their siblings, they'd been close. But their parents had also been younger than his when they'd started having kids. He'd been jealous of their parents, who ran and played with them. How realistic was his dream of a large family, anyway? In a few years, he'd be the same age as his father when Eb had been born. And there was also the fact that Eb missed Sandra. Even before Rue had come into his life, he'd begun to accept his growing feelings for Sandra and wondered if she'd consider going out with him. And then suddenly, he was a father with parental responsibilities, and she'd been there, solidly behind him. When she'd traveled with Walt, they'd texted several times a day, and she'd send pictures and even video clips. It had made Eb feel part of her adventures. Looking back on his youthful wish to be part of a large family, they seemed childish compared to his new desire for a future with Sandra. Why couldn't he have both? Sandra had to steel herself before opening her door. Linda's eyes went wide as she took in the packing boxes, but rather than speaking, she gave Sandra a quick hug. "I hope you're hungry, because I felt like burgers." Linda made her way through the obstacle course to the kitchen. "I need protein when I'm going into battle." "I usually need carbs." Sandra opened the refrigerator to pull out a small bottle of ketchup. There wasn't much else in it. "I don't have any mustard." "These come with the fixings, so we shouldn't need anything else." Linda took a paper plate from a bag and handed it to Sandra. "And I brought you a shake with brownies. Walt said it's your favorite. It and the fries should give you all the carbs you need." "You're a woman after my heart." "Of course I am, and it's why you will not quit your job." Linda winked at Sandra. "Now, let's sit on the sofa, eat some lunch, and then we talk about what's really bothering you." The chocolate did help. It probably didn't hurt she'd talked about this already. First rehashing things with her mother, and then the big revelation for Eb. Sandra's eyes prickled, remembering his expression. To cover the overwhelming emotions, she took a bite of her burger. Fortunately, Linda waited until they'd finished eating before saying more. "You have Walt worried." Sandra accepted it now. There'd been nothing subtle about his interference, but she knew he only wanted her happiness. "How long has he worried about me?" she asked. "Since I invited Ab and Rue to come to the airport to meet you guys."
Sandra blinked. She had sure deluded herself about hiding it better. Walt says something happened then, something more than you being sick. Linda met her gaze. He said you were fine, and then you weren't. Was it something Eb said? Because Walt has threatened to beat him up for you if he needs to. Sandra had taken a sip of her shake and choked on it. This has nothing to do with Eb, she finally said with a cough. I will accept he might not have instigated whatever's going on. Linda tilted her head and then shook it. But I don't believe he's not linked to it. Sandra heaved out a breath and put down her cup. I saw my ex-husband at the airport. Ex-husband? Walt has never mentioned you were married before. That's because he doesn't know. Sandra rubbed at the ache in her chest, which always came with the memory. She hurriedly explained about the accident. Dom said he wanted to have a family, and I couldn't give it to him. Linda's entire body stiffened, and her eyes flashed. She would tell Walt, and it gratified Sandra to think of his reaction. It happened a long time ago. I've managed not to think about it and move on with my life. No, sorry, I'm not buying you've moved on, or it wouldn't be so hard for you to talk about. Linda studied Sandra. This is why you're pushing Eb away? Of course it is. Sandra stood and gathered her trash. But why push him away? It's obvious the man's crazy about you. Because he deserves a whole woman. Linda made a sound of disgust. Did you seriously just say that? Sandra turned to glare at the woman. Yes, I did. One man has already thrown me away because of it, and you wouldn't ask me if you'd seen the look on Eb's face when I told him. And when I left, he didn't call me back, so he said plenty without saying a word. Linda stood and pulled Sandra into an embrace. If she'd seen pity in the older woman's eyes, Sandra would have pushed her away. Instead, she saw only love and compassion. And then she lost it, burying her face in Linda's shoulder. After a few minutes, Linda's phone pinged. You should answer that. Sandra stepped back and wiped her face. Yes, I do, but you need to see someone about this. Linda held up a finger, reminding Sandra of her mother when she'd admonished her as a child. What your ex-husband did to you was wrong. But what's worse is the way you're still letting it hurt you. Linda picked up her purse and started fumbling inside, muttering to herself. She growled Eb's name as she went out the door, so she must not have been any happier with Eb's response to Sandra's revelation. Chapter 22. A tap on Eb's office door pulled him from the documents he was studying. It had been the first day at work without the awkwardness which had followed the shooting. Life was finally returning to normal. If he could get Sandra to accept his calls. Another tap, this time louder, had him on his feet. Come in. Gretchen swept into the office, followed by Walt and Linda. Eb's boss looked irritated. Had he done something wrong? Welcome. Eb indicated they should take seats at the conference table. Do you have any questions about the Santa run? I can have our publicist join us if you'd like. This isn't about that, Gretchen began. Part of it is, Walt interrupted. When both women gave him flat looks, he didn't quite roll his eyes. Well, it is. We'll get to it later, Gretchen said. We have other business to discuss with you, Eb, but first things first. Linda crossed her arms and pinned him with a fierce glare. What are your intentions toward Sandra? Eb went cold, and he slowly sank into a chair at the table. He wished he knew how to put into words the depth of his feelings for her, or his fears he'd lost her. She's a good friend, he finally said, lamely.
Gretchen's brows disappeared under her bangs. A friend? Because you are way too distracted for only a friend. It's a busy time of year, as you well know, and I need you to be at your best. Her expression softened. But I'm also worried about you as more than an employee. Before Eb could respond, Linda asked, Are you telling me you're not in love with Sandra? Walt shifted uncomfortably, but he said nothing. His expression, however, had taken on a menacing feel to it. If you three are trying to intimidate me, Eb said carefully, you're succeeding. But I want you to know I won't be bullied. Gretchen sighed and mumbled, HR will kill me. Then she met his gaze. We're not trying to bully you. It's more like a love intervention. A love intervention? The humor of it must have struck Walt at the same time it did Eb, because they both chuckled. You two behave, Linda elbowed her husband and scowled at Eb. We're worried about Sandra. She's desolate. Eb straightened in his chair. Is she all right? She threatened to quit, Walt said, all seriousness now. Sandra was broken when she came to work for me all those years ago. I've only just now found out why. She'd finally been coming alive again and looking like a young woman ought to. But not anymore. Now she reminds me of how she was back then. How could Eb help if she wouldn't talk to him? And how could he explain? So I'll ask you again, Linda said. Are you in love with her? I am. Then why haven't you called her? Her words had grown soft now, sympathetic, like she knew the dilemma which kept him up at night. Because I don't know what to say. Then I have a question for you. Walt clasped his hands and rested them before him on the table, like he sat in a business negotiation. You have to decide if you love your dream of a large family more than Sandra. Eb nodded his head, but before he could reply, the man continued. I'm having my first experience of being a father. Walt put the last words in air quotes. And a grandfather. And I love my new family. There are more ways to create a family than having biological children. It's just something we think you should consider, Linda interrupted, if you haven't already. Because if you can't love Sandra outside of her ability to give birth to a baby, you're not good enough for her. When Gretchen and Walt shifted uncomfortably beside Linda, she scowled at them. It's the truth. Well, I think we've given you enough to think about on that point, Gretchen said. About the Santa run, Walt has pulled out. What? Nausea hit Eb, and his stomach hurt. They'd done all that work in preparation. Why? Because I did it last year, Walt said, and there's someone better this year who should receive the honor. Resigned, Eb pressed his fingers to his temples. Who? You, the three said at the same time, all now grinning. Me? No. Eb jumped to his feet. Why would you want me? Please don't let it be about the shooting. The man had pled guilty, sparing his family the trauma of a trial. But bringing it up again meant more chances Rue would hear of it, and he didn't want the attention to steal her acceptance of his injury. You know why I want you, Gretchen chastised. What you did represents what I love in this community. It doesn't hurt to show the caliber of my employees, but it will also help in your custody battle for Rue. That stopped Eb's protest. Do you think so? Yes, the three said together again. It doesn't hurt that your ex-wife has burned a few bridges in Hollywood, Walt added. You should see the list Sandra gathered of people who can testify about Paige's history of abandonment, both in jobs and in relationships. While you have a stellar record, Gretchen nodded. Except I didn't go after Rue in the first place. You keep saying that, Sandra said from the doorway, sending Eb's heart straight up into his throat. She lied to you. And to prove it, we have affidavits from the nurses who were at the hospital the morning you returned to see your wife and child. It helps they thought what she did to you was awful. One kept talking about how sweet you'd been when you'd held Rue for the first time, and they remembered how heartbroken you were when you found Paige and the baby gone. One nurse also stated you were so broken up she had to help you read the note Paige left you. You're here. Eb stared at Sandra. He tried to take a step toward the door, but his feet wouldn't move. So many thoughts swirled in his mind, especially those made by Gretchen and the Kincaids. His doubts still prevented him from settling on any of them, and Sandra could see it on his face. Her expression closed, like she'd locked it tight against the pain. Shame flooded through Eb, and his body flushed with guilt. He had hurt her without meaning to. When Rue had come into his life, he'd turned on a dime to adjust and never looked back. How could he believe himself in love with Sandra and not be willing to do the same for her? If he couldn't, then Gretchen was right. He wasn't worthy of Sandra. Eb glanced at the others, and all three were giving him an "Are you an idiot?" look. His mind finally settled on the basic question. Could he give up one dream to pursue another? Without consciously deciding, his feet unfroze and he was striding to the door and covered her hand on the knob. I've just been told Walt won't be doing the Santa run this year after all. Eb gently pulled her fingers free. Gretchen wants me to do it instead, but I won't, unless you'll come with me. He brought her icy hand to his lips. Eb's warm mouth sent fire through Sandra's hand and up her arm, setting her heart racing. What did it mean? Well, she knew what it meant on her end, but not on his. She was good at reading people, and she hadn't confused the conflict raging inside of him. She wouldn't be a pity project. Sandra tried to pull back her hand, but Eb brought it to his chest. His heart was beating as fast and hard as hers. Will you do the Santa run with me? He held her gaze, his resolute, and everything about him seemed to have lifted. I can as a friend. No, I don't want to be just your friend, Sandra. As I told you before, I'm in love with you. She shook her head, her free hand instinctively going to her abdomen. Eb covered it with his. I don't care about that. Tilting her head, Sandra gave him a flat look. Let me rephrase. I don't care about it as much as I care about you. Conflicting emotions of doubt and relief battled inside her, turning her cold at the same time her cheeks flushed with warmth. All the old emotions she'd kept buried came rushing to the forefront, tightening her throat and making her eyes burn. Eb lifted a hand and cupped her cheek with it. Sometimes you hang on to the dream of something for so long, it takes over your life and thinking. I got locked in a certain frame of mind, and it took the risk of losing something very important to shake me out of it. And by important to me, I mean you. Do you mean it? Her voice cracked. I'm not normally so emotional. I only ask because I don't want to be presumptuous about something between us. Eb put a finger on her lips. Well, I want to be very presumptuous about something between us. He glanced to the side and then chuckled. They left us alone. Sandra looked and found the three gone. Eb dropped his hand. I'm sorry I let surprise steal my brains the other night. I'm serious when I say I'm in love with you, and I hope you might feel the same for me. Otherwise, I don't think you would be so emotional about having a baby. at her wince. He pulled her to the couch and tugged her into his lap. I did some research after you told me, just so I could understand a little about what you were talking about. I read that 10% of all couples struggle to have biological children. Think about it. 1 out of 10 couples. I don't know if you'll have me, and if we'd ever reach the point of considering another child, but I meant what I said. Having more kids is not more important than having you in my life. You're sure? Yes, Sandra. He put all the power of his feelings into the word. I want to be with you.
Oh, Eb.
She cupped his cheeks in her hands and pressed her lips against his. His arms encircled her, driving out all the cold which had threatened to consume her. Home. He felt like home. Her breathing turned rapid, and she pulled him closer, deepening the kiss. A rumble came from his chest, and his arms tightened around her.
Oh, my, so sorry, came Inez's voice, followed by the sound of the door closing. Sandra giggled, and Eb burst out laughing. Well, that wasn't very professional, but I hope she'll understand it's a one-time thing. He nuzzled Sandra's nose with his. We'll have to save this for when we're not working. Yes. She stood and then turned to help him to his feet. Her gaze went up to his mouth, but she took a step back. And you meant it? I've never meant anything more in my life. With a cough, he went back to his desk. But you will come with me on the Santa run, won't you? It's official business, by the way. But I also want you to be my date at the Christmas ball. First, shouldn't you take Rue with you on the run? She'd be thrilled. If you recall, they did a special chair last year, so Nigel could ride with Walt. You remember the sled? The Earl is much larger than you are, and he fit in with Walt just fine. So I don't think there'll be any problems making room for a little girl, too. Something dark flashed across Eb's face. Assuming, of course, she's still with me. Sandra stepped up to the desk and leaned over, pinning his gaze. The heat should already be mounting on her mother. If she's sincere in wanting her daughter, Paige will pursue the lawsuit. But if she's only doing it to help her image, I won't be the least bit surprised if she withdraws it. What heat? He asked, looking uncomfortable. I suggested your attorney send Paige a list of people she's gotten affidavits from. Just knowing who she's up against as witnesses for her character, or lack of it, will bring out her true feelings. Sandra straightened. And yes, I'll be your date for both events. Oh, I want you to be my date for more than just those two. There's still a few days before the ball, and I want to spend every one of them with you on my arm. And not just because of Rue. Will you help me rediscover Christmas? The loving expression he wore sent her spirits soaring even higher, and it took all her restraint not to throw herself into his arms again. I'm looking forward to it. Sandra blew him a kiss. As she turned to the door, she was already trying to think where to get a gown. She'd love to have a dress designed by Linda, but there wouldn't be time. When she stepped into the reception area and Inez's desk, Sandra's cheeks went hot, but the woman was grinning. You go, girl. Inez gave her a double thumbs up. Chapter 23. Lifting Rue so she could see better, Eb stood at the window of the staff office at the top of the groomed Edelweiss slope. Enthralled, she watched the ski patrol members hand out flares to the skiers who would light the path for the sleigh. Eb smiled to himself. Since he'd mended things between him and Sandra, everything in his life had taken on a glow. His life now was so full of love that his happiness threatened to break free all the time.
Instead of Sandra coming to the evening festivities around town with the Kincaids or the Wyndhams, she met him at Rue's daycare. Like a little family, they'd visit the day's advent calendar and then whatever else appealed to them. His girls had even convinced him to take a horse-drawn sleigh ride. His girls. His family. Family. Even before Rue had joined Eb, the idea of Sandra someday being part of his life had lingered in the back of his mind. It had always felt right, almost inevitable, even if he didn't believe in fate, and he'd nearly blown it with her. When Walt had mentioned a 3-bedroom condo on his floor going up for sale in January, Eb had checked out the floor plan and then his finances. He'd justified his interest with his need for a home office. But at night, he had dreams of Sandra living there with them. Part of him said it was too soon to be talking of marriage, but his uncle had only known his wife 6 weeks when they married, and they'd been together for 50 years. But would it be too much too soon for Sandra? She'd barely finished moving into the condo. Just last night, she'd emptied the last packing box with his and Rue's help. Rue. His spirits dropped a little. If the judge awarded Paige full custody, Eb would likely only have his daughter a few times a year. The thought made his heart ache. Rue's joy was so contagious, and it showed through, even when she turned grumpy and stubborn, or threw a tantrum in the grocery store. Eb had already missed her first 4 years. He wanted to be there for all the rest of her growing up. "You're awfully quiet," Sandra said, sliding her arm through his. "Worried about the run?" "You mustn't worry," Nigel added before Eb could answer. "It is quite the experience." "Just don't scream like the Earl did." Walt chuckled as he clapped both men on the shoulder.
Do I have to scream?
Rue asked, turning from the window. "No, sweetheart. Only if you want to." Sandra kissed her temple. "It looks like they're ready for your daddy." Letting out his breath, Eb nodded, and the 3 of them stepped into the frigid cold and to the electric-powered sleigh Gretchen had purchased last year. She'd be at the bottom of the slope to greet them and introduce Eb to the crowd, and then he'd have to give a speech. He thought he might throw up first. He must have stiffened because Sandra gave his arm a squeeze. "Remember, talk to Rue and me, and don't worry about the crowd. For now, just enjoy this moment." She kissed his cheek and stepped back to give him room to lift his daughter into the sleigh. Eb turned to Sandra and did the same thing, her eyes widening in surprise. He held her close for a second, and she rewarded him with a kiss. Hoots from the skiers kept them from lingering. After pulling himself up beside her, he found Sandra had already buckled Rue in between them. He rested his elbow on the seat behind her so he could put his hand on Sandra's shoulder. Raising the burning red torches he held, the leader of the ski patrol moved forward. About every 10 or 15 feet, another skier followed, like a mother duck guiding her ducklings. He led them in slow sweeps back and forth across the manicured ski run.
Oh,
Rue breathed.
it's so pretty.
The line grew as the 70 skiers created the growing red swirl down the slope. Eventually, it was their turn. The driver, seated behind them, turned on his muted green and white lights, and they began their own slow descent down the mountain. Eb barely noticed the biting cold, thrilling at the experience. Unable to resist, he leaned over Rue's head and said to Sandra, "I love you."
I love you too, Daddy.
Rue said without looking up. Sandra's eyes lit with humor. "Me too. I want to marry you." The words had just slipped out, and Eb tried not to show his surprise. This was not the way he meant to propose. He'd wanted to do something grand and special, something memorable. "When?" Sandra surprised him by asking. "Does that mean you will?" She answered him with a kiss.
Daddy, Miss Sandra, you're squishing me.
Rue pushed them apart, but then looked up at Sandra.
Are you going to be my mommy?
You already have a mommy, sweetheart. I could be Mama Sandra. Rue scrunched up her face.
No, I want you for my mommy.
She leaned forward and pointed at the holiday lights at the bottom where staff had set up a stand for Eb's speech.
Rue asked, could I learn to ski?
When you're ready, yes. Eb met Sandra's gaze and said, soon? Is soon enough to get a tax deduction too soon? His heart pounding, he stared at her for a second. Really? Her kissable lips curved up in a slight smile. I love you, she mouthed. If he could have, Eb would have pulled her onto his lap again and thoroughly kissed her. They were engaged, after all, and he wanted to shout it to the world. Instead, he took his cue from Rue, who was learning simple American Sign Language words, and made the symbol for I love you, followed by tapping his gloved fingertips together for the word more. Sandra gave an amused groan and mouthed, you wait, and her gaze dropped to his lips. The light in her eyes warmed him right to his toes. How he loved this woman.
Everyone's singing.
Rue looked up at him.
But it's not a Christmas song.
Then he recognized it as the old Foo Fighters song, My Hero. Eb groaned. Oh, no, she didn't. I love it, Sandra cried. So many heroes are ordinary folks. But don't worry about the notoriety. It'll pass. People treat you normally again, don't they? They did until this reminds them of it.
It's okay if everyone knows you're my hero, Daddy.
Rue grinned up at him. Eb's throat tightened. It was the cheesiest and sweetest thing anyone had ever said to him. Gretchen, bundled in a faux fur coat, approached them. You ready, Eb? Giving a resigned sigh, he nodded. Self-conscious, he stepped down and then reached up to help Rue and then Sandra from the sleigh. He insisted they be allowed to accompany him not only on the Santa run, but during his speech. He could speak well enough in front of a small group for training, but this crowd was way bigger than any he'd ever presented to, and those hadn't had cameras. What if he froze up? Sandra's gloved hand slid into his, and Rue took his other hand. With these two at his side, he could face anything, even another gunman. With pride, Sandra watched as Eb overcame his stage fright and gave a lovely speech. This tradition of the Santa Run was all about giving to the people in the community and watching out for each other. He'd refused to give any interviews about the shooting, saying it was for the people who'd been in the conference room. When the mayor had asked if Eb would talk about the event in his speech, he declared he wouldn't. He hadn't shared his speech with Sandra, so she watched with interest as he deftly referred to the situations where people stepped into harm's way, but then named other instances around Huckleberry Falls that year, like when 4 people had braved a burning car to pull out the driver, and the neighbor who'd gone into a raging creek to save a child who had fallen in. The mayor smiled as she realized what he was doing. When he ended his speech, she was the first one to applaud. Friends and well-wishers crowded around. His hand reached out behind him toward Sandra, and she took it, allowing him to pull her beside him, with Rue hurrying up to cling to his leg. Finally, Santa Claus and his helper, Schmutzli, inspired by the Swiss tradition but not as spooky-looking, arrived. Like the Pied Piper, they led the crowd away from Eb to the throne set up for Santa. Beside Sandra, Eb's shoulders had finally relaxed, and he reached down to pick up Rue. I'll bet you want to talk to him too, don't you? The little girl eyed the Schmutzli with his dark beard and black cape before shaking her head.
Mommy took me to see Santa already. He had elf helpers. I liked them better.
It took a second for Sandra to realize Rue had been talking about her when she'd said Mommy. A thrill ran through Sandra, quickly followed by guilt. For all the problems with Paige, she was the little girl's mother. Almost as though thinking of the woman made her appear, Paige Britton stepped up to Eb with a glare on her face. A tall man with unnaturally white teeth hovered behind her. Sensing danger, Sandra did what she always did when traveling with Walt and someone approached him. She pulled out her phone and set it to video record. Paige cocked her hips to the side, her furry hat tilted to give her a flirty look. She had a smell of alcohol on her breath, so she must have been enjoying the drink booths. I couldn't believe it when we got to town and saw a poster with you on it. Seriously? Why would they honor Ebenezer Grinchly for anything? She said his name like it tasted nasty. It's nice to see you again too, Paige, Eb said pleasantly, though Sandra knew him well enough to recognize the seething inside.
I've come for my daughter. Come to Mommy, Rue. Your visit here is over.
The woman held up her hands as though she expected the little girl to come to her, but the child buried her face in her father's neck.
I said, come to me.
Paige almost stamped her foot while the man with her glanced around, looking uncomfortable, as he should have been, since people were noticing. Is something wrong? Walt stepped beside Eb and put a hand on his shoulder. Linda and her family quickly surrounded him, too.
I was wondering the same thing,
Gretchen said, coming to stand on the other side of Sandra, her husband at her side. When Paige had recognized Walt, her eyes widened, but they looked about to explode when her gaze fell on Gretchen.
I came for my daughter,
Paige insisted, but her voice shook a little. Do you want to go live with her, Rue? Eb asked, his voice gentle. His daughter shook her head vehemently.
She's not old enough to decide that for herself.
Paige lunged forward and tore the little girl from her father's arms. Rue shrieked, struggling to get free.
Don't beat me! Don't beat me!
Why, you little... And Paige called the poor child a word which wouldn't go over well in sound bites.
How dare you!
At the foul name, Eb moved so quickly that Paige didn't have time to stop him. He took Rue, who came to him willingly, and stepped back into the crowd of their friends. His ex-wife looked about to launch herself at him, but the man with her put his arms around her, saying something Sandra couldn't hear. Whatever it was, it seemed to get to her, and she went still. Then a sad expression settled on her face, and she even managed to tear up. The transition reminded Sandra of the elderly Bilbo Baggins in the movie Fellowship of the Ring, when the power of the One Ring had taken control of him for a second, only in reverse. And Eb had been married to this woman?
I'm so sorry,
Paige said to the adults, her pretend sorrow almost believable.
I was distraught from missing my daughter.
She held out her arms.
Rue, baby, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to call you a name. Mommy shouldn't have done that.
You do it all the time, the child said, lifting her head from Eb's shoulder, enough to be understood.
I do not.
Paige's anger spiked again, and the man gave her a little shake. His alarmed gaze scanned the growing crowd again. Sandra assumed it was the senator-elect. It was time he knew the entire scene was being recorded. She raised her free hand so he would notice the phone she held pointed at Paige. The poor guy's face blanched, and he stumbled back, like someone had pushed him. Without a word, he spun and strode away. The actress scanned the row of famous faces and then followed her boyfriend. Sandra stopped the recording and slid her phone into her pocket while the others expressed their outrage.
"Are you all right, Miss Rue?" She reached up and straightened the girl's knit cap, which had gone askew during the scuffle with her mother. The little girl threw her arms around Sandra's neck. Eb let her take the child, but encircled the two of them in his embrace.
"Is it okay if we announce our engagement?" he asked.
"You do it." Sandra gave him a quick kiss. Eb put his hand on her waist, and they turned to face their friends. He cleared his throat.
"There really must be some Christmas magic going on around here, because during the sleigh ride, Sandra agreed to marry me."
"Yes!"
Walt yelled. He and Linda were the first ones to reach them. "I knew you two would figure it out. When?"
Sandra and Eb exchanged glances.
Christmas!
Rue shouted.
"Yes. How about at the Christmas ball?" the mayor asked, squeezing in. "But it's in a week," Sandra argued, her mind swirling. "Don't worry about a dress," Linda said with a wink. "After I saw you two at an event together, I started on a design for your gown."
"If you are okay with it, Sandra, I'm game."
Eb sat against her temple after kissing it.
"I can't wait to begin our happily ever after."
Sandra practically melted on the spot. "I agree, but only if we can get our families here in time."
"Oh, yeah." Eb grinned. "I don't think I mentioned mine are coming for Christmas."
Her heart rate spiked with excitement. With her parents living in California, there shouldn't be a problem getting them here. "All right, then."
"When the Christmas rush is over, we can use Linda's office temporarily," Walt said, "since I have other plans in the works." "What's this about?" Eb asked.
"But you need to sell the Malibu property." Sandra struggled to get her phone from her pocket.
"Already done, and I've put in that other offer, which was accepted." "I'm so confused," Eb said, but Sandra thrilled as she remembered the adorable cottage.
"Walt, let's get these two married first." Linda took her husband's arm. "Sandra, I'll send you a sketch of the dress. Since you've both been married before, does it have to be white? I think you'd look beautiful in a forest green gown with gold filigree."
"Sandra will look beautiful in anything she chooses."
Eb smiled down at her, and she lifted on her toes to kiss him. Chapter 24. Eb took several deep breaths, hoping to calm his racing heart. He checked his phone again to make sure Sandra hadn't texted him to tell him the wedding was off. It was stupid, he knew, but the last 3 nights he'd wakened from nightmares of her doing just that, which was completely unfair to her, since she'd done nothing to hint she was having second thoughts about marrying him.
Daddy?
"I'm coming."
Eb gave his reflection one last look. Linda didn't do men's clothes, but she knew someone who'd agreed to make a suit jacket in a deeper shade of the green of Sandra's dress. He'd been relieved it was dark, so he wouldn't look ridiculous in a too colorful tux. It had turned out to be classy.
Daddy?
From the sound, Rue was using her palms to pound on the community center's dressing room door. He opened it, and his daughter's hand stopped in the middle of a swing. She gave a little gasp before pulling her hands to her chest.
Oh, Daddy, you look beautiful.
Eb grinned at her.
"You're the one who's beautiful."
Sandra had found a burgundy dress for Rue, which she said went perfectly with the green in her wedding gown.
"Are you ready, young man?"
Nigel called from the hallway.
"I'm sure you have no wish for the bride-to-be to arrive before you do. I promise you this, watching the woman you love walk down the aisle to you will be a sublime moment. Now, make haste."
"Yes, sir."
Eb looked down at his daughter, his chest aching from all the joy pushing to get out. It'd come as a relief when his attorney had called 2 days ago to inform him Paige had dropped her lawsuit.
Gretchen said someone had contacted her office inquiring about the woman who'd recorded the scene at the Santa run. Eb's boss had already instructed her staff not to give out the information. His attorney had a copy of the video on file, but he and Sandra had saved one of their own. "Can you walk, or should I carry you?" Eb asked. Rue looked insulted.
You'll mess up my dress.
"I would never want to do that. Shall we?" Rue swept ahead of him into the hallway like the little princess she was. Grace waited near her great-grandfather, the Earl. It still surprised Eb at the friendship offered him by these dear people who had become like a second family to him. The two girls clasped hands and ran to stand beside his mother. She looked as happy as she had the first time she'd held Rue. His daughter loved having her own Grammies and Grampies. As the only grandchild on both sides of the family, she was going to be so spoiled. When Eb's mother saw him watching her, she stood a little straighter. She'd gone all out with the Christmas ball theme, wearing a red velvet dress lined with white, which reminded him of the ones the sisters had worn in the finale of the movie White Christmas. The look in his mother's eyes dared him to challenge her on the choice, which he would never do. He had, however, asked his father why she had invested in a dress she'd never be comfortable wearing in Florida. Dad had just said it made her happy and to let it be. As for him, he'd gone with a black and white tux, probably because he'd heard it was what Walt would be wearing. Eb mouthed, "Beautiful," and his mother's eyes glistened, her hand touching Rue's head. Mom had never said a word to him about her disappointment at not having been invited to his wedding with Paige, though Dad had said plenty. Their disapproval had kept Eb from telling them about her pregnancy. Looking back on it now, he accepted he'd never believed she would stay with him. Nigel cleared his throat, pulling Eb from his reflection. This was not the time to get lost in the past. That was over. "I don't believe you have met Derek's grandmother." Nigel smiled at the silver-haired woman holding his arm. "Trish, my dear, this is Ebenezer Grinchly. He's the groom." A mischievous twinkle sparkled in his eyes, making him wonder if she was going to make a comment about his name. Then she smiled. "Derek has told me so much about you and your sweet daughter. I'm happy for you both to have Sandra coming into your lives. She's a delightful girl and deserves every happiness." "We are assigned to lead you to the minister," Nigel said. "I must say, I'm finding the Christmas balls here quite entertaining. Last year there was a proposal, and this year a wedding." Wouldn't it be lovely for it to become a tradition? Tricia's expression had taken on a faraway look, like she was thinking of something else. "Please, follow us." Nigel led the way with Trish on his arm. Eb followed. He'd known there would be a crowd at the ball. There always was. But seeing all the people watching him with such happiness set his stomach swirling. Tonight, Sandra would be his wife. Sandra stared at her reflection, still unable to believe it was her. The gown Linda had created was perfect in its simplicity and elegance. The rich dark green was her favorite color and fit the season. This was one wedding dress the bride could wear again. The filigree piping ran along the neckline and transitioned into the short sleeves. And now for the finishing touch. Linda lifted the simple short veil, its edge carrying the same gold filigree design as the bodice. "Mary, this is a beautiful design." Sandra glanced at her. "It's perfect. Now if I could get her to quit doing hair and work for me full-time," Linda said, fluffing out the veil around Sandra's shoulders. From the corner of her eye, Linda noticed Mary's hand go to her stomach and seemed to force it away. She looked up and met Sandra's gaze through the mirror, her expression apologetic. But Sandra already knew. Mary was pregnant. Was she apologizing for it? "I'm so happy for you." Sandra gave her friend a quick hug. "And don't you feel bad about such a wonderful thing. I want to be invited to everything." Which set the three of them crying, followed by everyone having to straighten their makeup. "We should hurry," Sandra said, giving her eyes one more wipe, "or my mother will come looking for me to see what's taking us so long." Her mother's arthritis had been giving her fits, probably aggravated by the extra cold weather. When they left the dressing room, she sat in a motorized chair, holding Sandra's bouquet. She'd considered the typical Christmas flowers like red roses or poinsettias, but when Eb had pointed out one with burgundy and ivory calla lilies, she'd known they were just right. "Oh, sweetheart, you look beautiful. Give me a kiss." When Sandra bent to kiss her mother's cheek, she added, "You deserve to be happy." "Thank you, Mama." She straightened, having to blink back tears again. If she were this emotional now, how was she ever going to make it through the ceremony? Her father stepped up, surprising her with the love in his eyes. When she was growing up, he'd always struck her as cold and unfeeling. Now all she wanted to do was throw her arms around his neck. But he didn't like that kind of thing. Besides, it would totally mess up her makeup. He held out his arm, and she took it. With a very fatherly expression on his face, Walt stepped aside so she could see into the main hall of the community center. The Chamber of Commerce Committee had gone all out this year with a winter theme. They'd chosen a blue and white light display, which made the walls look like leafless tree branches. Icicles hung from the ceiling. The community center planner raised a hand, and the song Sandra had chosen for her wedding march began. "I Want Something Just Like This" by the Chainsmokers and Coldplay. When she had seen Eb's reaction to the Heroes song at the Santa Run, it made her think of this one. Sandra had known what she wanted to say to him through the music, that she wanted this, him. Across the large room, she saw him watching her. A year ago, when Walt had first joked about the sorry name of the poor communications guy at the resort, Sandra couldn't have dreamed how much he would come to mean to her. Enough that she would take his atrocious surname. She'd even let it slip to him that she wasn't looking forward to taking it on.
"Do I go now?"
Rue whispered loudly. "Yes," Mary pointed to Eb. "Walk to your father and throw petals on the floor." But Rue scanned the crowd of strangers, and Sandra could see she was scared. "Hang on, Dad." Sandra shifted her bouquet into the hand she had wrapped around her father's arm and held out her now free hand to the child. "Miss Rue, let's walk together." Relief spread across the little girl's face, and she hurried to take Sandra's hand. It made it easy not to walk too quickly, because they had to keep up with the child's short legs. But Sandra kept her attention on Eb as he watched them come to him. His new family. Her new family. When they got close enough, she saw tears running down his cheeks. The ones she'd been holding back broke free. Rue released Sandra's hand and ran to her father, the basket of petals bouncing.
"Daddy, I did it!"
"Yes, you did. I'm so proud of you." Eb met Sandra's gaze then with his teary one. "I'm proud of both of you." Her father released her arm and stepped back. "She's all yours. Be sure you make her happy. It's my new life goal." Sandra couldn't wait. She leaned forward and kissed him. The minister tisked at them. Then he looked at Rue. "Is it all right if you sit with your grandparents?"
"I have 2 Grammys and 2 Grampies."
She turned and ran to them. "I'm taking your surname," Eb said softly as they turned to face the minister again. "You are?" Sandra stared at him. "I talked with my father just now, and he's fine with it. It's too much to ask you and Rue to suffer all I have.
Eb Faragher and Rue Faragher sound perfect.
Thank you.
Let me know when you two are ready, the minister said, amused.
We are, they said in unison. Grinning, they leaned to kiss again, joy making Sandra feel as though she might float away. This has been How Mr. Grinchly Found Christmas, written by Donna K. Weaver. Copyright 2022 by Donna K. Weaver. Production copyright by Donna K. Weaver.